Good morning, Mega. Good morning, everyone. For those of you who got to see my video, which is about half of Mega, I'm guessing they're still finding their way in to class. Today is our Reputation Management Day. We're going to be looking at a lot of really cool videos that real estate professionals have put out there in the world that have brought them business, that have given themselves a little bit of amplification of their message to the world, and some things that they've done that amplified them in a really positive way and amplified them in a really negative way. We're going to be seeing both of those. We're also going to be doing our color chart. I know a lot of you have been looking forward to that. We keep talking about the yellow personality, the blue, the red, and the green, and we're going to dig deep and we're going to find out what your personal color is, put you in groups, and have conversations about that to help you better understand yourselves and the people that you're working with and the people around you, even your family. You can take this color chart home and you can do it with your spouse and your family. And it's really interesting what you will learn from all of this. I want to check in. I saw lots of you did some amazing things this week, one of which going to your city council meetings. Who would like to share one of your city council meeting experiences? Would you please raise your hand if you'd be willing to share? I saw four. Anybody in this group? Jeff, when did you go to your city council meeting?
So Tina and I actually went last night, as a matter of fact.
I
It
saw.
was, it was actually very enjoyable. They had some really good topics, and they acknowledged quite a few people in our community that have been doing some really, really great things. And the police department actually showed some statistics on what they've been doing, and it's just been a whirlwind of difference for me from being in Dallas to here to see how they incorporate themselves into the community so well and facilitate just taking care of our community. It was actually really, really amazing to see them be acknowledged the way that they were acknowledged as well.
So was this the first time you, and by the way, you do not have your video on, so we are unable to see you. Was this the first time you've been to your local city council meeting?
Yes, sir, it was. Yes, sir, it was. I'm sorry, I'll have my camera on in just a second.
And so, so talk to me about that. So as a real estate agent, being someone who's supposed to be kind of glued in and connected to the community, how did it feel to attend your city council meeting? How did it make you feel as a citizen and as a real estate agent?
Well, just to know that our community is as close knit as they are, for it to be kind of I wouldn't say larger city, but definitely one of the bigger cities around the Austin area. It's a very well knit community, and a lot of people uh,
How
they
did it?
come to.
How did it make you feel going to your city council meeting? You as a professional, not
Oh,
about the community, but how did it make you feel?
me as a professional, like I said, I felt warm inside to know that I can go to any of these people and talk to them about real estate or just anything that goes on in our community. I personally, like I said, Tina and I had a huge smile on my face just about the entire time because I was like, I didn't realize our community did this. So therefore, like, uh, as just the professionals as we're supposed to be, I feel like I could have talked to everyone about it. And we actually got to meet one of the city council members in Melissa Fleming, who speaks very highly of you and Lisa, speaking of. But um, but yeah, it gave me a very, very warm feeling to see how our community truly is.
Yeah, it is my hope that when you guys walk in that room, it makes you feel proud. It makes you feel proud to be a real estate professional that shows up to these things, that you are at a brokerage that's pushing you to go to these things because you are in the right room when you were at the TREC meeting, when you were at the city council meeting, when you are at the zoning and planning committee meetings. You are in the right room at the right time, surrounded by the right people, and that should make you proud and give you pride in what you do. Thank you for attending that. Tina, I saw your hand up. I know that you went with Jeff too. I'm really proud that you guys did. I saw on our teams that you guys uploaded some pictures of yourself there. How did it make you feel to?
From my Texas City.
What's that, Tasha?
Um,
I'm sorry.
sorry.
Go ahead, Tina.
It made me really happy to be there. It kind of felt surreal just because it kind of felt like things I've seen in movies because I've never actually been in a place like that before. It was really fast paced, which was funny yet slow paced at the same time, but the voting was super fast. Um, we met Melissa Fleming, like Jeff said, which she spoke very highly of you, which was really fun. She knew exactly where we were from. But what really stood out to me was her story. I don't know if you know, but she had a son, Brock, who passed away in 2017 to childhood cancer. So her and her husband are there, and they're really promoting childhood cancer, or not promoting, but making people aware of it so that more children have a chance at living and catching it sooner. So that's what really stood out to me. And I really liked how when they ended it, it was "Good night, Round Rock."
Mhm. You know, it when you start understanding what it really is to be a real estate agent and how important it is for you to be connected to the community, and that community is your business and that your sphere is your business, it starts changing your mindset, start changing your idea of what it is that we do. And it's an amazing thing. It's my hope that you will become addicted to your community, that you will grow an enormous curiosity about what's going on in your community and be a part of it. Let me just throw this at you guys because I know you mentioned something. You mentioned that the voting was really fast. 99.99% of the time, you're not taking voting from the floor. They're using Robert's Rules of Order, and for something to have made its way all the way through the subcommittees, all the discussion period, and for it to take a vote, this is something that they've been talking about for months. And so oftentimes someone will go to the city council for the meeting for the first time, and they don't realize just how long these different topics have been discussed and on the action items and what's going on. And they grab the mic because we're able to do that. If we're talking about ourselves, we can't grab the mic, but if we're just there to talk on a subject, then they'll allow you to do that, and to be careful with that because obviously a lot of vetting has happened before that. So before you go to the city council meeting, go to the city's website, download the agenda, take a look at what's going to be there, and read it well so you have an idea of what's going on. And if there's something that you don't understand, the council members are there as the liaison to the city to discuss with you what topics are on the agenda in the first place. They are your representatives to the city. So they hope that more citizens will become involved in what's going on in city governance so that we can participate in the great long legacy that it is to be a citizen and be involved in your government. And that maybe even someday some of you will decide that you yourselves want to step up and be a council member, and or a representative even. So if that's something that interests you, please see me. Texas Realtors has a specific course designed for agents who want to get into public policy. Very exciting. I know there are more hands, and I want to hear from more of you because this is such an important topic. And I get so heated up and excited when I hear you guys going to your council members and meeting your council members at these meetings, wearing your name badge, showing up. It's incredible. And we have so many communities that we serve: Round Rock, Pflugerville, different counties, different metros all across the entire state. And for Realty Texas, to have a presence at these meetings and learn what's going on at these meetings at the grassroots level and bringing that back into our business meetings so that we as a whole can have all of the tentacles that are all 350 of us across the state learning about what's going on in our communities and bring that back to the whole so that we can be better for it. How incredible. When you're at these meetings, if we're coveting this information and walk out and say, wow, what a great amount of information that I've learned. And if we covet that information, then we haven't done really a good justice of showing up in the first place for our business or even our constituents, which are our clients. We can do a video right outside in front of the city council meeting, the town hall, right out front, with the plaque right behind us. Hey, this is Angela Ross here with Realty Texas, standing in front of the Pflugerville City Council meeting. We had some great topics that were discussed this evening, and go down the list and share it with your people. And then people are going to be calling you, asking you great questions that you can then take to your city council meeting. And you can even interview one of the city council members regarding that specific topic and put it back on your social media. And people will start looking to you as a leader in your community, but more importantly, so you will start getting followers and more, you know, engagement. Um, and it's my idea that when you are doing these things, that maybe we're not pushing an agenda or taking the side, but more acting as a news reporter, and saying things like, this is a really decisive topic that's going on at the city council meeting. I'm curious to know your thoughts. Like, follow, and share in the comments. And start gathering people's feedback and comments and listening to what it is and disseminating information. That's going to amplify you in your community. And you will start having people in the higher price ranges reach out to you because they're looking at you as a leader. All right. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Tina. Who else has gone that would like to share? I want to hear from more of you. Aki.
I went to the city council of the city of Georgetown,
Nice.
Texas on June 10th. Um, when I step into a beautiful auditorium inside a court building, I felt, um, I don't know, during the meeting, I felt very close to the community and also um, very meaningful. um I don't know, they're everybody really try to get organized, their budget, and try to help the community what they can do, and it made me so appreciative being in the meeting. I was, I'm not the city of Georgetown, but it was very beneficial for me to be there. I mean, also honor to be with them. But I didn't, ask a question or anything. But it was a very uh, great experience
Thank you, Aki.
being there.
I'm
Yeah.
glad that you went, and thank you for representing you, Realty Texas, all of your sphere, your clients, your friends at the city council meeting. We don't necessarily have to ask a question. That's not the point. The point is to be in the room and to absorb the information. And after the meeting, the city council meeting, the city council members are often very excited to meet you. Sometimes they're a little afraid. During Mega, all of a sudden, all of our city council meetings have all of these unique new people they've never seen before, and they're like, "Oh dear, what have we done?" They're afraid that people are going in with the pitchforks. They really are. And then when they find out that you're just interested in what's going on in the community, their pride swells because they're like, wow, the community cares about what's going on in here. Because just imagine for a moment that you're a city council meeting and you have these meetings, and the only time people show up is when they're mad. When you start getting people showed up because they're just interested in what's going on in the community, that says a lot about who we are as citizens. And I hope that we have pride in citizenry. I think we need more pride in citizenry. We should be showing up if we want to have a voice. I mean, we all know what's going on social media. Everyone has a voice, everyone has an opinion, and everyone is an expert on everything, but no one has shown up to anything. So I think we earn our voice when we show up and we take the time to understand all sides of the topic and then have a voice. That makes us so much more real and authentic, and a better citizen, a more informed citizen, make better choices, better real estate agents. How many of you feel like you are inspired to go to your next council meeting? Okay. I want to see these things on your Instagrams and on your Facebooks and in our MEGA-16 group. Something that I shared with you guys before. I'm going to share my teams really quick. Is your mega group is never going anywhere. You're going to have your MEGA-16 like we had our MEGA-15 and 14 and 13 and 12 and 11 and 10 and the megas before them. And they're still sharing in their groups. They're still going to their city council meetings and meeting and doing things on occasion, and they share in those groups. And so your MEGA-16 is your group. It will always be your group. 4 years from now, it will still be your group. And I still want to see your wins. I still want to see those little inspirations and celebrations of going back to the roots of this experience that has put you on a completely different path and continue being part of your mega family. So thank you for those who raised your hand that says you're inspired to go to your city council meeting, because that was exactly the point of the whole thing, was to inspire you to get out there into your communities, and first learn about what's going on, start to give back, and then understand both sides of everything, and then being a voice for good. Tasha, hello.
Hello, good morning. I just want to say I am really wanting to go to a city council meeting. Unfortunately, it's only held on Tuesdays at 1:30, the first and third
Yep.
Tuesday of the month. But I do want to go. I am really super excited. I'm part of the Jefferson County Democratic Party, so we have meetings all the time. And Beto is going to be here, I think, in the next week and a half. And I'm just hoping that I have my name badge by then when I go in there. And I'm super pumped about that.
Nice. Well, thank you for your service. Thank you for being an informed and caring citizen. That's what it's all about, is being involved and showing up. I mean, we can look at all the misinformation that's out there, and we can absorb a lot of bad information, or we could show up and we can find out what's really going on. And it's a beautiful thing when I watch it. So thank you for being inspired. More of that. Today, one of my very favorite mega days. We're going to watch so many videos. There's going to be so many breakout sessions. I am excited for these next couple of hours. Lisa did not have an opportunity in our last mega class to go over the points. And I'm just really curious on where we are with the points. Lisa, do you want to push that off until after our first break, or do you want to go over points now?
If we can push it to the first break, because I'm putting in all their city council stuff that they dropped in.
Okay, so we will have points hot up to Mega 6. It's always it's my thought that the points will not be as of today, it'll be as of the last class. And so
Right.
let's get the points up to them up hot off the press, and we'll pick those up in a minute. Thank you, Lisa. All right, everyone. We're going to do at least 10 breakout sessions today. So you will have not done that many breakout sessions. So when you get into sessions, I need you guys to be on topic, quick to unmute, and quick to pick a captain, jump into it, and get right into it. We're going to be watching a massive amount of social media videos. These are marketing videos that other real estate pros have put out there. Some are really good, some are really bad, some are who went viral. How many of you really think it's important for you to be on social media at this point? How many of you do you think that you've really got it down on social media and that you've got a channel that you're proud of? Or is it a little dusty? A couple spider webs in the corners and it needs to get worked out? All right, we're going to dust it off. This is something that if you've been showing up to your morning huddles, I have challenged Andrew to kind of get you inspired about getting out there. But after today, after this class, you're going to have a dose of adrenaline when it comes to your social medias. I don't care how old you are. I don't care how nervous you are. You're going to understand after today that I can do this. Just like you understand that you can make the $1 million. You can get out there on social media and you can make a presence and you can be a voice for good. And I can't wait to get through this class so that we all find ourselves there, because what an important day to be empowered knowing that I can go out there and put out content that's going to go viral. And how amazing is that for your business to have so many people having a window into what it is that you do, a window into your business, a little bit about what you're about. We can't have this class before you understand your value proposition, because your reputation is your most important asset. Your value proposition is your why. Your goal board is the driver behind you. That's the wind behind your sails, pushing you forward. And you have an anchor now. And the anchor is where? It's way out there. And everything you do, consider the end. It's out there. And that anchor is gravity pulling you towards your goals. And so now you've got all of these things working on your behalf. And once all of these things are in motion, then we can start taking snapshots of it, taking little video angles of it, and start giving people a glimpse of who you are and what you're about and why they should work with you. Real estate is cool. Everyone wants to be where you are right now. There are hundreds of thousands of people out there that's working a job that wants to have the real estate license that you have right now. And in their mind, All they got to do is get the license and they're going to be the next millionaire. Kind of where we were before we had that little piece of paper. And then we know what happens when we get that piece of paper. We start getting flooded with doubt. The what now? What next? I thought all I needed a paper. Now I realize that I don't know where to start. Well, that's what Mega's about. But when it comes to right now, those people who are where you are, I want you to think for a moment, wait, I have come a long way. And here I am. I've got the license. There is nothing stopping me except for me just putting myself in motion. And Aki, I'm going to hit mute because I'm going to mute you for a second. All right.
I didn't even hear that.
One of you are going to be my mega valedictorian. And oh, am I curious to know who that's going to be. Our mega valedictorians are sort of the pride and heart of Realty Texas. Those people who obviously have taken mega before and came out of my mega class with the most points, which means they did the most exercises, they did the most work. It's not that they got the highest test scores, is it? Because that's not what it's about. It's that you did more actions. You were at more city council meetings. You attended more of the megas. You attended more of the mega minis. You memorized your contracts, memorized the code of ethics, got more contracts signed. It's all of those things. So the mega valedictorian, in my mind, is the one who immersed themselves and really tried to absorb as much out of this program as possible, and then gives back to the company with that. Ormsby.
Well, since you are talking about the valedictorian and all, maybe this is a good time to insert who's leading in the scores, if you'd like.
Oh my goodness.
Since I'm all caught up.
Okay, do it. I want to know.
And it is a lot of fun to see you guys post everything. It really helps everyone get motivated, like Jack said, and I love seeing that and the excitement in your eyes. Same thing. It's just super fun. So without further ado, our top five. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All
And
right, hold
tell me
on.
when you're ready.
Okay. So coming out of last point session, we had in fifth place was Aki, in fourth place was Kelly, in third place was Tina, in second place with 6,475 points at that time was Jeff, and at 7,225 points at that time was Andre. Lisa, who's in our number one? Who's number 5 now?
Number 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is Jeff with 7,825 points.
Good job, Jeff. Top 5. Someone has pushed you down from top 2, but you have maintained the top 5, and that is really awesome. Who's our 4?
Is Andrew at 8,100 points.
Wow, we have had an upset on the leaderboard because Andrew found his way to the leaderboard. Good job, Andrew. Number 3.
For 8,400 points, 8,400 is Kelly Pratt.
Good job, Kelly. You've gone from 4 to 3. You are moving up. All right, what else we got? Who's still number 2?
9,050 points is Kyle Dunn.
Good job, Kyle. He has pushed a couple people off the list.
And then with 500 points more than Kyle, 9,550 is Tina Thompson.
Good job, Tina. All right, so Tina and Kyle and Kelly and Jeff have maintained their leaderboard status, obviously resorting a bit. And so Tina has found her way as our leaderboard. So congratulations, Tina. As we keep saying though, uh, it's it's anyone's game at this point, or should I just say it's anyone's title at this point. We have no idea who's going to be the mega valedictorian, but we can certainly see a pattern of those people who are showing up, doing the work, getting involved, getting out there. I'm impressed. Thank you, Mega. You should all be proud because all of the little tasks that we give you as homework, they're not just little tasks. These are each one of these things are ingredients that's going to help you be a better real estate agent, help you be better at your craft, get you out there more as a professional, and help you grow in your business. So Every one of these matters. Thank you for those of you who have been submitting your videos for the 1 to 4 family contract paragraphs. We don't have time to have anyone do it live in this class on the reputation management class. But the Master of the CMA class on Monday, which is one of the classes where we usually have the highest attendance rates, you're going to see a lot of people from prior Megas and a lot of Realty Texas agents that are not part of Mega join that class usually. We'll probably have 45 people or so, maybe 10 or 15 more people showing up just to hang out with us for the day. We will have some time during one of the breaks on Monday to go through either your contract paragraphs or your 17 articles of the Code of Ethics. Thank you for the 4 people that I know of that made some calls on Friday, rather on Wednesday. You picked up the phone and you called a couple people, and some of them were just random, and you had some good conversations. You found out some people were looking to buy or sell. How many were really surprised by that? Isa, I know you had a surprise. You were going on a listing appointment. I was speaking with Andrew about that at our manager meeting yesterday to make sure that you got with Michael Potter, because if I recall correctly, it's a mobile home, and Michael Potter is our mobile home specialist, so he can help you with that. But, you know, when you just pick up the phone and randomly call someone and start doing this power hour that I keep tugging at you to do, and you make a call and poof, all of a sudden, wait, I have a listing appointment from that. How does that make you feel about your power hour? Important?
It's now part of the job. If you're not doing that, you're not working. You're not gonna make money.
Where's my bell? Yes, that is so true. That is awesome. Thank you. I mean, that is the job. Pick up the phone, calling spheres, and prospecting and finding out who is going to be your next buyer or seller, because that's where we're going to find them almost always. Half my business has come from my phone calls. Had I not made those phone calls, I probably would have sold 400 homes, not 1,100. That's a big, huge statement. Who else had some phone calls where you had someone on the other end show interest in working with you and buying or selling, that would like to share with the entire class to get the others inspired about how important this is? Jonathan.
Yeah, I was making a bunch of phone calls yesterday. I got hung up on several times, which is not fun. But yeah, I got one guy that's out in the Manor,
Well, hold
Elgin
on.
area.
Now,
I'm sorry.
Your sphere didn't hang up on you, right?
No, 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 no. This was from the opportunity list and
So
stuff.
I want to talk about us not calling the people we don't know, but the people that we do. How many
Oh,
people have you called that you know, that's a brother, a sister, an aunt, a cousin, a worker, a coworker, a person from high school, college, your last job? Those calls.
I I have done those in the past. I came from another brokerage and I had to go through that exercise before. But yeah, I think everybody is annoyed by me already, knowing that I'm in real estate and kind of scratching their heads how I made that transition. So yeah.
Well, I don't think anyone's annoyed to hear from you about your transition.
Yeah,
All right. So, during Mega, I want you to annoy them a little bit more. Can you commit to that?
for sure, for sure. I
Okay.
am.
Thank you, Jonathan. I'm excited to hear some success stories about letting them know how important it is that if they know someone looking to buy, sell, lease a home, that they share that with you, and then get them part of that excitement where when they do, you take them out to lunch and they get a little bit of Jonathan in person. So that's a cool thing. Lewis.
Yeah, yeah.
Good morning. So, yeah, yesterday I started calling around and I called one of my cousins, and she's actually in the military. She says she's finally saved up enough money and she wants to buy a home in Killeen. So, I'm definitely throwing my cards around and telling her, "Hey, if you have anybody else, refer them to me because this is what I do." And she's like, "Yes." that we have at least 3 more friends that want to move out there because the base is out there. And I'm like, oh, okay, let's get the ball rolling. So
Yeah, and then so, one of the interesting things about our military, active and former military, and remember, I teach MRP, Military Relocation Professional. My dad, brothers, and everyone in my family are former military, and so I have lived it as a somewhat military brat. They don't know about VA loans. And when I hear half the people I'm speaking with in military saying they're saving for a down payment, I'm just like thinking, oh my God, no, you have a zero down program, zero down with no mortgage insurance. It's the best loan on planet Earth. It's an entitlement that you get. I can't wait to share with you guys more about the VA loan entitlement in our financing and negotiation class, which is our last class. Good job, Lewis. I can't wait to hear more about that. Jeff, what do you got? And then Andrew.
Yeah, so called one of my former coworkers from a couple of years back, and he's now been married for a couple of years and so forth like this. But it may be a referral for me. I have an agent friend that's in Dallas area where he's at, and I'm trying to possibly get them set up for me to have the referral bonus from that as well. So that's what calling my spear has gotten me, is that I got possibly one or two guys that I can get referrals from agents up there. So it's been good checking in on some of these people and being able to reconnect.
Okay. It is I put a video this morning in your MEGA-16 Teams group about the Ford script and how it's not just for people who you know or you don't know, rather, it's also about um, people who you do know. I'm going to share that video with you because I want you guys to watch that. It's a really good way to approach your phone calls, especially how that particular person employs the Ford script, which I think is a powerful reminder for all of us. Pick up the phone and call everyone because it works. And there's 3 videos today that you're going to watch that are going to pound that home. So I'm going to leave it there. Andrew.
Yeah, kind of like what Jeff was saying. I reached out to somebody, hadn't talked to him in coworker from maybe like 6, 7 years ago, and he actually wanted to get together, and so I met with him yesterday,
Nice.
and nothing immediate, but he definitely I didn't even he was one of the guys I was like he lives at home with mom, I assume. I had no clue, but he's renting now. His lease not up for a year, so after his lease is up, he said he's definitely interested. He said he didn't even he was worried about the rates and not having a down payment in these things. And I was like, I mentioned new builds. I was like, hey, new builds have really great rates right now. And he was blown away with the rates that I told him that I had come across. Um, and then right after that, I went to go see, there was somebody who works at a builder's, Brightland Homes,
Mm.
right there where I was at. So I went to go stop and see her, but she wasn't there. But while I was there, I ran into a family that were looking to, well, they weren't looking to buy. They were questioning and thinking about it. After I had a conversation with them, maybe it was about a 20-minute conversation talking about, they were telling me they bought their house back in 2017. They paid 285,000 for it in Cedar, and it's right here in Pflugerville, right by the Pflugerville Lake. And immediately my light bulb went off. I was like, well, if you bought then at 285, your equity in that house right now is through the roof. So I
Couple
was like,
hundred thousand.
you could sell this house. You could sell that house and put a down payment if you needed to. And then she mentioned VA loan. I was like, oh my God, like you're sitting on gold right now. And so I said, I was like, look, I'll go to the house and I'll get your information and I'll send you a CMA. And I sent her a CMA to get her like the price on her house and everything like that. And she was mentioning, well, she was already a builder. So I was like, so she's planning on selling and then buying. So I'm like, let's hope this pans out. So we'll see.
And that's it. That's what being a real estate agent is all about. Pick up the phone, have a conversation. Next thing you know, it's leading to someone who's interested in selling. You make an appointment, you do a CMA, you sit down, show them how much money is equities there, then figuring out where they're going to go, get them excited about what they're looking for, understand what their motivation is about buying, what's the pain point in the home that they have right now, and cure that for them and build the path for that, and then you just keep doing that over and over and over again. That's amazing. Probably the closest to a real estate agent conversation I've had in Mega so far. I'm very proud of you, Andrew. That is awesome. More of that, guys. All right, we know that. All right, I want to kind of touch base a little bit on a conversation we just had a moment ago about rates, because I know you did a really good job talking to your prospect about rates. Your friend that was, kind of in a lease and was a little bit apprehensive because he heard the rates are high. I give you guys a little bit of script practice for those of you who have come sit with me before your pilot when you're in the sales program. And then also on Mega Day 2, we talked about the rates a little bit and how we can put a negative or positive spin on anything. And what is the positive spin about the rates right now? And how can we take that negative cloud that's floating out there in people's perception of what the rates are and get them excited about buying where the rates are right now. And I am going to share with you my story again. After I share it, I want someone else to then explain that back to me. I'm going to put you in a breakout session for 5 minutes and I want you to explain it to each other so that now when you go out there and someone asks you about rates, you're going to be able to nail this because you can get them over it in a heartbeat and get them excited about why the rates are where they are today and how they can leverage that for their home purchase. Jeff, I saw your hand go up.
Yeah, sorry. As a matter of fact, since you also kind of got us to blog, I actually put a blog out about rates that's on our site as well. So for anybody who wants to go and review that, I threw a blog out where it's not giving specific rates, but kind of telling people to not be so scared of them, as a matter of fact, and be a little more excited about what they can get.
Thank you. You just reminded me that I had a ticket that came in yesterday about our blogging thing. Our Shutterstock was down yesterday, so I want to have our tech look at that. So thank you for reminding me, and good job for blogging about the rates because that's a huge hot topic that's out there right now. Isa, hi.
I'm excited to do this because I do need this. I don't feel confident yet talking about rates, so I do need this. And I wanted to see if we can possibly do the same thing either today or in another class regarding commissions. Because yesterday one of my friends, she's connecting me with her parents. They're out of here. It's going to be a referral, but she asked me about commissions and she asked me about, hey, so does that mean we also pay for the buyer's agent commission? And I explained it went well, but I don't feel confident in it just yet. I want to see what your spin is on it. So I would like to see
Yeah, I'm the very best way to approach that. I'm just going to give you a little bit of a little bit of salt and pepper to spice it up. Is my fee is 3%, and as a seller, no, you don't have to pay for the buyer side compensation at all. However, it opens up for you to have more buyers. Right now in the market that we're in, we usually have one buyer and one seller, and when you reduce the buyer pool, it means that there's fewer buyers interested in the property. When you have fewer buyers interested in the property, that takes a huge toll on your equity. And of course, the equity is the most important thing to you, right? You've probably got a couple $100,000 there. And when you limit the buyer pool, then fewer buyers interested in the property, fewer buyers means that the home is going to sell for less. When you offer to reimburse the buyer for the commission that they're paying their agent, it means that more buyers can afford to purchase your home, which increases your buyer pool, which increases your chances that you're able to sell the home faster and for more, which is protecting your equity. And we're talking about $15,000, $20,000, $30,000. That 3% commission on a $300,000 home, $9,000. So that $9,000 is protecting $30,000, $40,000 worth of equity. That's what we've found, and we've got numbers to back that up. That's a little bit of the salt and a little bit of the pepper to spice it up a little bit. And is it true?
it sounds good.
I don't care if it sounds good. It's the truth.
Yes, of
And
course.
then it sounds good.
Yes, of course.
All right. Yeah. Well, we will do more of that. We'll put you in groups. That is going to be about the buyer and seller presentation, which will be on the 18th. We're going to talk a lot about your buyer presentation and listing presentation and commissions and how to protect your commissions and about the representation. But I always tell them, you know, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, the fee that my fee is 3%, and the buyer side fee, that's up to you, what you want to pay. But I can tell you over the years that I've been doing this, that those sellers who offer to reimburse the buyer for their agent side commission sell their homes faster and for more 100% of the time. Those sellers who don't reimburse the buyer for their compensation have fewer buyers. Those homes are sitting on the market longer, and we're doing price reduction after price reduction after price reduction trying to get the home sold. And I don't want that for you. I want to be able to list this for fair market value and get it sold in the first 10 days, because the first 10 days is the most important time. And if it doesn't sell in that first 10 days and you're on 30 days on market, you know that the price that you're listed for is going to have a reduction. And it's probably going to be more than a $3,000 reduction. Most reductions are 5%. And that's going to be a reduction that's more than the buy side commission was in the first place. And more and more and more and more conversations. You can take it from so many different directions, and all of it is very true. Okay, but we're going to talk about interest rates. So let's get back to that conversation for a moment. So what's great about the rates is they're temporary. And what do I mean by temporary? What do I mean that interest rates are temporary?
They fluctuate. They're not going to stay the same.
That's not what I mean.
Getting
They changes with
refinanced.
time. They
You can
changes
always
with time and
refinance.
then they're gone. Yes.
When do they go away?
When you finish paying it off,
When you
right?
pay off your house. So are you going to pay interest forever?
Nope.
No, you're not. The goal
Ideally, no.
is to pay off your house, right? So the interest rate, you're borrowing money from someone else to be able to purchase a home and pay it off. Is the interest tax deductible? For owner occupant who's buying a home, it's tax deductible. And when people purchase a home, all of a sudden, now they have a tax deduction that they've never had before. And that is a really big deal. So the two things we're talking about right now. The interest rate is something that is temporary. You're going to pay off the home. Number two, that the interest is the very best tax deduction that we've ever had as a citizen, as a person. It's the best tax deduction you've ever had. Now, what does rising interest rates, what does that do for a buyer? How does that maybe help them?
There are probably fewer buyers out there, so less competition.
Okay, so there's less competition. So what does that mean for their home purchase? What does it actually mean if there's less competition?
The home prices
Lower
are lower.
prices.
They can buy the house for lower. Now that's an interesting concept. So you're telling me that the higher the interest rate, it's putting downward pressure on home prices, so it's pushing that price down? So what happens if the rates all of a sudden go from 6 to 3? What's that going to do to the home prices?
They're going to go up because you're going to have multiple offers and more competition.
In an instant, they're going to go up. So what's going to happen? So you're telling me that when the rates go up, the home's prices go down, but when the rates go down, the home prices go up? So if they're waiting for the rates to go down, what are they really waiting for?
To spend more money is what it sounds like.
They're waiting to spend more money. And so far in history, it's always been true. Those people who have waited, and they ended up spending more. The beautiful thing about having higher interest rates right now is that it's putting downward pressure on the home prices, which means those buyers that are in the market have more choices. They can buy a home that they like more, but they can also get their closing costs paid. They can usually get incentives and their commissions covered by the seller, usually even a washer, a dryer, a fridge, and things like that as well. So they're getting all of that, and they get to write off the interest rate. And then once they're in their mortgage and the rates go down, what can they do then?
Refinance.
They can refinance their mortgage. So now they're getting the best of both worlds. They're getting the lower priced home plus the closing costs plus the incentives. Now they get to refinance and they get the lower rate. But if they just wait for the rates to go down, they're probably not going to get their closing costs paid, which means a chunk of their savings is going to go away. And they're not going to get the washer, dryer, fridge, so they're going to have to go and pay for those outside. And they may also be in a multiple offer situation and they're going to have to pay above the appraisal, which is another chunk of their savings that's going to disappear. So you can take all of that, all of those advantages and take it to a builder and get the low rate right now too. But if you don't go to the builder, you still have all of these advantages. It is better now. And we're not talking about 8% interest rates. We're talking about high sixes, low sevens. That is a low rate in all things considered. A rate that is, so a healthy interest rate is between 7.5 and 8.5% for our nation. That's a healthy interest rate for the survival of this free institution. Rates lower than that is not a healthy rate for the lending institutions, considering their default rates and everything else. So when you have a rate that's less than that, which our rates are considerably less than that, it is not a bad rate. It is, in fact, a good rate. Now, I told you the three things. The downward pressure on home prices, the being able to get the closing costs paid and the incentives, and having more home choices and being able to purchase a home that they really like. And then being able to get the interest as a tax deduction. And then after all of that is done, when their rates go down lower, they can refinance later. And they've purchased it now. And that's the thing. When you buy the home now, you're going to have it paid off sooner. But if they wait for 2 more years, that's 2 more years into retirement that they're still trying to pay off their house. And are they renting right now? Because we can have a whole conversation about renting that's just ridiculous. They're never going to pay it off. They're not building equity. They're not paying anything down. There is no tax write-off at all, and it is a blind waste of money. So if you can get them excited about this conversation and get them to see the light, they're going to be like, okay, I no longer have a concern about the rates anymore. And that is in their rearview mirror. And once you've explained it to them and they're done, don't keep going back to that, because don't make it a concern, because once you've had an objection and you've obliterated it, it's over. Who wants to share with the class kind of the gist of the story that I just told you? Who feels confident enough to do that? Raise your hand. Okay. Andy, let's start with you.
No matter what, you should buy real estate. That's it. Okay, let me explain. Let me go into details. No matter the rates going up or down, it's always a great time to buy real estate. The biggest reason is it's much better than renting. You have so many tax advantages. You can write off your interest. You can write off oh wait, that's only for investments. I'm sorry. You can't write off the insurance, right? Unless it's investment, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can get confused with the investment side, my investments. Real estate is the basis of all wealth. I know you didn't say that, but it's ultimately it's the basis of all wealth. It has been traditionally. Let's see, but I think the big idea is that we can convince them that they need to buy now, especially if they're renting. They need to, regardless of what the interest rates are doing, and the other advantages of owning real estate and the pride in owners, being able to be in your own place and have complete control over it and do what you want instead of being bound by the landlord's rules too. Maybe not as complete as you have it, but I think the idea is that you should buy real estate. All right, that's I don't know who wants to add. I think Kyle wants to add.
Okay, Iris is up next. Iris and then Kyle.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I was taking some notes while you were talking. And I think I'm going to post this. So I need your feedback really big time, everybody. So this is what I wrote. Homeownership offers numerous benefits, including the opportunity to build equity, control over your housing cost, potential tax deductions, and the freedom to customize your living space. It can also provide a sense of community, long-term stability, and a potential lead to increase wealth accumulation. It offers financial benefits, including building equity, stable housing costs, potential for rental income, and increased wealth for families to for families or increased wealth in general.
Okay.
That's what I wrote.
Okay. Thank you. I'm really wanting to hear my four things. We are adding some advantages that are out there that are great, but these are not a objection handle for what the consumer brought you. I'm concerned about paying too much interest. We haven't answered that for them because we haven't shown them how that's actually not true. If their concern is that they're going to pay more and they're waiting to pay less, we have to overcome that objection. And pride in homeownership and building long-term wealth doesn't do that. So we have to successfully handle their objection, which is answer the question of how actually they're not going to pay more, that they're actually going to be paying less over the course of this home. All right. So Kyle, you're up, and then we're going to go to Jeff, Wells, and Kelly.
All right. So I was talking to my oldest daughter the other day, and it just came up perfectly like this, what you've been saying. So you never have a better time right now. Interest rates, are high, but that's compared to what it was a few years ago, but it's knocking down pricing, and pricing cannot even get better than you have. You got a ton of choices out there now to purchase. You're leasing now, and you can definitely build equity with this. There's never been better incentives out there with these builders that have good pricing for you, but you could get, incentives like a washer and dryer, different type of things on your closing costs. It really is good. And it's really not a bad rate. We talked about rates, yes, it's not 3%, but it's been historically over 10 in the past, and it's under 8 now. It's really at 6.75. That's not a bad rate at all. And your interest is a tax deduction. Plus, the final point is once you lock in this good price point and all these incentives, down the road, you can refinance later. And this has never been a better time to go get a house right now.
Exactly right. Good job. Thank you, Kyle. All right, Jeff, Wells, and Kelly in that order.
All right, so the time to buy houses is now. It's always the perfect time, but the time is now. Because right now, with interest rates being what they are, you can get better tax deductions on what you're looking for. Also, when you get your rates, you can always just date the rates. You marry the mortgage payment. By doing so, you can refinance in years to where that rate comes down, so that way you're looking at a way lower payment than what you thought you'd be looking. Because rates as an overall whole, if you're looking at healthy rates, they're going to be 7.5% to 8.5%. And right now they're sitting at 6.75, which is even lower than what we're looking at. So the time to buy is right now. Get yourself into equity and quit renting.
Okay. Excellent. Good job. I love it. Let's all right. Kelly and then oh wait, what did I say? Wells and then Kelly. Wells, you're up.
Okay, good morning. I would just basically say, don't be afraid of the interest rates. Right now is the time to get your home. It's a bigger home for a better price. The interest rates is something that if they go down later, you can always refinance, but get excited just to buy the home. Get excited about the rate number that it is right now, because that just means bigger home, better price. The time is now. Refinancing later is always an option, but just be excited because your home today is a great tomorrow. Basically, that's it.
Okay, thank you, Kelly.
What I would say is that interest rates are temporary. Our goal is to pay off your house. So what you need to know is that interest rate is tax deductible. It's a huge benefit to you. And as the interest rates go up, it tends to bring the prices of homes down. Plus, there is less competition. So you're going to have a better chance of getting the home you want. When rates go up, it puts downward pressure on the price. So sellers are more willing to come to the table with closing costs paid, with incentives like throwing in the washer and dryer. Like I said before, interest rates are tax deductible. And when they go down, you can refi and get a lower rate. So it's a win-win. Right now is the time to go because you're going to have less competition. And it's always a good housing market here in Austin.
Wonderful. Good job. Excellent. Okay. Anybody else want to go before I put you in groups and all of you spend 10 minutes doing this? I want everyone to have an opportunity. Anybody want to go? Andrew. Hi.
Hey, I'm trying to think of like all the four that you said. I can't remember the four, but
I put them all in the chat.
okay. That's part. Okay. So what I usually say, I'll start off with saying like reminding them that we're not how do I say it? I say like, okay, remember back in the 1980s, 1970s, rates were about 10 to 13%. So let's remember that. So right now, compared to that, our current rate is actually pretty low. The only reason why we are stuck on the high rates is because we're all thinking back to COVID time. COVID time, everything went really crazy. The chances of that happening again, probably very slim. Let's move forward. So now let's talk about the rate at let's say 7%. If you have high equity in your home right now, we can probably use that money to pay for this house. Your rate, you'll have it for 30 years, and then you can change it. And if the rates do drop within the next 1 to 2 years, you can refinance and grab that better rate. And also it's tax deductible. So I mean, really, if we're just stuck on the rates, right now is still a time to buy because you have no one chasing the same house you are. You're looking for and you have a better opportunity to buy right now.
All right. Welcome. All right. Did everyone have an opportunity to get your fellow classmate excited about buying a home in today's market? Anybody struggle with this?
No, I'm ready to buy a house.
Everyone's ready to buy a house. Good.
Yes, because he made me to he explained everything good, and I'm ready to buy a house. I'm ready to sign contract with him. That's it. Voila.
Awesome.
You have fun. Yeah.
Good job, everyone. All right. Who else? We've got Alicia has got her hand up. How did you guys do?
Well, Christine convinced me to buy a house, just like that. I struggled with it. I did struggle with it, but I know that I've got to, work on it, and I'll master it just like Christine did.
Nice. Okay. How important really do you think it is to master this?
Very, very important.
Very.
A 10 out of
You don't want to
10.
sit there with a client and think about what you want to say, right? You want to boom, 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 get it out and explain and make them understand why it's a good time to buy today and not tomorrow.
Okay. I like what I'm hearing. All right. Thank you. Angela.
I did, and I talked to Andrew, and I just want to say the one thing about Andrew talking about the 80s. I did sell a house in 1984, a triplex to my cousin, for 135,000. It had a 19% interest rate, and it was a block from the beach in Hermosa Beach. That he still owns it. It's worth $5 million now. He bought it for 135,000. So I don't think he cared about the interest rate. I mean, we were able to. He made it through and he refinanced and so that, I mean, the equity is the main part is you're not going to build equity renting, and he had been renting, and so you build equity on when you're with ownership. And so it is easy to I think to talk to people about it because you can see that values go up, and if interest rates drop, prices are going to go up. So instead of you living in an apartment and keep paying the same rent every month, and when you move out, you're going to get your $1,000 back, maybe, depending on the landlord. But you're going to build equity in your home.
It is paying it off as it increases in value as you're paying off the interest rate, and you have a fixed payment forever. Rent goes up every year. whereas the home payment remains the same. And then eventually, which is the kicker, the most important thing, eventually it's paid off and you don't have rent at all. So, and when you're in retirement, do you want to be paying a mortgage payment? With great thing about retirement is you've got your property tax exemptions and things are less expensive, things become frozen, the house is paid off. So this is a goal for each of us in our retirement. And if, you know, people are less than 30 years away from retirement, they don't have the luxury of waiting at this point either. Wells.
I was with Mr. Corby. He did wonderful. He sold me on getting a home. I did have a question. I wanted to know how soon after a person purchases a home can they refinance if the interest rate does or when it goes down? That was my question. I didn't know the answer to that.
Okay. This is the great news. Tomorrow. However, they need to get with the lender and they need to, there's no prepayment penalties, so people can pay it off or refinance as soon as they would possibly want. But there comes a time in which it doesn't make sense because the fees to refinance. So they want to have a lender that's doing the side-by-side comparisons and refinance when it makes sense. So that's something that you would want to talk with the lender about so that they can do an amortization schedule, they can do a payment calculation, and they can make an informed decision on based on the fees. At what point does it make sense to refinance? What rate?
Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right, we are headed on break. It is 10:11. We're going to come back at 10:21. I'll see. All right, welcome back from break, everyone. It is 10:23. We are going to jump into this day. Thank you for going to your city council meetings, getting out there in the world and causing all of this conversations to happen, pulling people into your business, going to your city council meetings, doing all these things. It is incredible to watch. I am incredibly humbled. I am so impressed by all of your hard work and what you're doing in your businesses right now. It's impactful. It'll change your world. And after these next 30 days, your business will never be the same. And I can't wait to hear from you guys as the weeks and months roll on and how all of this has changed your mindset, your business, and how much money you make. What an incredible thing. When we get into today, the very first thing is we're going to watch this really incredible video. Just based on the screen that you see here, has anyone watched this video? Okay, Andrew knows what we're talking about already. Anybody else? Okay, so if you have a box of tissues nearby, for those of you who are emotional, yellow, maybe a little bit of green, grab your tissues because this is pretty amazing. This is a good story. These are the type of stories that professionals can put out there by going out in the world and doing good things. After we watch this, I would love for you guys to think about how you can do something to help someone at this level through your careers and what kind of amazing positive impact that this has. Whether it's someone who needs Meals on Wheels or whether it's someone needs a ride to go pick up their medical prescriptions, whatever it is, right? So let's watch this and just see how impactful you think that this is for your business and for the world. I mean, you want to change the world, help people one person at a time. This is so cool.
All right, everyone. So I got an email from the city. They said this lady is a disabled elderly lady and she just needs a lot of help getting her lawn back into shape. Otherwise, they're going to have to charge her like $250 to have somebody come out and cut it. So I got her phone number. I called her a little bit earlier, but we're going to go knock on the door and see if we can help her out. So you got a crazy tall lawn you need taken care of, don't you? Oh, have that for you. Well, do you want to come show me what you want done? Oh, that's okay. How long has it been like this?
Been a month trying to get someone to come mow.
Oh yeah, and you haven't been able to get anybody?
No.
Oh man.
I said they won't answer their phone. City reached out to me and said, by the 22nd, you have all that done for it's $240. Must send us to you.
Wow.
I said I couldn't afford that. That tree's a volunteer tree.
That big one?
Yeah.
Yep, I can get that taken care of for you.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Dude, I can't believe it. It's great. You see all these cracks? Yeah. What if I clean all those up for you? Yeah. And then I can clean up this sidewalk real good and get you a little area where you can get into your car a little bit easier. Hey. No. So I can mow all this. Yeah. Yep, I'll do that. And then yeah, I'll do the entire backyard. I'll do it for free. I won't charge you a penny. You're welcome. I'll get it looking like a whole different property. Does that sound good? Oh. So once I get this cut down and cleaned up, is somebody gonna be able to maintain it for you? Okay. Yeah. And keep it maintained? Okay, that's good. So this is kind of a drive for me. So I wouldn't be able to maintain it, but I can definitely, get it back to a spot where somebody can come out and maintain it. Yeah. I just got done with one where the grass was about this tall. It was taller than I am. Yeah. So this isn't even that bad. I'm gonna get this looking like you've never seen it look before. I really appreciate you. Hey everyone, Spencer here with SB Mowing, and I've got a transformation for you today that is one of the most heartwarming ones that I have ever done. It all started a few days ago when I got a call from a lady at the city. I actually had a meeting with the city and the mayor a few months ago, just talking about how they can help better connect me with people who really need help around my area. And it did go pretty well, but unfortunately, the city can't connect me with these people and give me their personal information to go help them out, because they have to get them to sign a bunch of contracts and things, making the city not liable if there were a lawsuit. But I did explain what I do, and at the very end, we all exchange contact information. And the cool thing is, the city has a list of a bunch of people needing help, and anyone can contact those people to go actually help them out. And this is not just lawn care, it's helping them out with anything on their property. Unfortunately, a lot of the items on the list don't really fall under my expertise, but there was one. And the lady at the city noticed that it might be able to be a project that I could do, so she sent me an email, sent me the address, and I went to go speak with the homeowner. When I got there, the lawn was crazy overgrown. It was just completely out of control, and I knocked on the door and an elderly woman came out. She can't get around very well, but we talked for about 15 minutes, and she's been trying for months to get somebody to come out here, and she's called multiple different companies, and she either always gets a no-show or they just say they can't help her out. So I explained everything that I could do for her, like cleaning up the driveway, cleaning up the sidewalk, cleaning up all of her bushes, removing all the volunteer trees, and mowing down the crazy tall grass. And I told her I'd love to help her out and do it completely free of charge, and she got a little bit emotional on me. But she said she would love for me to do the work, so I told her I'd be back the next morning to get started. And the next morning, I stopped by at about 9 a.m. to get started, and one of the contractors actually stopped by and cut just the front yard. They did a really crappy job. It looked really bad. They didn't trim anything, they didn't edge anything, and it honestly made the yard look worse than it was before. They did it so quick that it didn't even give her a chance to get out of the house and talk to them. But I went ahead and got started and spent all day on this yard, making it the best it's ever looked. And you'll want to be sure to stay till the very end of this video to see her awesome reaction to the work. It was just so heartwarming seeing her walk outside and seeing her brand new yard. And not only did it look good, but it solved a ton of accessibility issues going from her front door to her car. So I'm really, really happy I could do this work, and I couldn't do it without each and every one of you watching this video, so thank you very much. And if you haven't done so yet, click that subscribe button down below for me. It's free, and it's really the best way to support this work that I do. Anyways, I hope you all enjoyed this video as much as I enjoyed doing it. And I hope you have a great rest of your day, a great rest of your week, and I'll see you next Friday. SB Mowing, out.
Okay, so this actually ended up creating a GoFundMe account. I'm gonna share my screen if I can find all my little widgets here. There we go.
I really wanted to see the result.
The result is in the GoFundMe page. This is a 32-minute video, so if you want to see the results, then you can look at the end. He goes through doing the whole thing, and then at the end, here is he showing her.
Yep. Yep, I went over this 2 or 3 times so I could get it nice and flat and all of the clippings mulched up real good.
Fantastic. I know I cried
Oh,
just listening to that.
At the end, he also did the backyard and the side yard, and she is in tears by the time she gets to the end. And I don't have 30 minutes to show you that whole video. I'm going to put it in the chat.
And he's still working with her. He's still like making sure she has what she needs, a proper bed, like proper care. Like it's so sweet.
It is.
You can follow SB Mowing on YouTube, and he has so many great videos, and he goes through the whole thing with it, but it's really great.
I think
So-
I've mentioned before, I love just videos of transformations like this.
So this is incredible that they've raised almost $900,000 because she had house issues with the house that needed to be rehabbed and stuff. And so, you know, it started with someone who needed help. The city contacted him. He came out, mowed the lawn, and did a video and said, "Hey, here's someone we can help." And there's just a village of people out there willing to help. And how amazing is that? So, yes, SB Mowing has gone viral for what they're doing in the community. Incredible, just incredible. It's an incredible story. It's fun to watch. We all want to see more, you know, positive things out there, putting positive messages out in the world and helping people. So hopefully part of your business plan is to try to figure out how can we give back? How can we help in unique ways? And when we see someone needs help, how can we amplify that message? There are so many really cool ways to amplify a message in today's world, like GoFundMe and other things where we can see a need and we can put it out there and do something really incredible. Andy.
Jack, I just want to say thank you. That is a superb idea that I'm going to embrace wholeheartedly.
It's wonderful. It comes back to us. You know, when you help someone, it comes back to you tenfold. And so imagine the good that we can do. We're working on a Realty Texas Cares right now, which is something that we're going to be talking to you about over the coming months. But this is a way for all of us collectively to go out there and amplify each of us. And it's a cool thing. You know, if you think back to either your Mega journey before you started Mega, before you got your real estate license, even going back to your first job, before you went to college, before you went to high school, how much have you changed? Look back, and when I ask you that very specific question, it's for a very important reason. Because when you ask yourself, when I ask you, have you changed? And then you ask yourself, have I changed? Where overall in your life, when you ask that question, you then realize what version of myself is asking? Where do you identify with yourself? At what point and what age? Today? Do you identify yourself when you think of yourself? Is it today or is it, well, I am me of 1995. I am me of 2005. What version of you? Because sometimes we change and we mold over the years, and we don't even recognize that we have changed. So one of the questions I ask is, it's human nature to have a blind spot for ourselves. And we grow over time, we change over time throughout life. And do you identify with you of today or with a legacy version of yourself? And if it's of a legacy version of ourselves, then we need to reconcile all of these things together. I saw a bunch of hands, so I want to go back. This is all leading to a place that's important. So we're going to have some time thinking about this. Angela, then Wells.
Well, yesterday I was supposed to go to the meeting with Jeff and Tina, the city council, and as I was all dressed, I had my badge on. I opened the door, and Grace and I opened the door, and there's a little dog. It's not our dog, and so we had to go. I had to make a decision right there. Like, do I help these people? Obviously, the little cute dog is missing, or do I go to the meeting? So I chose to help the dog, and I went to find out where Chip was, contacted. The person was crying. It was a man who he just moved into the neighborhood. The dog had to kind of cross a big street to get there. I mean, it was blind and diabetic, and it's like this guy, he's like, "You are part of our family." And he goes, "You work for Realty, Texas?" And I was like, 'cause I had my name badge. I said, "Yes, I'm a realtor in the neighborhood." He goes, "Oh, this is great." And so it was really, I mean, it was hard though, because I really wanted to go to the council meeting. I was a little bummed, but I was happy he got his dog back. And sometimes it's really hard to, it's easy to say like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to give back. I'm going to help people," but you're always making choices. And sometimes, even though I did help, I still missed going to the meeting. So
How many of you like an adventure? Raise your hand. Okay. So Angela, when you walked out that door, WWJD, I want you to think in your mind for a moment. This isn't an interesting adventure. This would be fun. I bet the world would be interested in this adventure too, because where did you come from, little dog? And get out your phone and start recording the adventure and tell the story about you finding this dog at your doorstep and your family with this little dog, and it's got its little disabilities, and it's a little senior dog that needs help and lost, and how you reconnected this dog back to its owner. I think everyone can identify with losing a dog and that fright that we have when we can't find them and realize they're gone, and the question of whether we're ever going to find them again, or all those things happen. And so those type of reconnect stories are really powerful. Those are the type of things that go viral. Not to say that you want to use social media to amplify the good that you've done, but you can put a good story out there that's an adventure that has a positive ending. We don't know that it's going to have a positive ending, but we can certainly hope and go on blind faith that it will, and find their owner and reconnect them. And what an amazing story that you can share with the world. So that's a really good example of a story that we could have shared and put together, and which would amplify what you just did, which is amplifying a good positive message to the world. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, Grace did put it all over her personal and my personal email, and I realized but we should probably we could change it to be a little story saying the owner was found and stuff like that. We could change it around, but it was we could have made it more. It was desperate yesterday.
I want to see a whole videography story. I want you to film the whole video of the little dog at the front and you guys picking it up and petting it, and the whole bit, the whole thing. We're talking about video, lots of it. We're going to get into some of those in a moment. Kind of like the one you just saw. He walked out to this property and he saw this lawn in this specific state. And what did he do? He decided to use that as an opportunity to share the story with the world. And the more he got into the story, the more it was worth sharing. And then the amount of good that it did. So we're going to start doing more storytelling. We need to, as a real estate agent, we need to, as a business owner. We are in 2025. It is time for us to start sharing all these stories. Wells, I see your hand up. Thank you, Angela, for sharing that story. Next time we see an adventures that we have coming into our lives, I want you to be bold and start pulling out your video cameras and start videoing it. Grab your phones and hit the record button. Wells.
Yeah, so this is part of when I say I want financial freedom. I love creating events and doing random things of kindness. Right now, I'm so busy with everything going on. I had to think what can I do? So for the summer right now, I have my own Good Friday where I do something good. I'm focused on the daycare that helps take care of my grandbaby. So on Good Friday, I just specifically for these 3 teachers, I try to treat them. I've asked, they have this sheet that they filled out where they have all their favorites. And I make sure that on Friday, even if I have to wake up at 6 to take off and get their stuff, I will take them something, not because they asked me, but because that is my deal that I'm focused for this summer on those 3 teachers. But I always try to create some kind of events. Sometimes going through the drive-through, I'll tell my grandson, do we pay for this car? And if he says yes, he's 2. He doesn't know what I'm talking about, but he'll say yes. And I'm like, I'm going to pay for the order behind me, whatever it is. So I enjoy that. And that's what I'm looking for here from what I have to do in order to do what I want to do, which are these fun things. Love it.
When we do those little acts of kindness, it brings joy into our own hearts. And when it brings joy and happiness into your own heart, then that echoes out in the rest of your day and what you're both putting out there, but also the energy that you're carrying with you. So you want to be happy, help more people. It's true because you're happy, you're actually doing good in the world. All right, couple of things. I saw a couple more hands. We all have a story about something that we've done that was for the betterment of the world, to be good, to do something to help others. I'm going to share you a story about 2015. I was the president of the Williamson County Association of Realtors, and I was sitting at a board meeting, and I had been thinking to myself, you know, we've got 2,000 realtors here in this building, and there's a community of people that, and this is so powerful. How can I get all of these all focused on one topic to do good for the community? And what could that be? How could I get us laser focused on something that's going to amplify our message, that's going to raise the bar of the awareness of realtors in our community, do more good in the communities, which is just going to benefit us, benefit the community, benefit everyone? What can I do? And because that was in my mind and I had been thinking about that, of course, all of these things are going to start, I'm going to start noticing more things that are needs in the community. So the moment you bring this awareness to this, you're going to start finding more needs out there and you're going to dial in on one. Maybe it's serendipitous, maybe not, maybe it was meant to be, I don't know. But that's what you're going to find is when you start bringing awareness to looking for something, you're going to start finding more of them and you're going to zero in on one and you're going to have an aha moment. Maybe you've already had that aha moment and you're going to then pull that into your real estate business. But the aha moment for me was reading the American Statesman newspaper, the Austin American Statesman. I was reading an article about how during the summer months that kids are out of school and they don't have supplemental lunches, and that the pantry shelves go completely bare in the summer at the time where it's needed most. And most of the time, the pantry shelves are being filled on holidays like at Christmas and Easter and at different times where kids aren't out on summer vacation. Summer is when the food is most needed, but summer is when they have the least amount of food. That's sort of this backwards thing. That was my aha moment. I said, okay, how can my first thought was how can we get the most food then? How can us here in Williamson County, all 2,000 of us, go and storm the pantries and fill them with food? Is that something that we're going to do as real estate agents? And I realized, wait, imagine for a moment that we had a flyer that we created that was a flyer that agents could have, you know, a square where you could put your photo and your fill in the phone number, a PDF fill flyer, and we send it out to all the agents. And we have the agents then go to the supermarkets and ask for paper bags, staple their flyer on a paper bag that says, during the summer months, the pantries are low and we need help. Please help me help our pantries. And the agents hand out those bags to their entire farms and put one in front of every single door and say, on Tuesday and 2 weeks from now, we're going to fill this up. And then the agent get a truck and drive through their communities and go to door with those bags out front. And if every agent did that, think of the amount of food. One agent has a farm, and in that farm is 400 homes. Imagine the amount of good that could come from that. So then I said, well, agents need competition. So let's private brand this. And the brokerage who brings in the most food collectively with all of their agents is going to win some bragging rights. So then we amplified that on top of it. And 10 years later, 11 years later, it is the most successful philanthropic thing that the board has done, and they've continued to do it year over year. And Realty Texas is the #1 food generator for the boards, for the pantries, year over year over year. Kim Dale, myself, lots of our agents are out there and they're bringing in food, and the amount of good that happens from that, the pantries no longer are bare during the summer months. We did that. Came from an idea of how can we do good, an article that I happened to read, put that in motion, and 10 years later, that's no longer a need in our community. Kids are not going hungry in the summer months because they've got the nutrition that they need. What can you do? What can you put your focus on, and how can you amplify and do something good in the community? That video is just an example of what one guy is doing, and all of you have seen it go viral. Now we're thinking on the right track. This is what a business owner who, when we talked at the very first day, I said, why'd you get in this business? And you said you like to help people and you like to make money. Well, here's a really good way to do both at the same time. Your reputation is your most valuable asset that you have. So I asked you, when you're thinking about yourself today, is it a legacy version of yourself or is it you right now? Kind of an odd question, but I'm asking because the color personality test is very important that you do this correctly, because we're going to do this now. But it's important that when you answer these questions, when you're thinking about a word and does this 4 words, which one's most relatable to me? And that's going to happen here in a moment. You need to be thinking about you as a real estate agent today. Because you think about those 4 words: kind, generous, nonchalant, and powerful. And you think about those words, which words relate to me, and you think kind, that kind might take you back a ways. So I want you to be thinking about today and as a real estate agent and answer those words, because you're going to find out your color as a real estate agent. And it's interesting as our color personality chart might be different in different scenarios. We might be more conservative as a parent than we are as a real estate agent. We might be more conservative as a broker than we were as a real estate agent. So I do my DISC analysis, DISC, and I find that I was much more, I'm much more of a driver now than I was when I was just an individual agent, because I'm responsible for more than just myself. And so we change over time when we tack on more responsibility and more risk and more liability, and we're responsible for more people. So if you do the DISC test, and if you do the color exam, because we're doing the color exam, we'll do the DISC test later, but the color exam, I want you to be thinking about you right now. And you can do the color test, and you can, from a different frame of mind, you can do it as a friend or as a spouse or as a parent, and have different mindset, because when you answer those questions, you have to be in the right mindset or you're going to get the wrong answer. Experts have determined that, and by the way, you're probably going to be the same color. Just you have a dominant color, and you're going to see that there is a maybe you're 8 red and 0 blue, 3 green, and 5 blue. So it's going to be a makeup like that. So you'll see what is your primary color, what is your secondary color, third color, and how those different mixes bring you up. So your primary color is probably not going to change no matter what frame your mind is, but the backup secondary colors will change based on that. I am living proof of it. So experts have determined that there are 4 basic personality types. There's the yellow, there is the red, the blue, and the green. I've been speaking about this since the very beginning. All the MEGA prior students done their colors. They know exactly what color they are. And you're about to find out what color you are. And this is kind of a fun exercise. Learning your color personality is important. It helps us better understand ourselves and why we react in certain situations, why we're good at certain things, and why other things we might struggle with. And is it if you look at the construct of humanity all the way back to our caveman days, or whatever your beliefs are in our beginnings, we are all lacking in something that we need someone else to help us with. The red turned into the warriors, the greens were our doctors, the yellows were the ones that were creating a sense of community, the blues were the scribes, the dictating and writing everything down and telling our stories. We have the different colors that all the way through society, that you put all of these together, and it's functioning cities that were created from these 4 colors. It's bigger than just what is my color. It's kind of fun to know it's bigger than that. Society is sitting on this. In everything we do, we have to be trying to figure out, how can we delight our customers? Who did we hear that? Whose words did those come out of whose mouth? Do you remember?
The fairy guy?
Nope. Andy. You are on mute, Andy.
Warren Buffett, the legendary investor.
That's right, Warren Buffett. In that video, he said you need to find ways to delight your customers. First, he said the companies that we buy are people who have a love of what they do. And then if you want to be successful in life and business, you have to find ways to delight your customers. And he said, and one of the people in that video said, you know, one of the things that when you are new to a business and it's just you plugging in the coffee pot and it's just you having every interaction, it's a lot more fun. And then you get further and further away from the customer, and get more and more of a leadership role. And that's a whole different thing. But the original premise is how can you delight your customer? So let's be thinking about that as well here and today and understanding our customers better. Increasing sales and client satisfaction. Perfecting your art of selling starts with us understanding ourselves and other people as well, but why people buy. How they buy is really important. We're going to hear from a guy named Stu Slackman. He's going to be in your test questions today. He's the guy in Dallas. I met him personally at a Texas Realtors conference, a leadership conference, when I was an RVP 3 years ago. They had him come in and speak to us, and he did the color assessment. And one of his videos, he has a very, very, very cool question. And it's in his book, and we sell his book for $7 in our store here. I think it's that impactful that you read it. He said, the most important thing that you can understand is why people buy and how they buy. That's the important thing you need to look at. And he did the science behind it and wrote a book about it. And it's very interesting. So the four different colors buy different. They have different drivers that drive them into their purchasing decisions. So the single main reason a sale falls through is because your sales training does not take individual styles into account. This is directly out of his book. Both the salesperson and the buyer understand the individual is as important as the process. Whether you are face to face with a customer or on the telephone with a potential prospect, understanding how you communicate will make all the difference in closing the sale. By the way, closing the sale is not them buying a home. What is closing the sale?
Getting them under agreement or representation.
Converting.
That's exactly right, Jeff.
Being
Them
able to
hiring
move
you.
forward.
Them signing your rep agreement. We're not talking about, as soon as I talk about this, agents start thinking somewhere, oh, here we are trying to manipulate them into buying a home. No, we're trying to get them to hire you. And then as soon as I say that, they're like, oh, that's a different thing entirely. I want to hear more about this. Exactly right. So you're not selling a house, you're selling a service. So when we read it again under different guys, it starts really becoming relevant. Perfecting your art of selling starts with self-awareness. The single main reason a sale falls through, someone chooses another real estate agent instead of you, is because your sales training does not take individual styles into account, both the salesperson and the buyer. Understanding the individual is as important as the process. Whether you are face to face with a customer or on the telephone with a potential prospect, understanding how you communicate will make all of the difference in closing the sale and you getting hired. The Insights Discovery Sales Program teaches salespeople how to recognize type and how to develop lasting and productive client relationships. 100% increase your sales. You will be able to increase your revenue, reach your sales goals, become a better negotiator, create a better relationship with your clients, and dramatically improve your sales team's performance with the Insights Discovery Sales Program. Very cool stuff here. All right. This is a very important link because they've actually put this online. And I want all of you to do it, including Madam Ormsby, who is got someone in her office that she's trying to help right now. I want her to also do the color test because that's fun. You'll see just how yellow Lisa is. Obviously, we've done this before. I'm going to show click this view report button. Hyperlink, open hyperlink. I'm going to share my other screen here for a moment. After you take your exam, there is a report that you can have access to. It talks about your strengths, possible weaknesses, value on a team, effective communication, barriers to effective communication, and then possible blind spots. The opposite type. So if you are red, the opposite type is yellow. It's going to talk about who the opposite type is. And then the communication with the opposite type and how you struggle with people who are the opposite color of you. So if you are a yellow and you are trying to be hired by a red, those two people can irritate each other. So red wants quick decisions and it's not emotional. You got your blues and your greens. Greens or your blues really want data. Yellows don't do data. Blues want the data, and then yellows trying to get the blue excited about the emotional aspects of selling, and the blue has no emotion. They're coming at it from data, and they're missing the mark with each other because they're not talking each other's language. So as you start identifying the color of the other client, you can give them what you know that they're going to need to be able to make a decision in hiring you, which is going to be the data. And so sometimes people come and ask you, well, can you show me your contract to close ratio? And the yellows are like, excuse me? Why do you need to have that? We're gonna change that. This is, by the way, a report that you get right after if you want to from taking this color exam. Suggestions for development, the management side of you and creating the ideal environment for you to thrive, what you need to thrive, and then management and motivation and what you need to help motivate you, management style and managing others. John may tend to be overwhelmed by too much information presented too quickly, surprise others with less honest acceptance of his own limitations, idealize those whom he respects, serves his team rather than lead in a forthright manner. When you do this and you pull this report and you read your report, all of you are going to, so far, 100% of the time, agents identify themselves through all of these reports and they're just kind of blown away at what they're reading. It's really fun. And then you see the insight wheels of where this person is in terms of blue, red, green, and yellow, and where they fall on the chart. This person is a mix between blue and green. So they are a coordinator versus an observer versus a reformer versus a director versus a motivator versus an inspirer versus a helper versus a supporter. And so if you are red yellow and you're really yellow with a little red, you could be an inspirer. If you are a little more red, you got yellow but a little bit more red, you might not be inspired, you might be a motivator. Or less yellow, more red, you could be a director. A little bit of red and a little bit of blue, you could be a reformer. You see? And so, and then your numbers will show you where you fall out on this report, and it's very cool. And then it shows you your color chart and where you are conscious, less conscious, whether you're introvert or less introvert. So very fun report. You guys ready to do this? You want to learn about yourself a little bit more? All right. I'm excited too. I am going to put this in the browser here, which means I am going to then share my screen. I know it makes your screen blur a minute. All right, so you're going to go to this link. I'm going to put it in the chat, but first you're going to click the Get Started. And you're going to get some words. And it says, please select all that describe you. So you're going to pick the words that describe you, whatever they are. And I'm not picking words that describe me. I'm just grabbing words by random. You're going to finish this and then you're going to click next. And you're going to keep going through this until you are done with this. After you're done, it will give you the report. Now, when you're thinking about these words, I want you to think of yourself as a real estate agent. In your job as a real estate agent, and you. Maybe not as a parent, maybe not as a friend, maybe not as something else, because you might think tactful. Well, I'm really tactful with my friend. I want it to be in real estate and you as a person, not in relation to something else. So think of yourself and then think of you as a real estate agent and answer these questions. All right, I'm putting this into the chat. This is going to take you all a couple minutes to complete. Once you are complete, I would like you to raise your virtual thumb so that I can tell when the last person has finished. We're going to start with our first slide. So the 4-color model, we've got the fiery red, we have the sunshine yellow, we have the earth green, and the cool blue. Each of the colors represents 2 key related pieces of information: the individual's outlook on life and the way they make decisions. Decision making and their outlook on life. Very, very interesting, because the way they make decisions is something that we need to know. And this is something that's going to help you work with everyone that you come in contact with, because you can spot someone's color sometimes before they even start talking, just on how they carry themselves. You can usually pretty quickly understand someone's color. The more you do this too, the better. Sometimes it surprises you, but not often. Okay, it also impacts the way a person is perceived by others. Let's start with the basic description here. Fiery red. Would someone read the fiery red for the class? Raise your hand. Isa.
Fiery red is displayed by someone who is action-driven and who is certain and confident. They enjoy a challenge and are often competitive, determined to succeed. This determination means that their goal is achievement and overcoming challenges. However, their single-minded focus can sometimes lead others to see them as impatient.
Thank you. I need another reader for yellow. Alicia. Alicia, you're on mute, so we need you to unmute. And Donita, I'll have you read next.
Sorry. Sunshine yellow is displayed by a person who is fun and loves interacting with others. They value socializing and they are enthusiastic around others, particularly when demonstrating a skill. When working in a group, they desire recognition. They are dynamic and spontaneous, which can lead others to see them as disorganized.
Thank you. Donita, can you please read the green? Because I saw your hand go up for a moment. And then Gabriel, you'll be next. So it looks like, Donita, that your microphone is not connected. So if you hover over your bar and click the down arrow key for audio, I think your audio is set to your speaker. So Gabriel, can you read the green? I'm sorry.
Earth green is displayed by someone who is caring and encouraging and who values stability and supporting others. They are happy to share with others and are patient when teaching a new skill. Their ultimate goal is harmony, and in a group, they foster consciousness or consensus. They are seen by others as agreeable and relaxed, but can also be seen as mild and docile.
Okay, thank you. And blue. Wells, your hand's up, right? So.
Okay. Cool blue is displayed by someone who is very exacting, who wants everything they do to be to a high standard, who is conscious and thoughtful. They are deliberately in their actions and work within a formal structure. In a group, they strive for understanding and they can be perceived by others as thoughtful and analytical, but sometimes distant and unemotional.
Thank you. Okay, personality assessment. 4 color categories and 8 personality types. So no person is entirely described by one color. That's true. We are a mix of all of the different traits. So when you look at the primary color and the secondary color and put them together, it tells a story that's interesting if we pay attention to it. So we will display differently based on our environment and mood. And a person can be a mix of different color categories too. From this comes the idea of 8 personality types, where in addition to types based on the 4 colors, there are 4 more types which represent a blend of 2 colors. These 8 types map onto the work of Hung, who defined personality as 4 aspects: sensation, intuition, thinking, and feeling along one axis, extroversion versus introversion. So those people who are an extrovert versus the introvert versus those people on the y-axis who are sensation oriented, intuition oriented, thinking, fact-based, or feeling-based. So when we dive into the red, the personality type red, think director, extroverted thinking. A director is a person who is focused primarily on results. Their biggest priority is to get to the most important task they have done to a high standard and on time. So, task oriented. We're going to get it done. We need to get it done fast. We need to get it on time. We're going to get it done. A driver. And they're not afraid to make big decisions and to implement those decisions assertively. These qualities make them excellent leaders, but they need to be careful so they don't come across as pushy or impatient. Their need and drive to get things done can sometimes roll over someone and do so inadvertently. So that means that they're not conscious of it. So then that also helps us have more awareness for the reds and their personality type. And it's not that they're meaning to be so direct, it's part of their personality type. So then we understand them more. And I know who my reds are in here, I know them well. Motivator. Okay, so remember we talked about the red and we looked at the little bit of red and then it gets into the yellow a little bit. So if you are a red with a lot of yellow, you're going to be a motivator. Extroverted intuition. The motivator has the same drive to get results as the director, but this is tempered by an emphasis on positive thinking and a sense of fun. This person has a high level of enthusiasm and can get a group motivated and take on a task to overcome a challenge. Their ability to enthuse people into implementing plans make them well suited to roles where they inspire their staff to achieve their goals or inspire the people around them. Inspiration is a really big deal. It's a driver. A mix of red and yellow is going to be the inspirer. That's the extroverted feeling. It's going to be the eight steps around the spokes of the wheel. The inspirer's great strength is their people skills, as they enjoy being around others and have a good understanding of how to motivate and inspire them. But they're not just cheerleaders. They are creative types who can find people-oriented solutions to problems that other people might not think of. Their skill at persuasion can make them good salespeople, as well as creative team members. So we're going to go through every main color, but also every color horizon. So if you are like Jonathan, where blue is your primary color and your secondary color is red and green, um, you are going to look at this fire chart and you're going to find yourself in these different spokes. Here's a little bit of yellow green, the helper. So we talked about the motivator, inspirer. This is going to be just straight up yellow. Now this is, we got through red and then red yellow. Now we hit straight yellow. Now we're moving into the yellow green, the helper. Introverted intuition with extroverted sensing. The helper has the sociable aspects of the inspirer, but also a more grounded, caring aspect. Instead of wild creativity, they have a more solid, supportive, practical approach. They enjoy helping others most of all, and they are willing to be flexible and to see others' points of view. Their skill at sharing ideas make them excellent mediators, as they are good at helping a group to build a consensus. Now we are straight up green. The supporter, earth green, very connected, high EQ. The supporter is someone who prefers to stay out of the spotlight and to facilitate the work in groups. They are excellent listeners and can empathize with others well, so they make good counselors. They are highly loyal to their team and they like to work supporting others in group rather than just driving results on their own. The exact opposite of the red. That's why it's on the opposite wheel of the red. Now we get into a little bit of the blue, green, blue. That's a coordinator. The coordinator is highly organized and puts an emphasis on planning and time management. They have a practical approach to what can be achieved and what steps will be required to implement a plan. They make excellent administrative staff and project managers. Now here we are right in the blue. Introverted thinking. The observer is detail oriented, and these are other scribes, I call them. The observer is detail oriented and cares about everything being correct and defined to a high standard. They are strong at analysis and meeting rules or guidelines, making them well suited to testing or compliance roles. They are really in any role that's required to be analytical, practical thought. So your engineers fall into the blue, often a great fit for legal, financial, or technological pursuits. Highly precise. Dotting the I's and cross the T's are important to them. So the red, they're going to jump into a job, they're going to dig into it, and they need to get it done. And precision is less important. Getting it done is critically important, and do it fast. Versus the blue, they're going to take a much more cautious approach. This needs to be done, but we need to do the research. We need to understand what our objective is, and we need to dot our I's, cross our T's, and we need to do it right, and maybe even do some research first to really understand what it is that we're approaching here. Because precision matters, because the outcome is less important than the time it takes to get there. So time management becomes difficult for them. Whereas time management for the red, completely the opposite. Give something to the red and it's going to be done in 15 minutes. You're going to look at it and you're going to say, okay, well, that bed could be a little bit better. Whereas the blue, they're ironing the sheets in concept. Okay, now here we are with the blue-red. Very interesting dynamic of blue-red because they've got two things impacting them. So this is the extroverted sensing with introverted intuition. The reformer wants both high standards and strong results, which makes them extremely determined. They have the strength in monitoring performance and discipline, making them well suited to roles where decisions might need to be made based upon logic and data rather than people and relationships. If you have to pick who's going to live and die, this is who you want, because they're not going to make a emotional decision. They're going to make a rational one. This is a non-emotional person who can drive results and a logic set of results without any emotion behind it. No attachment. So these people can be very detached emotionally because they're going to be logically driven and determined to an outcome. So these are good people to have as your military leaders. So here's on a good day and a bad day. Because do we all have good days and bad days? We do. So, all right. So Corby, you are yellow, blue. So then on a good day, you're going to take the yellow and the blue and you're going to read those two because you're going to be experiencing those two. And on a bad day, you're going to be experiencing those two. So let's just look on a good day. If you're blue, you're cautious, you're precise, you're deliberate, questioning, and formal. On a bad day, you can be a little stuffy, a little indecisive, a little suspicious, maybe cold and reserved. Who's my blues? Okay. Wells has got a grin on her face. Charlie's got a little grin on his face. So, blue personality types. Are you cautious, precise, deliberate, questioning, and formal? Does that sound like you? Do you feel that to be accurate? Anyone want to speak to that?
Everything but formal.
Okay. So then Charlie has a yellow horizon, social, dynamic, demonstrative, enthusiastic, and persuasive. Does any of those sound formal? So his yellow is definitely affecting his blue. So we have to look at that. All right. Have any other Wells? Are you cautious, precise, deliberate, questioning, formal? You have a red backup. So
Yes, I do have a red backup. I'm trying to read the words, but yes, that sounded a lot like me, especially the detached part. Emotionally detached, I can do that. Been doing that forever. But it works for me. It doesn't mean I'm not emotionally connected somehow, but the end is going to be great.
So the
regardless what
Reds are going to run it out. They're going to fight it out. They're going to box it out. The yellows, they're going to go in a social and they're just going to try to they're just going to go have a party and they're just going to ignore it and they're just going to go probably push it off. What do we call that when we push things off and
It's
we don't?
enjoying life. Absolutely.
Okay. What are the greens going to do? They're going to hug it out. The greens are going to have a hug fest. They need their hugs. And what do the blues need to do? They're going to think it out. They're going to articulate it out. They're going to work out. They're going to get the answers because the answer's in the data somewhere. So where is it in the logic? And they're going to try to build a logic problem for it. So again, blue, let's start with the yellow. 99% of real estate agents are yellow. I'm seeing a lot of yellows here. I'm also seeing a lot of blues, but the yellows, sociable, dynamic, demonstrative, enthusiastic, and persuasive. Yellows, on a bad day, excitable, frantic, indiscreet, flamboyant, and hasty. Does any yellows want to raise your hand and agree or disagree with your color assessments?
I think I can. What's flamboyant? I've never really. So yes, I am a clown, and when I'm having a really bad day, I will silly dance in the kitchen and make my kids laugh, and I look ridiculous, but it's just
It works.
I'm ignoring what I'm feeling, and I will mask that with fun and an F it mentality. Like, ugh, it is what it is. Let's just do something else, if that makes sense.
I love it. Said the yellow. Okay, Angela.
Yeah, I feel like I'm yellow and green, and I feel like they both kind of are pretty nailed it. I mean, I definitely am not, I don't have a problem. I'm not shy or, so they kind of do tell my personality. I think it's good. It was very accurate.
Okay, I'm going to be putting you guys in some breakout sessions. I'm going to put you actually in your own room. So I'm going to create 5 rooms, 4 for the colors and 1 for the people who did not have a color. It's going to take me a second, but we're not done yet getting through this because we've got about 20 more slides because we're going to break down the colors even a little bit more. All right, so me, fiery red, 33%, earth green, 22%, sunshine yellow, 24%, cool blue, which was 17%. RG, yep. So that's what you should see. You should see your percentages around a wheel like this. So the red, insight discovery on reds. If you do this report, you'll see what the discovery says. Fiery red energy represents individuals' characteristics by assertiveness, determination, and results-oriented approach. What is the fiery red personality type? People who have a preference for fiery red energy tend to be competitive, confident, and decisive, often taking charge and leading others. Fiery red energy is associated with traits such as being driven, ambitious, and willing to take risks to accomplish objectives. Who are my reds? Gabriel. Who else are my reds? Isa, you are yellow.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Okay, Jamia. Nice. We only have 2, is that right? Interesting. Okay. So the fire red personality type, people who have a preference for fire energy, remember ambitious, driven traits. What are the strengths and weaknesses of fiery red? Would someone read would a red read the Gabe, would you read the strengths and weaknesses of fiery red?
Yes, sir. Could you tell me what slide I'm kind of just so I can, what slide are we on?
We are on 674.
674. Okay, give me, okay. How can someone with fiery red traits benefit a team or organization? People with preference for fiery red energy, highly motivated to achieve goals, so their determination and focus on results can push the team or business towards success and help meet targets efficiently. Fiery red individuals are good at taking charge and making decisive decisions and also providing clear direction to a team. They tend to drive progress and keep projects moving forward. Do you want me to continue?
Yeah.
Okay. When communicating with someone who has a preference for fire red, remember to be direct and sorry.
All right, so I'm gonna take this one.
Yes,
So
sir.
674, people who lead with fire red energy tend to be action oriented, determined, confident, and assertive. They have a natural drive to take action and get things done efficiently. They prioritize achieving goals and outcomes, and they often display a high level of productivity. They get things done. You want something done, give it a red. You want something done right? Well, that's a different story. But it's not that they're doing it wrong, and they're very, very good at starting projects and getting things done. So just, sometimes people are perfectionists too, so that's going to matter. However, sometimes fiery red energy can appear impatient. They can be intolerant and sometimes can be critical of others' work if they perceive it as slowing down the process. They may have a preference for maintaining control, potentially limiting collaboration and creativity. This is a personality type. How can someone with fiery red traits benefit a team or an organization? People with a preference for fiery red energy, highly motivated to achieve goals, so their determination and focus on results can push the team or business forward towards success and help meet targets efficiently. Fiery red individuals are good at taking charge and making decisive decisions and also proving clear direction to a team. They tend to drive progress and keep projects moving forward. How can you communicate effectively with someone who leads with a fiery red energy? How can we communicate with them? If our client is fiery red and they want to drive us through this transaction and we're a control freak, wow, we need to know. So when communicating with someone who has a preference for fiery red, remember, be direct and concise and focus on main points. Red energy individuals value efficiency and productivity. So when interacting with them, try and respect their time by being punctual and organized, because these things matter. Charlie likes the red. All right, so personality assessment. The red tendencies: getting immediate results, making quick decisions, persistent, solving problems, taking charge, looking self-reliant, accepting challenges. Ideal situation where you're going to see a red thrive. New varied activities, opportunity to really get things done, continual challenges, multitasker, difficult assignments, freedom to act from their instincts, control over situations, direct answers from others, no innuendos, great police officers, great at working in first responders, military, this kind of thing. Red personality weaknesses: insensitive towards others because they're really just focused on an outcome, and there can be collateral damage when you're so focused on an outcome that all their energy is focused on the outcome. And people who are not on that track, people who are not part of the team and the vision of where we're going, they get left out because they're not consensus building, they're driven. So they are getting excited about the other Reds who are on that team and they're on the goal and they're on this mission. But if you're not on the mission, you're not relevant to me right now. Insensitive towards others, impatient, overlook risks. We can get this done. No, that's not too far. We can jump that far, right? Maybe. Inflexibility, demanding of others, talks too much, inattentive to details at times, and resenting of restrictions. Anything that gets in the way of getting the goal, that's just another thing to overcome. Red personality needs others to provide. So red, we need all four colors for the wheel to turn. So what does red really need? Because what are they really limited of? They need someone for attention to routine tasks. They need that. So if you're a red and you're looking for an assistant, this is what you need to be looking for: an assistant, because you hire another red and the details are not going to get done. Attention to routine tasks, being cautious, putting brackets on things. Wait up, wait up, wait up, wait up, wait up. I'm not sure the technical spec says this. And focus on details and facts. Red personality, personal growth areas where we can grow as people: greater patience, sensitivity to others' needs, and flexibility. Okay. Yellow. Insights discovery is sunshine yellow energy. Sunshine yellow energy is all about positivity, enthusiasm, and creativity. This has nothing to do with the reds. Red is not positivity or enthusiasm or creativity. They're about driving, getting it done results. And yellow is over here. Let's be positive. Let's be enthusiastically positive, and let's try new things. And the red's like, no, we're not going to do any of that. The yellow, how can you communicate effectively with someone who has a sunshine yellow personality? When communicating with someone who has a sunshine yellow personality, it's important to keep things positive and upbeat. The silver lining effect. They respond well to enthusiasm and take good positive energy, so try to match their level of excitement. Be sure to acknowledge their ideas and contributions as they thrive on recognition and praise. They need that from others. However, it's also important to be clear and direct with your communication, as they may struggle with details and may need to help staying focused on the tasks at hand. So if you have a red and a yellow, the red is driving it to get done, the yellow is wanting to have fun, and the details be damned, because that's what's missing on both of these personality types. Remember, we need all four in order for the cogs and the wheels to support it rolling forward. So, overall approach to them with a positive attitude and a willingness to collaborate, and you'll likely have a successful interaction with them. So, when you have a client that's yellow, they're probably not looking at the details of the inspection report that well, because they're excited about the neighborhood, they're excited about the house, the energy feels good, and the rest of it. Okay, this is okay. I like this. I like the way it feels. You're going to hear that a lot. And the green is really about the way it feels. But the yellow is like, this is great for entertaining. This people are going to be looking at different things. Whereas the blue is going to be, well, I like the house, but they're going to be detail oriented on every single item of the contract and the inspection report. Yellows and reds, not so much. Personality assessment. Yellow, personality tendencies, optimism, enthusiasm, makes good impressions. Good first impressions. Really good at getting hired, by the way. Verbally articulate, likes to help others, creates an entertaining climate. The personality ideal situation for a yellow. Where do you put a yellow and they will thrive? Friendly, warm environment, freedom from control, public recognition of the ability, opportunity to talk, positive reinforcement, enthusiastic response to ideas. These are really good party planners. These are really good executive directors for philanthropic organizations. The arts, these kind of things. Personality weaknesses. Where can you put a yellow and the flowers wilt? Following through, overestimating results, misjudging capabilities, talks too much, impulsive, jumps to conclusions, overcommits, which is huge for the yellows, overcommitting, and acts first, thinks second. This is things that they struggle with. Personality, what yellow needs from others to do, because that's just not in their wheelhouse, which is following through on details, focusing on tasks and a logical approach, which, by the way, also the red struggle with. Yellow, time awareness is not something that they're A+ with, or objectivity in decision making, because it's more about the way it felt, or the fun that could come out of it. But yellow is very important. I mean, that is the optimism that drives society forward. Now let's talk about the greens. The green, again, these are our empathetic greens. The green energy represents individuals who possess your nurturing, empathetic, relationship-oriented characteristics. Who is good green? Nurses, possibly EMT, psychiatrists, counselors, people who they can read the expression on your face. They can kind of understand what you're feeling just by looking at you. They're very nurturing. What is their personality type? People who have a compassionate earth green energy tend to be nurturing, supportive. They're naturally caring and compassionate. They prioritize the well-being and needs of others. Earth green energy is full of empathy and understanding, that they have a strong ability to empathize and understand the perspectives and feelings of others, and they are very good listeners. They are often set out by their colleagues for their empathetic ability to provide a safe space for sharing and thoughts and concerns. So these are the people go to for help because they know that they're going to get the help. If you need someone to talk to, you're probably going to go to a green, not a red and not a yellow. What are the strengths and weaknesses of the earth green individuals? Because earth green can look at red and shake their head, and vice versa. Earth green energy possesses a natural ability to empathize with others and understand emotions and their perspectives. It allows them to build a very strong relationship, provide emotional support, and create a nurturing work environment. These are important things for humanity to feel safe and sharing. Earth green energy has a genuine concern for the well-being of other people. They're often set out for guidance as they are excellent listeners and offer valuable emotional support to their colleagues. Sometimes earth green energy has difficulty asserting boundaries because they have a strong desire to please others and maintain harmony. While seeking consensus is valuable, earth green may prioritize agreement over efficiency or decisive action, which can potentially slow down a decision-making process or hinder progress in situations where prompt action is needed. So something needs to be done, but they're like, let's not go too quick. I think there's more work here to be done. How can someone with earth green traits benefit a team or organization? Understanding that earth green energy helps individuals and teams appreciate the importance of fostering supportive relationships, creating an inclusive work environment, and valuing emotional well-being. By leveraging their nurturing and relationship building skills, earth green energy contributes to teamwork, employee engagement, and overall organizational harmony. Reds need greens. If a red is a business owner, they often will need the green to come in to help, because green is going to create culture. When communicating with someone who has a preference for earth green energy, remember to build trust. It's very important that you take the time to establish a personal connection with the individual that leads with green energy, because building trust enables open and honest communication. Authenticity is very important to green. Okay. Green personality tendencies: supportive, agreeable, loyal, self-control, consistent, good listener, opportunity to develop personal relationships. Personality ideal situations: sincere appreciation by others, minimal conflict between people, security, acknowledgement of work by others, limited territory, traditional procedures, opportunity to develop personal relationships. Personality weaknesses: resist change, trouble making deadlines, overly lenient with people, procrastinates, indecisive, holds grudges, overly possessive, and lacks initiative. Greens are not going to be your managers, because they're going to be overly lenient, because they want people to be okay. So they're going to be the school nurse, they're not going to be the principal. Green personality needs others to provide. Try to push new challenges, help in solving difficult problems. Not that they're not smart, but they're not going to be focused on the details like that. And initiative and accepting change. By and large, people don't like change. Green really don't like change. Green personality, personal growth areas: facing confrontation and dealing with it, whereas reds can take it head on, or moving at a faster pace and initiating. So you can see the green and the reds are kind of at odds. All right, now let's move over to our blues. The cool blue energy. Our blue is our engineers: logical thinking, calm, analytical, detail-oriented. People with a dominant cool energy thrive in environments that require precision, structure, and deep thinking. Their ability to focus on facts and data ensure they make thoughtful, well-researched decisions, proving high value to any team or organization. We would not have watches if it weren't for blues. They are the ones that can, at the very minute detail, take those little tiny cogs in there and make all that work. Whereas a red, they're going to look up at the sun and that's good enough. What is the insights discovery cool blue energy type? The cool blue personality type is often linked with individuals who prefer to analyze and to process information before acting. They are highly objective and detail oriented, seeking accuracy and efficiency in every task. These individuals prioritize logical reasoning and tend to be meticulous in their work, making them highly valued for their ability to handle complex situations and identify patterns with large sets of data. You need to figure out what the problem is, bring in the blue, and they're the ones that are going to come in the white coats and they're going to start trying to figure out where the problem is. So good engineers, good technical details and all of that. These are going to be the people who are truly dotting your I's and crossing your T's and making sure that things are accurate. Strengths and weaknesses of the cool blue energy. So we're gonna be done with this right at 12. We're gonna come back. We're gonna come back right at 1. So we're gonna have just enough time to get through the analytics side of this before we get into the group exercise of it. Strengths and weaknesses of cool blue energy. Cool blue individuals are known for their analytical personality traits, excelling at breaking down intricate information into manageable parts. Their strengths include critical thinking, attention to detail, and a preference for a methodical, logical approach. However, an over-reliance on analysis can lead to delays in decision-making, as they may seek more data than necessary before taking action. Information paralysis is something that blues suffer with. Additionally, their composed and thoughtful demeanor may sometimes be perceived as disengagement when really they're just processing. And I do that a lot. Someone will look at me and say, "What's the matter?" Literally, I'm processing. Right now, I'm literally processing. How can someone with cool blue traits benefit a team or an organization? In a team setting, the cool blue energy individuals provide detail-oriented personality types who value precision and structure. Their well-researched insights help teams make data-driven decisions, ensure accuracy of outcomes. Cool blue individuals thrive in roles that demand problem-solving, attention to detail, and careful planning. Their contributions are essential in high-stakes environments where accuracy and thoughtfulness are critical. You know, building nuclear bombs. You definitely want a blue on that. How to communicate effectively with cool blue energy. When interacting with someone who leads with cool blue energy, it's crucial to be clear and concise and logical in your communication. Providing evidence-based reasoning will resonate well with them. They prefer data to support arguments. Since cool blue personalities often need time to process information, offering them space to think through the details helps build trust and improves their collaboration. Some people need time and some people don't like that at all. Blues like to be able to sit with the information you've given them to think about it. Structuring your communication clearly will ensure your message is received and appreciated by these analytical individuals. Personality tendencies: orderliness, conscientious, disciplined, precise, thorough, diplomatic, analytical. Ideal situation: being able to concentrate on detail, opportunities to critique, stable surroundings and procedures, exact job description, expectations, opportunities for careful planning, sufficient time to do things correctly, opportunities for reassurance from authority. Their weaknesses: indecisive, information paralysis, too much data, get bogged down in the details, rigid on the how-tos, avoids controversy, low self-esteem, hesitant to try new things, sensitivity to criticism, and they can be pessimistic. Personality, what they need others to provide the blues is quick decision making. Okay, you've got all this information, give me the information so that I can make a decision. Optimism and help in persuading others. Personal growth area, be more open with their feelings and be more optimistic. Okay, so communication. Communicating with the 4 color personalities. So the fiery red to sunshine yellow. Be focused but share excitement. For example, we need to move quickly on this, but I know your energy can rally the team. So people in the red to yellow, Pay attention to where you are in this because I want you to hear where you fall in this and hear this statement. But your red to yellow is be focused but share excitement. Red like focused, yellow like excitement. So you're doing exactly what they're looking at. For example, we need to move quickly on this, but I know your energy can rally the team. You're speaking to both sides. The fiery red to green, you got your driver, but then the green, what's our green? Our empathetic. So now we're going to be talking about feeling a little bit. Avoid being too blunt. Instead, say, here's the goal we need to meet. Let's discuss how we can get everyone on board. Your fiery red to cool blue. What's our blues? Our engineers, they like data. So we got our red to blue. Respect their need for details. Here's the plan. Let me know if you see any potential gaps we need to fix. Because they want to be able to provide insight. They want to insert their details because they're going to have a whole piece of data that they're lugging around that they're going to want to insert into this collaboration. Sunshine yellow to fiery red. Now we went from red to the three colors. Now we're going to go from yellow, which feels like the exact opposite, but not really. Because if you got someone who's dominantly yellow with a light red, that's a different thing. They're going to be coming at this from an enthusiasm. You need the enthusiasm to be brought to this. I love your energy. Let's dive into this project head on and hit the ground running. That's going to get your yellow all excited. Yes, you're speaking my language. Sunshine yellow to earth green. Be warm, inclusive, saying, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. Let's make sure everyone feels involved. You're talking their language. Sunshine yellow to cool blue. I've outlined the key points. Can you help ensure we're staying on track? Blue, they're going to be following every detail, and the yellow needs to be enthusiastic. Let's start with the greens now. What are our greens?
Nurturers.
Feeling, emotional.
People who care about everyone's feelings and making sure is on track. Well, taking care of.
Empathetic people.
I love it. So you're
Huggers.
You're huggers, you're empathetic to people who care about you from the core of your being to make sure that you're truly good, versus the yellow over here, which is, well, let's just have fun with this. Let's just let it go, compartmentalize it, and let's just do something fun and make someone laugh because that is going to make me feel better. On this, show support but keep them focused. Your enthusiasm is contagious. How can I help you make this even better? Earth green to fiery red. I understand your urgency. Let's make sure everyone feels good about the plan so we can move forward smoothly. The red, the green. Earth green to cool blue, acknowledge their precision. I value your eye for detail. Can you help ensure everything is aligned? Cool blue to sunshine yellow. Rein in their energy with structure. I love your ideas. Can we prioritize them and create a roadmap to make them happen? Cool blue to fiery red. Be factual and concise. Here are the key steps needed to achieve your goal. Let's get this done efficiently. Cool blue to earth green. Be collaborative but detailed. I appreciate your input. Let's go through the specifics together to ensure that we've covered everything. All right. I'm gonna put you in your groups right before lunch. It's gonna sit there in groups, and then you're gonna come back from lunch and jump right into them. But I would like you to select a group captain. And some groups are going to have a much better time at this than others, just at this one task of who is going to be your captain. Your blues are going to be, trying to figure it out on a detail level. How many times you've been a captain before, and these types of things. Your reds, they're all going to be talking at once. Your earth greens, you be captain. I think you'd be an excellent captain. And your yellows, what are we doing here? Hey, we should have a happy hour after this. This is kind of the feeling that you get when you all collaborate inside your colors, which is fun to watch. Humanity is a very cool thing. All right. So it is 11:54. Lisa, do you have anything before I push them to lunch? No? Okay, everyone. Andy, I see your hand up.
Quick question, Jack. You did say that most real estate agents, the predominance are yellows, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Yellow. All right, so you are officially dismissed for lunch. Let's come back at 1 o'clock. I'm going to stick around here as I'm putting you in your rooms and getting all of the colors together. If you have not yet labeled yourself, please go ahead and do so. If you haven't taken the exam yet or the assessment, you can do that on lunch and come back.
Jack, for the first time, I didn't even get a word in edgewise with all those yellows in that room. One
And the
word.
only reason I got to talk was
And
because
look, they're still talking.
I'm more of a red and a blue is my background. I used to be an interview and in finance, so I just took control.
I'm the red.
You want me to be the leader?
And if
And all
you're
they said,
talking
yeah,
right
you
now,
do.
you're being muted by me.
Oh, I'm the red, but
Okay. Welcome back from our breakout sessions, everyone. I want to hear from each one of your groups and I want to hear from your breakout captain. So let's start with the Reds. Who is a group captain in our Reds? Oh, that's right. There isn't any. Which is the first time in Mega history that this has ever happened. We've always had at least 2 or 3 Reds, which surprised me. All right, moving to the Greens. Who is the group breakout session captain to the Greens? Who do I got?
Hey, Jack, it's me.
Andrew. All right, so Andrew, what was the approach that you guys took to creating your group captain?
Well, I think honestly, we reflected on what you said. You're like, they're going to be there just discussing the whole time and this and that. While we sat there for a moment thinking, trying to get stuff together. And then we just said, you know what? Look at our time. Let's just pick a captain and dive in. So we just kind of like tried not to try not to be green at that moment and just try to pick somebody. And so I stood up and said, I'll do it.
Okay, nice. All right, and so how did you guys get through all the slides? Were you able to get through all of the slides?
No, like I said, we wasted a lot of time discussing the first slide, and then we realized, hey, we got 3 minutes left. So we got distracted.
Okay, so what was the topic that had the most conversation around it?
You know, it was really I made the comment that you were saying that yellows are typically the agents are typically what you see as an agent. And then we started analyzing, it was, well, what makes a good agent or what makes an agent an agent? And we started looking, it was like, well, we started picking the things on the first slide saying, well, they got to be good listeners. If you're not a good listener, you're not going to know what you're looking for. So that helps us out here. Develops relationships, which that's what real estate is all about, is just developing the relationships. And then we said consistency. Well, you got to be consistent. If you're not consistent, then you know you're going to be leaving money on the table here and there, or you're not going to be able to follow up with clients as much as you should, or stuff like that, right? And then being loyal. I think the loyalty comes across to other people as well. And not only that, but also loyalty to people we work with. So, I mean, that's a good trait, and it might be received from your clients very well to kind of like, hey, this guy's being genuine, or they're being genuine and make that decision. And then lastly, we said, well, it's our duty to put the needs of others when we're doing these transactions, right? And that's one of the things. One of the things in the green is to say we naturally put people's needs ahead of ours. And so that makes us, we felt that it makes us very good at being agents.
So let me ask you a really big question. Did everyone feel comfortable and happy and home in their green environment? Did they feel like that's where they belonged?
You know, I didn't ask a question, but I'll speak based on myself. I did mention, I said, hey, I was confused at the beginning whenever I was like put into the green, because I do feel that I am quite organized. I do take times to think processes it out and make sure I get it done correctly. But then I went back and read through after you take your test, you can read what the green is. And a lot of those traits were still there, just maybe not highlighted as one of the stronger suits. But so at first I was definitely didn't feel like I was the green, but then reading it through, I was like, oh, well, yeah, I am.
I'm green, but I identify as yellow, something like that.
Well, honestly, I think I was green, and I feel more with blue and green.
Okay.
But I'm green and yellow.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. Excellent job. Let's move to our blues. Always interesting to hear from the blues. Who's the captain in our engineer group?
That would be me.
Jonathan. Hello there. So you had
Hello.
a pretty good group. Rachel, Charlie, Iris, yourself, Wells. Christine came in there later based on a note that I saw she had written in the chat, and then Robert. So how did your approach, or how did your group approach picking the captain?
Well, we immediately started looking at the slides and trying to understand everything. And then we kind of jumped in that, oh, we haven't picked a captain. Who wants to be a captain? And so the data showed that because I was sharing the slide, that I would probably be the captain. So we stuck with what the data was telling us, and I became the captain. So
Would that be your red horizon?
maybe so. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. So were you guys able to get through all of the slides?
Uh, we were not. We started as people kept on popping in. We kind of kept on we had like two people kind of joining us a little bit later, so we kept on kind of sticking on one slide, but we did get to a few different slides. Yes.
Okay. What was the topic that took the bulk of the time, do you think? What was that?
Our personality tendencies and how we're very much like structured and focused on like quality and precision and the details. And we're very kind of analytical. And even for me, I studied business in school, and I've always been in engineering roles and in data analytical roles. So it kind of, to me, it ties in perfectly. But for all the others, they were all saying the same kind of things, that they share all those same kind of qualities, and they feel safer in those personality tendencies. So yeah.
So the big question was, did they feel safe and at home in blue? And it sounds like your group was happy in blue.
I think so. We had a pretty good group. Yeah.
All right. So far, green and blue, it seems to have a consensus. All right. Thank you. All right. Now let's turn it over to the yellow, which of course is always the biggest group. Kyle, Lisa, Danita, Ariel, Angela, Isa, Darlene, Alicia, Corby, and Jeff. Who's the captain out of our yellow group?
I'm the captain because
Oh my gosh, Kyle.
I asked the
Okay.
question and everybody chimed in, yes, and didn't have the slides, but I had the
Funny
material.
how every group that had a red horizon ended up being the captain. All right, Kyle. So what was your process about in selecting the group captain in the first place? How did you go about that?
Uh, Basically, I spoke up quickly, but I also asked the question and let the input come. I told them I have a diverse background of all those colors, and then they said, "Yes, you do it," very quickly.
All right. So were you guys able to get through all the slides?
We did, and so we were able to find the slides, and we walked through them. It was a little, a lot of talking. There's no doubt about that. The first slide took the longest. Validated the type of, the good with ideas, fun, positive reinforcement, energy, optimistic. But then, we got through the other slides too. We might have gotten a little disorganized with the talking points, but we definitely got into, some of the downsides as well as the solution, even on what we need around us to be successful. And so I thought it was very constructive.
Important question. Did all of your yellows feel safe and home in the yellow group?
I felt they very much felt they were yellow. Yes.
Okay. So did everyone in your yellow get an opportunity to speak, or was there anyone in yellow that didn't speak?
Not everybody spoke because you had a lot of yellows talking at the same time.
Blues, big question for you. Did all of your blues speak?
Yeah, yeah. No, everybody delivered some input for sure.
and blue light kind, because they very much like to get a consensus and reach out and get data from everyone. So I would expect I would expect the green to have the most people speaking, blue second, and then yellow, of course. There's just going to be some people that are not going to even get a word in edgewise. That is true. So, how about that, Green? Did everyone speak and everyone have an opportunity to participate?
Totally.
Yeah, everybody was able to chime in and give some kind of input. Yeah, for sure.
So we had 8 greens and only 10 yellows. So you had roughly the same size group. So just obviously we see that as part of the yellow personality, and that's something that we're going to need to be conscious of in yellow, is making sure that we go out of our ways to know limitations and make sure that everyone has an opportunity to speak, because yellows like to share. That's part of the whole thing, is just liking to share. The blues like to get data from everyone and make sure that, you know, there's no false positives going on in the blues. It's like, how's everyone feeling about this? And they really like consensus. So one of the homeworks that I'm going to ask you to do is, and this is a fun project for home, is to do this with your family and take this again and just take out any preconceived notions of how you take this test, and just take every single word that's on the screen and scrutinize on it and click the ones that you really identify with, and don't click the ones that you don't, and have your family do the same, and then review these slides with the family and do this as a fun project at home. I can almost guarantee that with an 80% with an 80% probability that your significant other is not the same color as you. It's a rarity. In fact, usually it's opposite colors that attract. So you should be able to identify their strengths and weaknesses as their color, and probably already pegged what their color is long before they've taken the exam. And vice versa with them as you, when they start looking into this. So that is going to greatly help you identify the opposite color and what their traits are. So when you go out in the world, you can start seeing this, and you'll be able to pick up some things with your clients like, ooh, this is a blue. Okay, they like data. I'm going to have to really dig deep in my CMA here. I'm going to need to get extra data. Maybe a grid sheet is going to be helpful for them. Maybe an RPR report would be great because it's got analytics behind it, and they'll like that because they're going to really appreciate that. The reds, I'm going to just have bullet points, and we're just going to get to the end and have them sign the contract because they don't want a lot of data. You know, ask the blue. You get the point. So when you're working with different clients, obviously we're going to tailor approach a little bit based on what we think that's going to be their drivers, but certainly not withhold anything from anyone. But we just know that we're going to deliver certain things to certain. Okay, very, very cool. All right. What do you think about this? Interesting? Do you think this has relevancy in your profession?
Huge, huge.
As a sales,
Absolutely.
is this one of the tools that we can put in a toolbox for our salesperson to make us a better salesperson? All right, so we've got some hands up, and I want to hear from you. I don't know if your hands were yes or hands were I have something to offer. So I'm going to assume it's that, and I hope so because I want to hear from you. Andy, you're up first, and then Wells.
I think this is superb, and even more of these, because this is what's going to help with negotiations, to understand people, to be, to some degree more sympathetic, depending on what color you are. Yeah, I think this is superb. Thank you again, Jack. Fantastic.
Thank you, Andy. Wells, you're up. How do you think this is going to be applicable to your profession?
I think it'll help me understand my weaknesses before I can work on and catch myself when maybe I'm going overboard on what I should. Just remind myself, like,
To check in with yourself. Yeah, I was a little bit hard to follow because you had a little bit of lag with the internet, but I think I was able to follow most of what you said. I think other people might have struggled as well. So take what you just said and throw it in the chat so that we can have clarity too. Isa.
okay, thank you.
This is gonna be the blue in me. How do is there a video we can watch to better pick up on people's colors? Because I feel like everybody has a mix. Is there something like we can practice to pick up better on these colors?
There's
'Cause
a
I already sent this test to like 4 people that I'm closest to.
cool.
One was green and she ain't green, she's blue. And so I wanna be better at it, if that makes sense.
Okay. So discoveryourself.com has an entire school that you can go through. It's really cool. I recommend it highly. Get involved in them. You can actually even become a facilitator of the Discover Yourself group, where you can actually even pull people in. You can have this as a client appreciation party, and you can facilitate the whole thing. And how cool is that? You could even do it at the Realtor organization and maybe hold a class on this, have everyone take it and be a facilitator of it. So there is ways for yourself to plug in deep in this on the discoveryourself.com circle. So yes, and they've got videos, they've got conferences. You can go as far and as deep in the world as you want in this Discover Yourself world. This is separate that we have from Stu Schlegman, who is a guy who wrote a book about this topic as well. Unfortunately, he beats to his own drum, so he has 4 different colors. Instead of yellow, he did orange, and his colors are exactly the same thing. He's just decided to call them something different. But in any event, if you just ignore what he calls the colors and look at the science that he did about how the different people buy, it's really, really impactful. And again, the 4 colors you should know is the book that he wrote. So yes, thank you for asking. I am going to ask you guys to do a self-assignment on the homework assignment that's going to go out to do a 5-minute personal assessment. We're not going to do the breakout session on this one. So, what have I overcome to get where I am right now? In these 3 questions, what have I overcome to get where I am right now? What actions do I need to take to guarantee my success? I want you to go and before you take this assessment, I want you to go and read your colors again, your strengths and your weaknesses, and then identify what have you overcome to get where you are right now, and what actions do you need to take to guarantee your success, and then how can I guarantee that I keep myself to a plan? How can I create the accountability necessary for me to keep to the plan that's going to help me guarantee my success? And that's going to help you a lot with this business plan that you're working on, because accountability in a business plan, often business owners, they do a business plan for one purpose and one purpose only. And it's not to keep them, not an anchor, not to help move them forward, but to get approved for financing for their business. It begins and ends with that for a lot of business owners, especially the red business owners. It's a project that needs to get done and it gets thrown on the shelf. Your blues spend a lot of time on their business plans. Yellows won't create a business plan. So I know the personality types that are going to come back with a business plan, but the thing is the people who won't do a business plan are the people who need it the most. Would you agree with that? So it's like pulling teeth to get people through their own limitations of doing the hard things that they don't want to do that we know that they need to do. So this self-assessment is going to help you, and I look forward to seeing, and I want to get that back. Please put those answers, if you're willing to be a little vulnerable, put the answers to those in your Teams group. I'm going to have a homework assignment for it. In fact, I'm going to create it now just to make sure that it's there. And make sure that you guys can put it all in one place so that it doesn't end up being all over the place. 16. Great post. Please answer these questions. Okay. All right, so that is there. I am horrible at this pronunciation. Heracles. In 500 BCE, there lived a Greek philosopher who said, "No man ever steps in the same river twice, for it's not the same river, and he's not the same man." It's a fact that with every passing day, we've had new experiences, we've gained new knowledge. So as your experience change, so does your interpretation of the world, yourself, the world around you. That's the wisdom that's helping stack on our shoulders and our mind and our spirits and all those things. So again, this homework assignment of what have I overcome to get where I am now? What actions do I need to take to guarantee my success? And how can I guarantee that I follow my action plans? This is something that is going to be a part of your about a part of your business plan, but also hopefully part of that business plan is, if I just show up to my morning huddle, that's going to help anchor me in something. We have this higher obligation that we spoke about on Wednesday about the code of ethics, about this is a test question, by the way. The higher obligation that the code of ethics employs on us was it's being zealous to maintain and improve the standards of our calling and to share with each other a common responsibility for its integrity and honor. Sharing with each other, being a part of each other, going to school and participating, going to classes, but helping each other out. What I found in the realtor organization, especially at brokerages, that people go to a brokerage and they feel like they're all competing against each other. And that's not what we do here. We are all coworkers and hoping for each other's success and rallying behind each other's success. There's more than enough business out there for everyone. So at this place, you're in a safe place, but also be figuring about how can I give back to my realtor organization, to my community as a whole? How can I be this real estate agent that is going to give back? Reputation is everything. And so do you think you have a reputation inside the realtor organization, inside your brokerage, a reputation that other real estate agents hold of you? Do you think that's just as important as the relationship and the reputation that you create for yourself in your family and friend group and separately against your clients? So let's talk about the reputation that you have inside the realtor organization or the realtor world. How do you think your reputation, good or bad, affects you as a realtor in the realtor organization around your colleagues? And the colleagues is the broader whole, not in the firm, but in the realtor world. How do you think your reputation hurts you or helps you? Kelly.
I think it can definitely hurt or help you depending on your integrity and how you handle transactions with the other party. People get excited when they see your name on the listing that they want to work with you. You're collaborative. I always tell my clients, like, our goal is to get to the closing table together. So let's figure out how we can work together to make this happen.
Okay. There's a lot more to this than, do you think that maybe there's people that I know that I see the sign in the yard and I'm with a client and I'm like, oh God, no. No, 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 no. Why? Why does this house have to be listed by this person? You think that exists? Mm-hmm. All right, Gabriel, what do you got? How do you think it affects you? I love that hat, by the way.
Appreciate you. No, just kind of same thing with to pig off of Kelly. Just depending on the reputation and the last impression you leave. I know at times you can give a good reputation. And for example, before I came to this brokerage, I would hold one of the listing agents open house, and I was just being consistent with that same open house. And if she got any interest, she would throw me. I wouldn't call it throw me a bone, but she would throw me a lead and say, "Hey, thank you for being so consistent. I appreciate you always holding these. As I hope this turns into something." So that's always, those are the positives. Now, as far as negatives, I think you can definitely leave a negative pretty quick, depending on what you're doing.
Okay. Powerful. Thank you, Gabriel. Isa and then Wells.
Yeah, I think definitely your reputation matters because if you're the listing agent and you have a bad reputation of being maybe not very negotiable, you know, these people are going to think twice before wanting to invest time into a contract and submitting an offer with you. And our job is, you know, to facilitate everything, disclose everything, and be workable with other people, if that makes sense.
Okay. Thank you. Who else?
I agree with mouth spreads really fast, more than sometimes the work that you're doing. It could just take one person. And well, so I agree. It can hurt you and it can help you. So just being watchful. And sometimes not everything's perfect and not everyone's perfect, but you'll know when someone's continually doing something, you'll hear about it, good or bad. So word of mouth goes in and out, always around.
We are about to see some reputations that were obliterated, literally nuclear bomb style obliteration, and you're going to see it happening real time. In fact, you're about to watch a live PD. Any of you ever watched live PD? We're going to watch one of those videos. We're going to watch the epic bad. We're going to watch the epic good. We're going to be in a bunch of videos. And so the yellows are already smiling ear to ear because they're excited because they know this is about to get entertaining. But it's not for the entertainment purposes that we do this, although for some it's entertaining. For me, it's a little heartbreaking to see what's actually happened out there because that's the lasting legacy that they left behind in a bad taste in the consumer's mouth of what it is to be a real estate professional. So I take those things obviously very seriously. So look, your reputation is important. Your listing as a listing agent, as a fellow real estate agent, the things that, especially for a new agent, what you might think is important is the opposite of what actually is important. The reputation of you being a super top producer, no one cares. You being, I've been in the business for 20 years, nobody cares. You communicating quickly, I care a lot. And the most important one out of everything is that you're not a bully. Being a bully means that, you're going to be putting the boxing gloves on and beating up everyone because some people went to some school out there, and I don't know which one it is, but they're teaching agents to come out the other side to put on the boxing gloves. And if anyone's left standing and not bloody, then you've lost in your negotiations. This is not a sparring match. That's why I love teaching the RE&E class, the real estate negotiation expert class that I teach along with my contracts class. And the Reds showed up, and I'm like, why are you here, Reds? Because we want blood. We want to see blood. And then the Greens, they're thinking, well, we really want to understand. It's just a whole different philosophy than the Blues. We want to be able to understand people better. We want them to be able to understand us. And Yellows is like, we want people to listen to us. I want people to hear us. So negotiations mean something different to different people, even in different color groups. And I need to really emphasize how important it is that negotiations be between client and client, which means an agent's facilitator of the information, not the client. We're not going to act and make decisions for our client, but we're going to facilitate the information and give our clients really good advice in terms of how they can approach the negotiations and allow us to ask the questions and always involve them in the negotiations. But, more importantly, that we are really hard on the problem and soft on the people. So we're going to step aside from that because this is not part of our negotiations class. This is right now about one thing and one thing only. It's about reputation because we're going to be moving forward with that conversation. This is a test question or more of a comment, but it can take a lifetime to build a reputation and an instant to do what to it? What's that word? Because it's in your tests.
Obliterate.
Obliterate.
Obliterate it.
You can spend a lifetime building a reputation and in an instant obliterate it. And we're going to show some examples of that. So what is your most important asset as a real estate agent? The most important. If you just throw it all away and
Reputation.
you start all over again and you had to build up something again, as Charlie said, it's your reputation, but not just your reputation, your spotless reputation. Too many agents suffer a long-term stain for a short-term gain because, in the words of uh, um, Einstein, Albert Einstein, In all things you do, consider the end. They were very short-sighted, and they made a quick decision that impacted them forever. So we spend a lifetime building it, and in a moment it can be ended. We worked very hard as a company to ensure that each of you have first place listings, a place, first position, page one listings on Google. That way, we can control the message, not to repair a damaged reputation, because that's not what we're trying to accomplish with that. And this is also on the exam, by the way. What we're trying to accomplish with filling your page one of Google is many of you come from a lot of different backgrounds. Maybe you were a teacher before. Maybe before that you worked at AT&T sales. Maybe before that you were at Verizon sales, and before that maybe you worked at a cable installer company. All kinds of different professions. And then people look at you, they Google you, because what did we learn? 90% of people Google people before they want to work with them. And that's a test question as well. And that's coming up on a slide. Well, if that's the case, guys, and there's a hodgepodge of what you did, and this looks like this is just the newest rendition of what it is that you do, they're going to have doubts about you. And so if we can fill page one that I'm a full-time real estate agent, and here are all my stuff, here's my Zillow profile, here's my homes.com profile, here's my realtor.com, homes.com, and Zillow profile, which is going to be there. And then your HAR free profile, because we know that's going to show up. And then you have your blog, your website, and then listings, blog, website. And we've pushed everything else down. So when you go to page one on Google, the only thing on page one of Google regarding your name is real estate related activities, because 75% of people are not going to go to page two. 75% of people will never go to page two when they Google someone. They look on page one, they'll click a couple links, and then they've moved on. Those are also statistics. We talked a lot about in Power Start Your Business and Relentless Conversion of things like, what do you want people to say about you when they're at your wake many years, if not decades from now? What do you want your legacy to be? What do you want your reputation to be? How do you want to treat people? What is your level of integrity? Are you a role model? Are you a leader? And who are you a role model to? If someone were to Google you right now, what would they find? And I'm hoping that you guys will continue doing a Google search for yourself every month to see what's there and maintain that reputation. If you are kind of doing the video that we showed this morning out the gate with the person, trying to figure out a way to do some philanthropic things, get out in the community, do some good. Maybe we want that kind of stuff to show up too, because we care about the world. There's a lost puppy at our front door, and that's a heartwarming story, and we can video that and put it out there. And now we're being associated with heartwarming, good community-based things on your TikTok or on your Instagram. I visit it and I see you at the city council meeting, and I see you at the zoning planning committee, not taking decisive standpoints on things and pounding in a message, but asking people what they think, letting them know what is about to come up on the docket or what's coming up on the agenda, and say, hey, you got 4 items on the agenda today. Here are the 4 items. What do you think about these agenda items? Like, follow, and comment for more, and put that in the comments and start getting feedback and start being a facilitator of information, which is people are going to respect that you are understanding different sides of issues, and you can answer questions and maybe even tell people why. But a good reporter will report on something and not necessarily take a very decisive standpoint on something. But that's not for me to make a decision for you on how you're gonna take that. I really feel like if there's a super divisive thing that you're really passionate about, that maybe you create another set of socials and you just put all that energy over there. It's a good idea. It's what most coaches are going to recommend. And then you just stick to being a real estate agent and real estate agent related activities and community-based activities. Not to say that sometimes you're not going to see something that's wrong and you're going to want to fix it wrong and make it right. Okay. So for those of you who were born before September 4th, 1998, there is a line in the sand. Now there's a line in the sand between 2022 and before and after. But does anyone know what the significant date of September 4th, 1998 is? It was the
.com,
what's that?
.com bubble or
It
internet
was
came up.
well, something that came before .com actually. Google, Google.com. Google was born. This changed the world forever. This changed everything about how real estate is done. It changed where people get their information, where people get their news, how information is delineated, how consumers perceive us. We used to, prior to this, was the source of listings. Then after this, we were no longer the source of data. And before this 1998, for those of you who were in the business at that time, people had to come to you and you would give them the listings. And so the data was our value. And then after that, they were really concerned and afraid of the data because they said this is going to be the end of real estate because now all the listings are going to be out there and why are they going to need us after that? But the reality is, if you try to covet the data, you're going to go out of business because the consumer wants the data, but they need someone to help interpret the data, extrapolate the data, make sense of the data, hold their hand through the most complex transaction in a lifetime. And so I don't want us to get confused between our value as a real estate agent, which is the advice that we give and the wisdom that we have, versus the data that's out there, because the data is not the value. It's only a small piece of the whole. It's not the whole. I asked this question, it's even an exam question. Can you control your online reputation? And the answer is, well, yes, you can control your online reputation because if you can fill as much on page 1 of Google, then you can push that stuff down. Again, not with the concept of trying to repair a bad reputation, even though sometimes that's the case. People make mistakes in life and that is what it is. But as what do you want people to see? Testimonials of clients from you. Maybe you do a reel and you've got 20 5-star reviews. And maybe you're going to do a really cool reel that has, the reviews popping in one after another, after another, after another, and just all they see is 5-star, 5-star, 5-star at the end. It's like, work with the best, work with me. And that's one of the ones that you blog about, and boom, now it's showing up on the first page of Google. Things like that is really powerful because reviews mean the world to people. There is a Tom Ferry video. We're not going to watch the whole thing. It's going to be in your homework.
Today, we're talking about the 2 most important places you should be putting reviews and the 5 ways to get it done.
He's going to talk about the 2 sites that you want your reviews to be, and we have limited time between now and 5 when we're going to break for the day. So I want to make sure that we have all the time to get through these videos because there's a lot of videos that we're going to watch. But the more content that you add to realtytexas.com through your blogs, realtytexas.homes, har.com, facebook.com, and realtor.com, this can control the audiences. So you Google us, what do you see? First page listing. Everything is first page listings. Google Michelle LaFortune. What do you see? Realty Texas. Position 1, page 1. Ahead of LinkedIn, ahead of realtor.com, ahead of LinkedIn, ahead of realtor.com, ahead of har.com. Michael Potter, Realty Texas, position 1, page 1. He's got a first and a second page listing ahead of realtor.com, Facebook, LinkedIn, ahead of HomeSnap. His Realty Texas website is beating out billion-dollar companies like LinkedIn. If you dominate page 1 of Google, you will control your brand reputation. That's 100% certainty because people are going to Google you. So then the question becomes, how do you do that? So review sites, Zillow, not so sure about that these days, but Google reviews is huge. Facebook is huge. Yelp is not really that helpful. Yelp is going to call you and ask you to pull out your credit card, and they're going to call you relentlessly. And my recommendation is don't give it to them because Yelp this is the story of Yelp. I want ice cream. I go to Yelp. I find ice cream. And then I go to Yelp and say, I had great ice cream. That was a short term, one day, you had the need was fulfilled, and Yelp was still relevant. The problem with Yelp for real estate is there is a 30-day, 45-day delay, even sometimes more between where they found you and where you ended up. And so because that spread is so pronounced, that people are not really looking for real estate agents on Yelp, but more importantly, the reviews don't stack up on Yelp like they do other places. Not to say that it's not important, But let me ask you the question. How many places are you going to ask your client to review you? Are you going to send your client to Facebook and to Yelp and to Google and to Realty Texas and ask for 5 different reviews on a bunch of different sites? So the question is then, where do you send them? And we have some strategies here. Our social media strategist, Deandra, also has some things to share about that. That's why we created the review system that we have. Our system asks the consumer to review you on our Google account. And then when you take that Google review and you copy it and you paste it into your .me review system, it's going to send them an email and it says, "Thank you for your review. Do you will you authorize me to display this review also on my company website?" They simply click yes, and it shows there, and now it's a verified review. So that our system will have them go to one place and put the review there, then you copy it and you can put it on your company website, and now you've given them permission. Then we create an actual review for you that's in a card that gets pushed to your .me folder. Then you can take that card with that review, and then you can post it on Facebook and you can post it on all your socials as a review, which lets you put it in multiple places, which is the power of doing it in that order. If you have questions, Isa.
That's a lot of information, and I want to get it. So, do we have a page where I can follow the instructions so I can work on that this week? Because I have somebody wanting to give me a review, and she could do a video for me as well.
It's already happening for you. The moment you close on a transaction, we have a very well written email that goes to them that says, "Hello, client. My name is Jack Stapleton. I'm the CEO and broker of Realty Texas. Thank you for your trust and faith in working with Isa, our Realty Texas agent, on the purchase of your home at 123 Main Street." And then I go on and I ask for the review, and I'm very specific and calculated in how I ask for the review. Online reviews, if you we basically we tell them, like, usually I have this memorized, and at this moment I don't. It says that if we ask for 5-star review, and if you don't believe we met your expectation of a 5-star review, please call me and let me know why. Otherwise, tell the world, because most of our business comes from online reviews, and anything less than a 5-star review is an epic fail in the eyes of the consumer. Basically, something like this, which is why we have 500 5-star reviews on our Google page, because every day we're getting 1, 2, 3 Google reviews from the email that comes out. Then we send that to you, and then you copy and paste that into your Realty Texas review system. And yes, we do have sort of a system for that. We actually have Deandra, who teaches a monthly class regarding the review system. Lisa, if you could reach out to Deandra and ask her to do the review system class next. Either she can, if that's too far out, then have Katie do a class inside your Mega Minis regarding how to take the reviews and use our Realty Texas reviews system so that those reviews will show up on their website, and push those to the social folders, because all of that's done for you. All you have to do is copy and paste. Okay, more statistics. So if you ever have questions about stuff like that, you can reach out to Katie or Deandra, and they will lead you to the next time that we are having a class on that, or they'll just show you real-time live. Remember, we have a staff of people we've got Andrew calling you once a month saying, "What do you need? How can we help you?" And a bank of people that's standing by to help you with anything you need. So please don't hesitate to reach out to them for things like that. Statistics: 90% of consumers read online reviews before visiting a business. Online reviews have been shown, Blues, this is going to be very interesting to you. Online reviews have been shown to impact 67.7% of purchasing decisions. 84% of people trust online reviews as much as a personal recommendation. 74% of consumers say that positive reviews make them trust a local business more. Every 1-star increase in a Yelp rating means a 5 to 9% increase in revenue. 82% of Yelp users said they typically visit Yelp because they intend to buy a product or a service, and 93% of searches never go past the first page. Now, I said 90%, but it's more than 90%. 93% of searches never go past that first page. So, impact on business revenue: business risks losing 22%, which is a fifth of their business, having for every one negative article that they can find on page one. Businesses with 2 negative reviews on the first page can lose almost half of its customers. If 3 negative articles pop up in the search query, you're looking at 60%. Most of your customers are now gone. So you are looking at a cataclysmic event having that kind of negative reviews. So we should be obviously safeguarding our reputation and taking those negative reviews very, very to heart and very seriously, like I do here when things like that happen. So what are the 5 things we're not going to post about? Well, these are obviously test questions. The first one, what do you think?
Politics.
Divisive politics.
Politics.
Oh, that's a big one. All right, so politics, I've got number 2, but that just very well may be number 1 right now. Adult content, maybe we should not be a billboard in a bikini, and I'm going to show you some examples of where people thought that was perfectly appropriate as a real estate professional. We're not going to talk bad about the other guy. We're not going to share information that we haven't gone to Snopes and verified that it was true. And money matters. You know, that's not a good, healthy thing to do either, be posting about money issues. So 9 common social media pitfalls to avoid. Don't make it all about you. Make it about someone else. Avoid polarizing topics. Don't neglect your comments and messages. So when people are messaging you and you have engagement, reply to every single one of them, good or bad. Don't engage in online arguments. If you see a fight going, don't poke the bear, just stay away from it. And I'm not talking about a fight that's inside your socials, even though that could happen. I'm talking about in others. Don't get involved in those. Let's just take a deep breath in your nose, out your mouth, and just walk away from it, because you don't want your name tagged into that if at all possible. Just a recommendation. Don't post without proofreading a couple times to make sure that you don't have any misspellings or it's a mess. Avoid overusing stock photos, and don't ever use a photo that you don't have the rights to use, because it's copyright infringement. If you have partnerships with third parties, disclose that on your online. Avoid spamming your audience, and don't use social media as your only tool. Social media is one of many, and I'm going to explain in a moment what that really means. Okay, so here are examples of ways of agents have chose to represent their firms online. We're going to
Jack,
see.
your screen's doing the whole glitch thing again.
Easily fixed. Thank you for letting me know. I will keep this open to watch it. Okay. Social destruction. The next slide is a Facebook post based on a real agent, a real post, and this post showed up on Inman magazine. Raise your hand if you're familiar with Inman. Okay. If you were a real estate agent, I highly recommend you go to inman.com and you register and you read the articles that come out, because it's all kinds of incredible things that are going on at the realtor organization, about trade shows that are going on, about rates, everything real estate related. There is a lot of information that's highly slanted in one way or another. So if you are confused about what you're reading, let me know. I can certainly help break some of that stuff down, because again, I'm really well connected on the national level, and some of that stuff is garbage, but I often share some of it too that's really good. We're going to do a poll, which means I need to open my poll. If I can find this. Polls. Excellent. Appropriate. Inappropriate. Neutral. I mean, although I'm doing a poll, I typed that really quick, so I don't even know if I spelled anything wrong. Save as a meeting poll. All right. The next slide is the Facebook post. Based on the slide, how do you feel about the post? Is it appropriate, inappropriate, or neutral? Okay, so we're going to go through these. This is Autumn Villari, realtor. Here she is. This is her social post. when you go and look at her, where is my well, I'm missing a slide from her. I apologize. And let me go find it. And we're going to go and look at her Instagram really quick. Okay. We are. All right. Here is her page. We're on Instagram here. Here is Autumn in her office. Here is a video of Autumn in her office. Every one of her videos is her showing some part of her body in her videos. I actually just did some research on her because we're going to tell you a story about what these three ladies did. But here's her social post. This is a real estate agent who is in New Jersey. So we look at this and we're like, oh, what's going on here? This is just kind of bizarre in what we're seeing in some of her posts. And some of it is just bizarre. Where's the other video? Is this it? Same thing. It's always of her showing herself in a provocative way on social media. So what do we think? This is her real estate agent, Autumn Sells New York. This is her Instagram page online. So are we seeing something that's appropriate here for a real estate professional? I mean, okay, I'm seeing a lot of people saying no. All right. Kind of weird, right? All right. We're going to see another video now about what this young lady has done. Here's her being arrested. She's now being indicted in New York City. Here's her in handcuffs on her way to go to court because she orchestrated a deed fraud scheme that involved stealing homes by filing false documents and forging signatures for buyers and sellers. She was a real estate agent for 3 years. She sold 6 homes and stole equity from elderly people in their 70s, 80s, and 90s and stealing their house. And here she is not wanting to look at the camera, but her and her 3 friends, while they were in that brokerage, that is how they thought that that would be a good idea for them to make money. This was one of her posts. May the bridges I burn light the way. That was one of the posts that was on her social media profile, on her Twitter account. We're just going to do the poll because I've always think it's fun for us to just go ahead and just put it out there. Obviously, just do this one quickly.
Jack, I'm sorry, your computer is blinking again.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, in poll, we've got 18 out of 18. We're missing a couple of people. That's okay. We're all in agreement that that is not cool. Here is another one. All right, so here's another social destruction. New York real estate broker arrested for forgery and identity theft. Guess when that was? May of 2025. Here is a real estate broker out there committing financial crimes. 64-year-old Jean Maloney of New York was arrested by state police on May 14th on multiple charges, including forgery in the second degree, possession of forged instrument in the second degree, identity theft in the first degree, and falsifying business records in the first degree. The arrest followed an investigation initiated on May 8th after troopers received a complaint from a business in Half Moon reporting potential fraud. She was the owner of 21st Century Properties, and Hanks Hollow Realty was reported hired by the business to manage various real estate transactions as a broker, and she stole all their money. So here again, social destruction. Here is a real estate broker that was hired to help represent someone, and now their careers have been epically obliterated. They're done, probably spending their lives in jail. So that's the nth degree, right? I mean, we know that it's doing it again. We know that that happens sometimes. So there are people out there that are just, that's their gig. They are dishonest and they're going to go to jail. But here are some people that did something a little different. This guy is a Keller Williams agent, or at least he was. And do you see this little billboard in the back that says tired of the pandemic, moved to the country, and it's got Pepe the Frog? Does anybody know what this Pepe the Frog is? Some of you may, some of you may not. It's a neo-Nazi symbol. It's a neo-Nazi symbol. So here this guy, and I'm gonna take this URL because you gotta see it to believe it in real life, this sort of thing. This is nmin.com. This is our national newspaper. And of course I'm not logged in at the moment. And there he is. How would you like your face connected to something like this? By the way, he was fired from the Keller Williams office that he worked, went to another brokerage. Someone filed a complaint against him at the board, and he is no longer a real estate agent. He had been in the business for 9 years when he thought that this would be funny. So, okay, I don't care what your thoughts are about the pandemic or about getting the shots or all the things. I don't care what your thoughts are. You are a real estate agent that you represent the realtor organization, you represent your firm, you represent entities other than just yourself, and things like this are social destruction. Out of all the positive things that you could put out in the world and do good with, this is what this person chose to do. And it wasn't something that he wrote on his Facebook post. This is a billboard on a street that he erected. Impossible to get rid of. And so where he thought this, I don't know, might be funny. You don't know what he was thinking. But essentially what it did was land him without a license. So here's another one. This was a Facebook post. Let me see if I can get rid of some of this to get our slides a little bit bigger. Here's a Facebook post that was posted that says, I know, I don't know why it's doing it. If I can fix it. I can actually see it on my large screen. All lives splatter. Nobody cares about your protest. Keep your blank out of the road. And here's a car literally running people over. This was on his personal Facebook post, or at least on someone's Facebook post, but it happened to be on her Facebook post. Keller Williams branch fires agent over controversial Facebook post. Career destroyed, office embarrassed. This person's no longer licensed either. Real estate agent thought that that would be funny, maybe in the middle of the night, whatever, but this is a post that she's thinking to herself, but what about my First Amendment rights? I can dislike people of any race I choose. Yes, you can. That's absolutely true. But when you represent others, maybe not so much anymore. The realtor organization is not going to put up with that. Neither is their office. And really, people don't want to be associated with that. Isa.
I feel like this is going to be helpful. Like a month ago, there was a real estate agent in Dallas who simply liked a comment on TikTok, and they took her to whatever it is to challenge, her license.
Professional standards. If you are one of the agents who loves to be on the Facebook underground private groups, I've seen a lot of agents get in a lot of trouble. I'm not anywhere near those because I don't want my name associated with it. I don't want to know what's going on there, and I hope none of you are there either. And a lot of it is agents asking other agents broker questions for people who are not their broker or have no experience in getting the wrong answer on a lot of things. Also, having conversations about things they shouldn't have, like commissions, which is antitrust, and also things that fall into Article 10, which is all of these fair housing situations. So yes, even being associated to it by liking it pulls you into that conversation in a very negative way. Okay, so here is Craig. Craig Slade was a EXP agent. Here he is. Montgomery elected their first black mayor in the history of Montgomery. And here he is running EXP Realty ads and don't like the election? Call me because I can help you sell that house. Of course, he's also no longer licensed either. So you're kind of getting the idea here. People are using social media for incredibly divisive things that are destroying their careers, not thinking, obliterating it. But that doesn't happen in Texas, right? In Texas, we're all good. So far, we talked about New York, we talked about California, we talked about Georgia, Alabama, but not in Texas. Well, not so quick. Street fight, downtown Austin, snowballed into a much bigger deal when the agent pulled out a gun and lost their license after they got into a street fight. So Austin Realtor fired after a Facebook post, and this was on KView, and it had a picture of their face on it as well. I'm not going to show that face. Here, that's Austin. I happen to be in Williamson County, and we're different in Williamson County. Nothing like that happens here. We're totally good, right? Well, here you go.
So this vehicle just ran a stop sign right in front of me, so we're gonna stop him and talk to him about that. Hey, I'm Deputy Dalton, Williams County Sheriff's Office. Reason your stop today, man, is you ran that stop sign back there when you're coming out of that neighborhood. Any reason for that?
My girlfriend's right behind me. We're just going over to my other house.
Okay, you got your driver's license and current insurance on you, man? So I'm smelling a little bit of stuff coming from the car. It could just be like a masking odor or cologne or something like that, man.
I don't.
Is it okay if I just check real quick?
I mean, yes, you can check, sir, but I don't do that in my car.
Okay. All right, man. I believe you've been honest with me and you've been respectful with me so far, so give me like 2 minutes to look through, and I'll send you underway, man. I'm not going to tear your stuff up or anything like that, okay? If you would just go hang out at the front of my car, man.
All right. Can I do have on my back side, can I just put it on the seat or something?
What do you have? That would have been nice to know about earlier, man. Put your hands behind your back for me real quick. Put your hands behind your back for me real quick, man. So you understand why you're going in handcuffs, right? Not because you're under arrest, but because you had a gun on you. Well, I'll walk back over here with me. Anything else in the car, man?
No, sir.
Okay. Lean against the bumper for me. What's the deal with all the cash that's in your pocket? You got a whole bunch of cash in there.
Yes, sir. I'm a realtor. I can show all the invoices for everything that I have, sir.
Okay. But realtors typically don't deal with cash, man. They typically deal with checks.
I'm a realtor.
Okay. So, 2 firearms in the car so far. We keep finding more and more guns that he hasn't told us about, so. But another firearm in here looks to be a Keltec. And then he wasn't going to tell us about this one, I guess. The law is very black and white. You can't carry a firearm in plain view, just like you were doing, okay?
Yes.
So you're going to be going for that, okay?
Sir, I have not been. Sir, I work in the morning. Like, sir.
I understand that, man.
It's not something I was doing.
A lot of people I take to jail have work in the morning, okay? And it's just part of the consequences of your actions, man. It's not me doing it to you. It's the law, man. I can't just ignore that. I can't just ignore you cruising around with a gun like that in plain view. So, have a seat back there. He's going to be going for unlawful carrying of a weapon. Hey. What you got? Oh, there it is. Bingo.
That might be why he's carrying.
Yeah, that's exactly why he's carrying. He also had a ton of cash on him. And he says, well, I'm a realtor. It's all 20s and stuff like that, man. Question, partner. What's that? Okay, cool. Subject's going to be going for unlawful carrying of a weapon on two different fronts. One, because he had a firearm in plain view and he doesn't have a concealed handgun license. Additionally, the other firearms are going to be part of that charge because he had a substantial amount of marijuana with him.
So hopefully when you tell your broker you have a part-time job, that's not the part-time job that you're speaking of. That particular agent was someone that I knew, someone who works for a local Keller Williams office that went to jail. And when you have weapons and drugs together, well, that's a really big deal here in Texas. And he was indicted and he is in the state penitentiary serving a 12-year sentence. So 4 times he called himself out as a realtor, which, you know, probably not good for our reputation either. All right, Jenna. Here is Jenna. Jenna is a very interesting figure because she is a very polarizing person in the world of real estate. She is a very, very well-known influencer, radio host, and real estate broker. So here's a post that she added that says Jesus is Lord. She's a social media influencer, radio show host, self-love, Texas real estate broker, ranked 87th most influential person online by Fast Company magazine. Here's a post that she put online. Based on the fact that Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Google are censoring the truth and lying for pedophiles, Satanists, and criminals, maybe time to move to alternative social media options. If you're a real estate broker, maybe using the word Satanist, pedophile, criminal is probably not what you want associated with you, because do you remember what we talked about spontaneous straight transference? Okay. Do you think this helps, Dot? Do you think this helps our profession? Even use this? Was there any was this post even necessary? Do you think this does any good for her, our profession? Facebook added an extra feature to my account accusing me of violating their hate speech rules because I said Hail Hitler in a comment. Now the tracers are tracking my every movement on Facebook. Creepy. Again, maybe not the best thing here. Twitter limited my account. I can't retweet, like, or make comments. It's censorship, so I'm going to build my Parler account. And off she went to Parler. And here we go. I don't care what party you are in. I don't care if you are an independent, if you are a Republican, if you are a Democrat. We are the Purple Party, as far as I'm concerned, meaning that we're the Realtor Pack. And your political views are your own. That's 100% your American right. Go vote, all the things. But here you go, someone, Texas conservative talk show host, real estate broker Jenna Ryan flew on a private jet to participate in the DC siege that happened a few years ago. Do you remember January 6th? Some of you might remember that, kind of a big deal here in the United States. Pro-Trump Texas real estate agent posed with broken window at the U.S. Capitol. So here she is celebrating the fact that she broke that window herself at our U.S. Capitol. I'm all for having very deep political beliefs because I myself have them. This was something that she was very proud of. Do you think that the deep political beliefs might land somewhere that could perhaps hurt your real estate profession or even your license? Now, here she is flying on a private jet. She put on her socials, we just stormed the Capitol. It was one of the best days of my life. Here it was. Today was a great example of what America is all about. Here's another post of her being identified as a terrorist by the FBI and being indicted. Texas realtor who was pictured at the Capitol after taking a private plane to DC for Trump's rally has been arrested. Jennifer Ryan was charged in the U.S. District Court in Washington, but entered a plea of Justice Department in July. She faced a maximum sentence of 6 months in jail, a $5,000 fine after pleading guilty to charges of demonstrating at the Capitol riot. Jenna was sentenced to 60 days in prison, $1,000 fine. And there was a video of her, which I'm not going to show. Okay, so again, we all have the right to have our political views. We have the right to have our views on everything in this world. But when you take those views and pull them into your real estate profession, bad things are probably going to happen. You are not going to be a top producing real estate agent. You are probably going to put your license in jeopardy. And the agents that are 5% sharing the 95%, they're not doing these things. They're doing something completely the opposite. So let's go see what those people are doing. That is the complete opposite. Because now we've looked at the stuff that makes your stomach kind of sick, kind of makes you feel a little queasy about all of that. Now we're going to flip the script and we're going to look at the agents out there that are doing really incredible things. And we're going to spend the rest of our time no longer talking about the obliteration and destruction, but people who have done some really good videos, people who tried but missed the mark a little bit, people who tried and nailed it, and some other videos that we're going to all discuss, and some of you will like and some of you won't. So when it comes to video, importance of video marketing for your business. Number one, it shows rather than tells. Two, it can be used for multiple purposes. Three, videos are an excellent investment. And four, social media algorithms favor video. YouTube is still, and Google is video starved. Video starved. First, if you're gonna do video, I recommend having a hover air. Have you ever seen these? They are incredibly cool. In fact, incredibly cool doesn't even come close to how actually cool they are. I'm going to do a little quick video. They've got the Pro Max. Let me just bring this up.
Please don't unsubscribe just because I wanted a free camera. So a couple months ago, my friend Sage got one of these Hover Air X1 self-flying cameras, and I was so impressed that I had to get my own. I usually hate doing product videos like this, but when the product is actually really cool, I'll cave. As a serious run tuber, I always need more footage of myself running, but convincing my friends to come film me isn't always easy. It takes up a lot of their time. They don't really get
Heck, it's not very loud. Can you put it up a little bit, please?
Don't expect anything in return. They pretty much do what we tell them until we develop AGI. Then they'll tell us what to do. But for now, I've got my very own personal videographer that can't say no, doesn't get busy, and never has another gig that actually pays. So if I want more running B-roll, all I need is my Hover Air X1 self-flying camera. And if you're a running YouTuber and you don't have one of these, well, good, because that gives me a competitive advantage when it comes to getting epic running B-roll. I've brought the Hover Air X1 self-flying camera up here to epic lit Magnolia Road to get some serious runner B-roll. These will be shots that I can use in future videos or to just make some quick reels for Instagram. The Hover Air X1 is super easy to use. Unlike a drone, you don't have to control it with a phone. You just push a button and it takes off. So I can focus on my splits without having to pilot the Hover Air X1. Hover Air X1 can fly up to 15 miles per hour and keeps me in the frame the entire time. Now, I could run faster than 15 miles per hour if I wanted to, but I don't want to lose my self-flying camera. Hover Air X1 is foldable and lightweight, which is great because runners know that every gram counts. It easily fits in a pocket or a running pack.
How do you think you could utilize this as a real estate agent?
Showcasing open houses, property.
That's right. Exactly right. So how many of you thought, you know, I want to do that really cool video at my open house, but you're thinking, gosh, I'm going to need someone to, because, you know, I don't want to have you know, a stick in my hand or anything like that, this will just follow you around. And you can showcase the entire open house, and you can send it up a little bit, and they can do a little aerial shot. It can do the pool shot. It can do all the things. It's really cool. You have complete control over it. But when you're just talking, it's going to follow you around, and it is your camera person, which is super, super cool. But it has a little bit of noise to it. So the companion that I recommend is the wireless noise canceling lapel mic, because I want you guys to start doing really good video, which means first you're gonna need a good camera. That's the one that I recommend because it means that you're autonomous, you don't need help. And then this particular lapel mic, which we've actually purchased and we use it on.
If you're a YouTuber or vlogger, or you're aspiring to be one, you should know how crucial clear audio is. But good mics are often expensive, and the built-in one is pretty terrible. This is the Fifine M6, a wireless lavalier mic that promises to deliver great sound for under $30. I've been using it for the past month now, and boy does it begin. To find out just how good this mic is, we're gonna have to take a short trip. So here I am at the beach. I've got a light breeze coming in, and there's waves splashing behind me, but none of those noises are really being picked up by the Fifine M6. To really hear the difference though, let's do a comparison. And no, I'm not gonna compare it to the built-in mic. We already know that's trash. Instead, I'm gonna compare it to another popular option, the Deity D4 Mini, a $50 shotgun mic that comes with a dead cat specifically designed to block wind noise. Let's switch over to it now. With the Deity D4 Mini, my voice is coming in pretty clear still, but the noise of the waves is a lot more apparent. And that's due to the directionality of shotgun mics. Since the waves are in the same direction as me relative to where the microphone is, the waves are still going to be picked up. Also, if I just turn my head to the side a little bit, my voice fades away pretty immediately, and that's just a downside to shotgun mics in general. By now, it should be obvious why I love the M6. Besides great audio quality, the Fifine M6 has fantastic battery life and range. I've been recording all day without needing a charge, and even from way over here, the wireless signal is as strong as ever. I mean, in terms of versatility and ease of use, none of my other mics even come close. If you're a beginner content creator or vlogger, and you're looking for a cheap way to really level up your audio, the Fifine M6 is your best bet. And right now, it's on Amazon for only $30.
They also have a cool one where they have the same one, but there are 2, 3, and 4 mics that are all paired to the same frequency. So you plug it into your phone and it becomes your phone's mic, and you can give a mic to somebody else and you can have it for your behind the scenes interview. So if you're with a lender or you're with someone else in an open house, both of you can have a mic and have perfect clarity. These are noise canceling, so if there's noise going on around you, it's going to pick up only your voices and not the rest of that stuff. So if you're going to do social media, we need to have good quality products to help us get good quality video. So having a Hover Air and a good lavalier mic is highly recommended. You can certainly Google these and purchase whatever products that you want, but here are 2 fairly inexpensive products that are a really good tax write-off for you as a real estate agent if you're gonna go ahead and start implementing some of these really cool videos. We're gonna take a break at 3. Does anyone need a break right now, or can we keep going? Everyone seems pretty engaged. All right, so we're going to be watching, as you can see, a lot of video, probably another 20 or 30 videos of agents who are doing a behind the scenes video, a day in the life video, a listing video, some videos with them in it, some videos with they're not in it, all kinds of things. And we're going to see ones that were effective and not effective so that you can get some ideas of what you can do that could be really effective, so that maybe you don't have to have so much trial and error, and it will help dial in on exactly what your approach is going to be to get video content out there. So first, it's the why, because we have to be sold on the why. Obviously, it's 2025. We're probably pretty sold on the why, but I want to hear from a couple of people about video and real estate first by the experts.
Last week, I showed you how to get to know your customers in 2 very specific ways to make sure that your video marketing is working. But is the whole video...
So this person was an influencer. She actually got shot. And it's a big deal if you know her or not. So she came out the other side, and she is still an influencer. So um, she, if you're not following her, you should, because she's got a pretty cool story. But she was actually shot in the head by someone. A tragic story, but she survived it.
Last week, I showed you how to get to know your customers in 2 very specific ways to make sure that your video marketing is working. But is the whole video thing still overwhelming for you? Maybe you're waiting for the whole video trend to pass. Honestly, is video really that important to business? Yes. Video isn't going anywhere. Just look at the numbers and you'll see that video becomes a bigger piece of the marketing puzzle every year. But that's for good reason. Stats back it up, science backs it up, we've all heard it before. But what exactly can video do for your business? Video connects on a deeper emotional level with your audience. Science proves it. You can engage multiple senses when someone watches a video. And when your audience's senses are engaged, they'll be able to connect emotionally. Are you engaging multiple senses in your video? Being able to see visual cues allows the audience to empathize more, which means they can relate more. If you show someone smiling, then your audience might smile. Or at the very least, they'll feel a little spark of joy because they can relate. Are you giving your visual cues in your video? When the audience feels something, they are going to want to share it. Whether it's literally sharing the video and making it go viral or telling someone about it later, people will find a way to share something that makes them feel something. Are your videos making your audience feel something? Video connects your brand relationally to your audience. When your audience sees someone like them or can imagine themselves as part of the video, they become connected to your brand. They relate to it. They become part of your story. This is why user-generated content can be so powerful. It allows users to relate to your brand in a way that it's never been able to do before, and at scale thanks to social media. It's like word-of-mouth advertising on steroids. Video can also unlock new audiences. Video has such a larger reach now with mobile phones, apps, and Wi-Fi and data everywhere that it means your audience can access your video content anywhere, anytime. Let me put it this way. There are so many people online consuming video content these days that it rivals the number of people watching Netflix. 93% of people use social media on any given day, while only 77% of people watch online TV. And that doesn't even take into account the number of people who are on their phones scrolling while they're watching TV. But guess what? Unlike advertisers and studios, you don't have to pay to get your content in front of that many people on streaming services. You can get in front of similar amounts of people on social media platforms for free. Maybe you think that might be too many people. Wouldn't your content just get lost in that sea of people? Well, no, because thanks to all the apps that people consume video on, you're able to target your audience. Know which platforms your audience is on and why. You don't have to get your video in front of every single person. You just have to get your video in front of the right audience. This is why consumers have connected to video more and more over the years, because apps are getting smarter and can put the right content in front of the right audience. But you have to do your part. You have to create video content your audience actually wants to see. Because consumers connect to video so well, it's not surprising that video has grown so quickly in popularity. Plus, with video becoming more accessible, it will continue to be a big part of every consumer's online experience. And
How much time daily do you think you are on social media?
3 hours.
Okay. So 3 hours, that's a significant amount of time. People are spending, you got 8 hours sleeping, 8 hours working, 8 hours with life. So out of the 8 hours working and 8 hours life, you're spending 3 hours online. That is a significant amount of eyes on social media, more than ever were before in print. You can reach a global audience. You can get your brand in front of the entire world, which is incredible if you leverage social media correctly. Um, Here is a company that, which I just think this is a cool video. We're going to watch these 2 videos, and then this is the very cool video about a real estate agent who kind of hung up his hat, even though he's still in real estate, but he's teaching agents how to go viral. Someone I think you should follow, super smart. Here's a quick little news thing, which we're going to watch this 2-minute video, and then we're going to watch this viral post idea about how important YouTube is to your career. And most agents don't have a YouTube account.
You.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah. Okay, so I know there have been a lot of changes in media over the years, right? So tell us more about your transition from entertainment, film, TV to digital marketing. Like, how did that come about?
I want you to listen to what they say here because the point about what I said is free. I want you to hear how powerful this is.
It's a great question because it's an interesting transition. So basically, we were in Hollywood for 10 years. I worked as an actor, writer, stand-up comedian.
Oh my gosh!
And he's an amazing cinematographer. And
Thank you.
so
Awesome.
we always saw the shift into social media videos. It was becoming more and more popular, short attention spans. And then I ended up creating a TikTok series about pop culture conspiracy theories.
Ooh, I like that topic.
It's very interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you. And it basically like really took off overnight. We got like 500,000 followers, and we ended up booking a Spotify deal off of it.
Oh my gosh, congratulations.
Thank
That's
you.
really neat.
So it went on for 3 seasons, and I was like, wait, there's Hollywood gatekeepers. It takes forever to get something made in Hollywood. So the distribution side was always really hard when we were making projects.
Yeah.
And I was like, you can just make your own content and get it seen by whoever you want. You don't need these.
That's the perfect segue for the next question because, Corey, why is video marketing such a powerful tool for businesses?
Yeah, with video, you really get all the aspects of titles, obviously video, pictures, audio, everything working together to really hook in and build a relationship with your customer.
Yeah.
So really, when we made that transition from filmmaking to commercials, we saw that open up in the digital platform. So like Meta and Google with YouTube, connected TV, all those things really were pushing towards video. So it was kind of a perfect time for us to get in there and then use our abilities for filmmaking and marketing to kind of marry them together.
Yeah, that's really cool. So talk about a little bit about the services and the strategies that Wake and Make provides.
Yeah, so
pop culture conspiracy.
So here they did a video. They created an account, went viral, 500,000 users, and then they realized, wait a minute, we don't need to go through normal channels. They are in the entertainment industry, so realizing to get a film published on Netflix or something like that, they've got to go through that huge gate, which is expensive in time. And they're like, wait a minute, we can do it on our own. We don't need that. And the takeaway I'm hoping that you take away from that is, wait a minute, maybe I don't need Realtor.com. Maybe I don't need Zillow. Maybe I don't need Homes.com. Maybe I don't need leads. That you can circumvent that entire thing and you can get people's eyes on your business and ways for you to start becoming a lead magnet because yes, we need to learn how to convert, but prospecting is huge and you can be creating these social media accounts and videos and content out there that is acting 24/7 is marketing, advertising, and branding you for free. It can cost nothing. You can put the content together. It just means that you need to go out there and get content. So when I recommend that when you're done with a city council meeting that you do a video, that you do it. But you pay attention to the quality of the lighting, the quality of the audio, and that you put out something that is worthy of someone's time to actually watch it. And I know we're all nervous and we're all our own worst critic when it comes to these things, but we're going to give you some tips and tricks on how to get you over your nervousness as well, because we are always our worst critic. And here we go. First, very impactful video related specifically to our profession.
So Facebook is on the decline and YouTube is about to become the #1 most used social media platform in the entire world. Now, in this video, I'm going to talk about why all real estate agents absolutely need a YouTube channel in 2023, and I'm going to give you 10 reasons to back that up in this video. If you're new here, make sure to hit that subscribe button because I put out content like this all the time. And if you don't know me, I'm the founder and CEO of Agent Launch, and we send real estate agents into marketing orbit and or space through our unique process where we allow you to not only generate leads, but actually convert them into real business. And we're one of the only companies out there that's blended a traditional marketing agency with a coaching program. So if you want to learn more, check out our website, agentlaunch.com, or you can go to agentlaunch.com/apply to work with us. But without further ado, let's dive into the content of this video. First is YouTube is absolutely massive. I've already touched on this a little bit, but it is going to surpass Facebook. Facebook has actually begun its decline, and this didn't happen that long ago, but it has begun its its decline. Now, YouTube is set to surpass it. I don't know if it'll happen this year or next year, but it's gonna happen very soon, and YouTube will take it over with 2.562 billion monthly active users. That is absolutely crazy. A lot of people use YouTube every single month. So, number two, YouTube has no competition. Think about it. What is YouTube's competition? They don't have it. What's Facebook's competition? Well, you could argue Instagram competes with Facebook, even though it's the same company. You could argue TikTok competes with Facebook. There's Snapchat. There's a lot of other social media platforms out there that have traditionally competed with Facebook, but nobody competes with YouTube. It really has no competition. There used to be Google videos. That's the only thing I can think of that was even close, but then Google bought YouTube, so they just, blended the two together. So it doesn't really have competition. Like, if you want to watch videos on the internet, you generally go to YouTube. If you want to learn how to do something, you generally go to YouTube. You want to fix something specific in your car, you can probably find that out on YouTube. You want to fix something around your house, you can probably learn that on YouTube. You want to watch the news, you can do that on YouTube. You can pretty much do everything on YouTube, and that's the craziest part, is they're just getting started in my perspective. Just wait until YouTube TV grows. They have so much stuff up their sleeve that makes them very unique, and they just have no competition. So important to think about, because if you're investing right now in TikTok and other platforms, those types of platforms traditionally have a lot of competition, right? And so TikTok's faced some scrutiny around regulation. It's a question mark. Is that always going to be there? I don't know. I don't personally have a whole lot of trust in it. I don't personally resonate with the platform that much. So YouTube, for me, I resonate with a lot because it's an education first platform. It's a teaching first platform. When you go to YouTube, you generally go to learn something. I like that over the showy, look at my life and everything I do type of content. So that's one of the reasons just I like it as a personal level. Number three, YouTube is slowly but surely replacing TV. Now, YouTube TV is really only in the US right now, but there's 1 billion hours watched per day of YouTube. If you look at the trends in the world, you have to look at the fact that the young people and the youth in the world are watching YouTube. They're not really watching cable television anymore. So you got to pay attention to the trends, and that's really where things are going. Number four is YouTube is highly, highly, highly targeted. Now, imagine if you could put yourself in front of someone who goes on YouTube and searches, what's it like to live in Victoria, BC? Generally speaking, if you make a video like 5 pros and 5 cons of living in your city, and someone goes onto YouTube and they literally search, what is it like to live in your place? You have an opportunity to show them what it's like to live there and be the first person to do that. Now, that's a really unique opportunity, because most types of lead generation, most types of times when you meet people, you don't have that first opportunity to do this, right? And it's really important to understand that you have this golden opportunity to be an authority, to showcase what it's like to live in a city that someone doesn't know what it's like to live in. And generally, these types of people are out of town buyers. Generally, these types of people are out of town buyers that you tend to attract with these types of videos. I will say this, quick pause. The only way to get better at YouTube if you're starting out is through repetition. It's the only way. Only way you're gonna get good at YouTube is through doing it over and over and over again. But the only way that's better than that is repetition with a feedback loop. So that's what we provide our clients at Agent Launch. Is I actually watch all your videos with you, and I give you targeted critical feedback on what you need to improve on for your next videos. And that's the only way you can really excel at a fast pace. Most of my clients, when we work together, it's after 3, 4, or 5 videos, they're night and day from their first video. So it's important to understand that the only way to do YouTube well is just to do it a lot. There's no shortcut around that, except for having a feedback loop will help expedite that process from someone who knows what they're talking about. But if you know someone who does YouTube, I promise you, they will tell you there's no better lead than a YouTube lead. Why? Because most people will come to you and they'll say, hey, I've watched all your videos. I feel like I know you. I get this all the time. YouTube really does paint you as not only an authority, but it allows people to kind of feel out who you are. And it's by the time they actually talk to you, they're probably already actually sold on you as a real estate agent. You just need to confirm to them that you are who they think you are. And you're not some YouTube weirdo who presents well on camera, but is actually really awkward in person. And those people exist. If you get that opportunity to be first, you have that opportunity to build enough trust with that person that they don't even go searching elsewhere. And so it's a really cool opportunity, but it takes time. So it's highly, highly, highly targeted with your ideal client, which is people looking to live in your area, right? Another cool fact about YouTube is its cost recovery. My YouTube channel in 2020 did $23,201 in revenue. That's YouTube's revenue sharing platform. If you don't know how this works, you need 1,000 subscribers and a certain amount of watch time. I think it's like 1,000 hours of watch time to get into their revenue sharing or partner program, they call it. Then you can start sharing revenue with them for the ads they run on your channel. Now, my channel doesn't make this much anymore because I used to make somewhat more broad content, like general tutorials on marketing and stuff like that. I've decided, and I recommend this to all my clients, is getting way more niche with your content, way more specific of who you're trying to reach. And in my case, I'm trying to reach real estate agents. I'm a real estate agent. I own a real estate marketing coaching company. So it makes sense for me to do that. That's why I'm creating videos about real estate. The point is, if you make big enough content, and I have clients and I have friends in the industry who are making real estate content and some of their videos are getting hundreds of thousands of views. Like I have plenty on my channel that do 100, 150,000 views. Those individual videos can make you like 15 grand, 10 grand in some cases. I have certain videos that made me like $6,000, $7,000, $8,000, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. And if you scale that out to millions of views, I mean, the opportunity is pretty big, especially if you're in a big city and you get a big video that takes off and you rank #1. Like I have people I know who have like videos with 250,000 views. It can happen, right? Especially when you give it enough time. But the point is, you can make money from YouTube that will cover your costs of making YouTube videos. And that's the point I want to make. It's cost recovering. So at a certain scale, your YouTube videos can pay for your editing, your equipment, whatever else you need to make YouTube videos. Generally, that's it. You need a basic set of equipment. And I'm not going to get into how to make videos. I have another video on my channel. I'll actually link that here. If you want to make videos, check that out. It's a 10-step process on exactly how to go about making good videos. But all you really need is a reasonable setup and then just a willingness to repeat the process over and over again. If you do it for long enough, it can become cost covering, which is really cool. Now, the next point is YouTube is evergreen. So this is one of my favorite things about YouTube. A lot of people think YouTube is hard because it's harder to make a YouTube video. And yes, it's harder to make a YouTube video than it is to make an Instagram reel, for example. However, an Instagram reel literally lasts for like 2 or 3 days in most cases, often not even that. YouTube videos last years. So look at this video. I published this on April 13th, 2022. The time of recording this video, it is March 14th, 2023. So that is 11 months, right? Now, look at the line graph of viewership. It is literally straight up. I published this video 11 months ago, and it is still gaining views, right? This video made me $1,500. It's still gaining views, still getting people watching it because it's in the algorithm. YouTube knows people like this video. They tend to watch the whole thing. It has really good analytics behind it. It's just a good video. I teach a lot of valuable stuff in this video if you want to learn Google Ads. But if you do, I recommend not watching this one because I actually just made a new one a few weeks back. So make sure you watch the new one for 2023. But the point is, YouTube videos are evergreen. They will last years and they will work for you in the background while you eat, while you sleep, while you go out on the weekend. Doesn't matter what you do, your videos are working for you in the background. It's a really cool feeling when that happens. So this is the question I want to ask you is, what's the value per hour invested into content? Because you can invest maybe half the time, a quarter of the time in an Instagram piece of content. That's going to last 2 or 3 days. But if you invest, 3, 4 times the amount of energy into a YouTube video, but it lasts you 100, 200, 300 times online and it works for you so much harder, like what is the value per hour of your content? YouTube's evergreen. That's one of my favorite parts about it. The other thing is YouTube's compounding. So the more YouTube videos you make, the more they actually feed each other. So if you look at my channel, like every time I make a new video on a new subject, I'm hitting new keywords. I'm showing up in new searches. I'm hitting new audiences. And what happens is someone might watch my video on ChatGPT. If you haven't seen my video on that, go watch it. But someone might come into my channel from watching that video and be like, hey, I like what I saw. I'm gonna go to this guy's channel and I'm gonna watch some more of his videos. So it compounds. What I mean by that is like the more videos you have on different subjects, the more broad of a net you're putting out there for people in your target audience. And basically people have an entry point into your channel. Usually this is how it works. People have one video they find from you somewhere. A recommended video, a search term, the homepage, maybe their friends send it to them. So they have that entry point into your channel and then they go watch a lot of your other videos. And like I said before, this happens all the time. When people come to me on a sales call or something like that, and they say, Eric, I feel like I know you. And my clients have experienced this as well. The point is that they compound, and the more videos you have out there, the more they compound together. And so over time, there's a really great return on that. Number 8, YouTube builds authority. Now, I want to say this very honestly. I feel very qualified and very confident in what I do and what I teach and what I know. But I didn't always feel that way. Now, I started public speaking, I think it was 6 years ago, 5 or 6 years ago. And I remember really getting on stage and not feeling like I knew anything. The thing I learned really quickly was that people will believe you just because you're on stage. People assume you know what you're talking about because you're on stage. And YouTube is a stage. So I want to say this very, very honestly. Just because you're on YouTube, people assume you know what you're talking about. It's very true. I genuinely feel strongly that I know what I'm talking about. I'm experienced. I've worked with hundreds and hundreds of agents. I have 150 plus active clients right now. I do know what I'm talking about. But even if I didn't, you would give me more credibility just because you're watching me on YouTube right now. And that's a real, real fact. And I noticed this when I didn't even feel like I knew that much about what I was talking about when I first started public speaking. I was still learning. But just because I was speaking in front of the audience, people assumed I knew what I was talking about. So YouTube builds authority. It's important to understand that because just because you're on YouTube, just because you have viewership and some subscribers, people will give you just a little bit more credibility. It's a bias we all have. That's why people buy fake followers. People will buy fake Instagram followers. They'll buy fake engagement a lot of times. This is a real thing. Like if you go to someone's Instagram profile and they have 100,000 followers, but all of their reels get like 1,000 views or 500 views, it's likely they might have bought fake followers. But you're gonna look at them and you're gonna say, wow, this guy must be the real deal, or this girl must be the real deal. They have 100,000 followers. Not always the case. YouTube's not really a place where people do that because if you buy subscriptions.
So what is your takeaway from this video?
Start a
Focus
channel.
on YouTube.
Make YouTube videos.
Okay, Christine.
Yeah, that's right.
That we need to watch several of his other videos to get more information. Just kidding. That we need to get on YouTube because it adds credibility. But I am curious if anybody counted the number of times he told us to watch another video.
Okay.
He knows how to build his business.
You know, that's exactly right. So we can learn some really cool tips and tricks on how to get more engagement and how to watch other videos, how you can pull a video in a video and go back and edit a video, because obviously he created a video, went back and edited this video real-time live, which is possible. All right, I heard lots of stuff here. I want to keep going with this. What is your big takeaway here? I want to hear from more of you, Jeff.
Something I kind of took away from it wasn't also just YouTube videos. Something he said that kind of I think we could all use in here was he said he wasn't good at public speaking, and it's something that we can use for our UVPs. That was something that I kind of took from that and was like, you know what, that will help with being able to speak in front of other people or just in front of our peers.
That's exactly right. It's powerful because you don't have to be the expert. You are going to be perceived the expert, and we all start somewhere, and you're not going to be an expert on YouTube the first day. So you've got to do it more and more until you get better and better. But what does he keep saying? You just got to do it. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Christine. Kelly.
It's overtaking social media. So it's something that we'd be silly not to put into our marketing.
And how much does it cost?
Zero, except for your startup costs, I guess, for camera and mic and all that.
That's right. It's absolutely free to jump into, but more importantly, in certain circumstances, these things can actually be paying you back and be paying for an income stream that you hadn't even anticipated money coming from. This is powerful stuff. We got about 8 more minutes before we go on our first break, and I know that we all need one, so I'm cognizant of that. But there's a couple of related slides that come out of this. January 2024, daily time spent using social media. You look at the hours here. This is huge. Average amount of time in hours and minutes that internet users aged 16 to 64 spend using social media. An hour. So as you can see, we went from 2 hours 20 minutes, 2 hours 29 minutes. Of course, of the years, you know, a day we're spending 2 hours and 23 minutes of our day on social media. But that's changing, and what's changing is this. Daily time spent using social media, again, average amount of time in hours and minutes that internet users age 16 to 64 spend. 16 to 24, 2 hours, 59 minutes versus male, female. Over the course of the age groups, obviously 16 to 24 is just a little bit more. than 55 to 64. But I'm sorry, but your 55 and 64 years old are still spending at least an hour and a half average of watching videos. Now, here's some of these interesting stuff. Monthly active users. Ranking of mobile apps by various metrics for the period between September 1st and November 30th, 2023. Number one is what?
YouTube.
Chrome, Google, Facebook, WhatsApp, Google Maps, Gmail, Instagram, Facebook Messenger, Google Photos. Number one is YouTube. Total time spent, YouTube. Downloads, TikTok. Consumer spend, TikTok. But the number one is YouTube. So right now we have kind of a tie going on with YouTube being the number one. And here you go. There's TikTok with average time per month that global users spent using each platform, Android app between that same time period, 3 hours. For TikTok, YouTube, 2 hours. So we've got some big time people, this is, if done right, will impact you in ways that you can't even begin to believe right now. And when we get back from our break, we're going to watch this video, who is a videographer for real estate agents. He will help an agent create a video. So you go to him, you pay him, and he will film the video. And it's the 5 thing: testimonial videos, different education videos versus community videos versus listing videos versus behind the scenes. And in this video, he's going to give us some tips and tricks on how to do all 5 of these types of videos, how you can do them yourselves, or you can pay him and he will come out and he will make you his subject, and you will have out the gate a very powerful set of videos. Interesting. All right, it's 2:55. You are definitely overdue for a break. Let's come back at 3:10.
Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back from break, everyone. We got an extra 2 minutes. We are going to need every moment of the rest of this day because we have a lot of fun coming up in the next 2 hours. All right, first, we're going to watch this video. This is a videographer that helps real estate agents. He's got 5 recommendations. We're going to watch all of his recommendations, and then we're going to talk about them when we are done.
The game has changed for realtors. If you want to stand out online and build trust, you have to be making video. It's your secret weapon. It's not only to stand out, but it's to get more listings. Today, I'm going to show you guys 5 simple ways that you can start making videos and implementing them right now. There's no better way to build trust than have someone else vouch for you. Testimonials are the ultimate social proof. Imagine a set just like this. Well, it doesn't have to be here, but you know, a set that you can talk to somebody and have a client testimonial. There's nothing more powerful than being able to sit with a client that you've actually worked with and ask questions like, why did you pick me as a real estate agent? What kind of obstacles did we overcome? Would you pick me again as a real estate agent? This is an opportunity for you to bring somebody to your audience to prove to people that you're doing things, that you're making an impact, and that you are closing deals. Testimonial videos don't even need to be that interview style. They are great, but we've also had it to where a client of ours brought in their clients and we asked them a couple different questions while they were in the studio. This ends up being really good too, and it's a lot better than screenshotting a Google review and posting that online. Educational videos. This is your time to shine. Let the world know that you're a real estate expert and you know what you're talking about. Educational videos are also one of the easiest videos to make because you're just answering questions that everybody's asking online. You can be answering things like, you know, how do I sell my house quicker? What are the easiest things I can do to my home to get more money out of it? How do I finance my first home? What does the first time home buyer program look like? There's so many things that people want to know that you have the answers to, and it's your obligation to share them. This is really important. And they're easy because you don't need anybody else. You can film these at home. You don't need a client to bring in. This is just something that you can sit down, share your knowledge, and build trust within your community. An important tip when you're making these educational videos is to not make them too long. It's really easy to over-exaggerate or over-explain something. The thing is, on social media, attention span is short. So make sure you tighten up those videos, really hit the point, clear and concise, and move on to the next subject. Let's face it, real estate is not just about selling houses anymore. It is about the lifestyle. And what better way to show off the lifestyle than showing off your community? Imagine this. A family is relocating to your city and doesn't know the first thing about where to eat, shop, or hang out. By filming short community videos, you're not just marketing homes, you're marketing the entire neighborhood. For example, you can go to your local downtown area. There's so much to film. You could do a quick video in your local coffee shop. You could go to any of the small businesses around and make a really good video about them, promote them, or you could even go down to your local park. Anything that shows the people why this area is great for them. You could make a video about the farmer's market or maybe some kind of seasonal events. The thing is, you just need to portray yourself as a local expert and the person that people go to for all of the knowledge going on in their community. Next up is listing videos, but with a twist. Listing videos, as they have always been, are dead. Let me tell you, right now, the most important thing to be doing is building your personal brand. And a walkthrough of the home without you in it is not doing that. You need to get on camera, talk about the lifestyle, not just the house. All right, I mentioned that you need to be selling the lifestyle of the home, and I really mean that. What we do is when we go into a home with a realtor is we say, you know, what problems is this home solving? Because every home solves a problem somehow for somebody. It could be the open floor plan, it could be the location, it could be the price point. There's so many things that it could be. You just have to dissect that home and go through it with the agent. Like, what are the selling points? What would they say to a buyer walking in? And then we reverse engineer that into a video. So let me give you guys a good example. I'll play it right here.
Do you love to entertain? If so, this home has everything you've been dreaming of. This gorgeous 4-bedroom, 3-bath, 3-car garage pool home is located right on the canal. Do you like to boat? The canal provides easy access to the river. After a day of boating, come back and relax in your heated saltwater pool. I'm so excited to show you my brand new listing.
Okay, you see what I mean with that video right there? That video is not just showing the home, it is showing the home with the solutions that it is solving for the potential buyer. And we're branding the agent at the same time. The agent gets to put it on social media, get extra exposure for the home, and that not only helps them sell it, but it also helps them look good to the sellers. So just a good tip, don't just do regular listing videos, do them with a twist. Lastly, behind the scenes. These are so important because it's authentic. It actually shows you doing what you do every day, and it gives people a good look into the attention to detail it takes to really sell a home. Okay, let me give you guys a couple examples real quick. So things that you could be recording just to show some behind the scenes. It could be as simple as you setting up your phone while you're on the computer reviewing market data. You could also be writing down questions for a client, getting materials ready, or you could show what happens at a photo and video shoot if we're there shooting a house for you. There's so many things you can do, even like the karate chop of a pillow, you know, home staging. Basically anything that humanizes you as a realtor. It's about the end product, not like you selling houses. It's about showing that you're in the market doing these things to take care of people. As you can tell, there are a bunch of different kinds of videos that you can be making. Client testimonials, showing off your community, using listings. Those are all really good ways for you to be making content online. And I get this question a lot, what if you don't have a listing? If you don't have a listing, somebody on your team or in your brokerage probably does. Use an open house. Anything is an opportunity to film content. Hopefully that was helpful for you guys. There's a ton of different kinds of videos that you can be making online. You just need to start recording. So that's gonna be it for this one. I'll see you guys in the next one.
All right, I'm getting inspired. I'm getting excited. What are some ideas we can do? What are some things that you guys can do? Talk to me. Where can you go?
I
What are
definitely think the open house this weekend we can film. That's one real time opportunity we all have.
Okay. What are some other ideas that you can go out and get content out there? Wells.
I was gonna say in regards to like the open house, it's you can also go ahead of time and maybe get a neighbor or two and interview them on the neighborhood just to get, you know, others excited about the area. Usually you will find a few people who excited to give you their input, a positive input.
Amazing. Angela, what do you got?
I was just thinking like, because I like to walk dogs and go to the different dog parks, you could do that. You could also show like the different little coffee shops or, you know, like Brown Rock Donuts or, you know, just places everybody likes to go, you know, and if you're not from here, you may not know all those, like for us, we see them all the time.
Amazing. Christine.
So my neighborhood, I'm in Brentwood, is like geo-farmed by like super hard by certain agents. So I've been really slow to make any media about the neighborhood because even though I've lived here for 20 years, I felt like tardy for the party. But I'm like, there are still places in the neighborhood that there are that people who I meet sitting on my front porch, neighbors, don't know about. So I was thinking about doing videos about the places that are my favorites around here. And I really like the part where he said something about interviewing past clients for testimonials, like live testimonials. Um, and I love that Realty Texas has a space for us to do video there. But I was also thinking, a friend of mine, I sold her house in December, and she is like a stone's throw away from a hiking trail in Georgetown. So doing the moving video thing that you showed us earlier as we're walking and talking, because I want to get her on the trail anyway.
That's awesome. Those are super impactful. People can relate to them and people find them interesting and you get a lot of views. And people think, oh, there's something interesting going on here. I want to buy a house. This is all interesting. And then you start getting engagement. Andrew, what do you got? I love it. Thank you.
Yeah, what I was thinking is it'd be cool. I think it'd be awesome to show like the new builds that are in whatever community you're in, and you can easily set up at their pool or at their clubhouse or something like that, whatever amenity they have, and just interview the builder
Yes.
and put that out there.
Yes. Especially them. Gabriel, what you're doing right now?
Yes, sir. Yeah, no, I planned on well, we're at this the Juneteenth barbecue cook-off, but I plan on doing a little sign up and just raffling off a $50 Visa gift card. So in order for them to enter, they have to go into my .me and actually enter. And I have my iPad. Well, they will be signing up if they want to enter that $50 raffle.
Do a video about today as well.
Yes, sir.
That's doing events like that. You can get some really good content. Limitless ideas. Limitless ideas. Golf courses, subdivision, restaurants, hot topics, new construction neighborhoods, interviewing the on-site, ask an expert video series about lenders, title companies, inspectors, attorneys, photographers, stagers, HOAs and the amenities in the HOAs, and provide entertainment, a call to action, something interesting. Just it's in time to start getting content out there. All right, so we want to do something popcorn worthy. So now we're going to start jumping into, we're going to see some of these videos. We're going to actually watch real-time live videos. Some of these are going to be from inspectors. Some are going to be from real estate agents because some of them I found interesting, real estate related anyway. So it's all kind of relatable. Diego Ojeda is a real estate agent in Austin. He has amassed 63,000 followers. He's been a real estate agent he is still an SAE. His father is a real estate agent, but again, he is an SAE agent, meaning he's in his first 2 years, and he has made a huge splash in real estate just doing videos all over Austin. You've probably come across some of his media already. He's doing an exceptional job with him. I've actually been following him and trying to get him here because there's no reason that he is not here. But I want to watch a couple of his.
This water heater on the inside of this.
So this is one of the inspector videos. This is a video that is a day in the life of an inspector. And I think it's just really cool. These are the kind of video content that we can do as real estate agents as well.
Check out what was on the inside of this water heater. This customer was no longer getting hot water from this water heater. After a couple of quick diagnostics, I determined that the lower element was burnt out. This tank was 20 years old, and the customer decided to go with the replacement option. Thankfully, there was already a full port drain valve on this water heater, so it was easy to drain down. This home has never had a water softener, and the water hardness in this area is pretty bad, so I was curious and I cut open the side of the tank. I was not expecting it to be this bad, but with the water hardness that we have here, this doesn't surprise me. This is what the customer was bathing and showering in. Not surprisingly, they are now getting a water softener installed. The bottom half of this water heater was completely packed full of this calcium and sediment. The lower element definitely hasn't been doing anything for a while. For anyone who says flushing a water heater is pointless, just take a look at this. Anyways, I thought this one was pretty interesting and I was excited to share it with y'all. Let me know what y'all think.
So imagine for a moment you are with a buyer and they have a material defect, and you do the video, withhold the video until after closing, get permission from your client to show the video, and then after it's done, then now you've gotten a video that here is one of my buyers, we recommended an inspector, here's the inspector, this is what we found, and this is the problem that we uncovered by me helping my client through this transaction. You think that could be impactful? There are some things I wish I had on video, some of the things in the past that I came across that I hit a home run for my client that never made its way to video, and what a huge tragedy that is before all of this stuff, what we see is today is, newsworthy stuff, getting it out there. So this next video, you should have a call to action in all your videos. If there's no call to action, then there's something wrong with the video. We're going to see if you think it was effective, what could you have done better on this particular video. It's another one. I absolutely love this video because the videos that you watch, this one was really effective. Another inspector video, really effective, but there's a few things missing.
Video again.
Let's see the video.
What? I'll play it again. Okay. All right, so here we have a seemingly perfectly good joist, and he grabs it and, well, maybe not so great. Termites, not your friend. All right, so what was good about this video and what is missing?
So it was great because it showed what the problem was there, but there was no voiceover of him trying to explain what it is or what the call to action in that moment was.
Okay, love it. Andrew Wells?
Yeah, it left me with questions, like what I'm asking questions to myself about the video.
Yeah, okay. Wells?
Putting a description or explaining what it is he's looking at and doing, and maybe extra lighting.
What do people love? Stories. People love stories. We love stories. This would have been a great story. about a client who was about to purchase a home and they absolutely loved it and they did an inspection and everything looked great. But boy, had they not had an inspection, boy, would they have inherited a nightmare situation. This was a story that needed to have been told, and had it been told right, this could have been very impactful, probably even viral. So, okay. So sometimes you can have really good content, but it's not enough. You could even take this and you could even take this video as it is right now. And you could do one of those videos where you have a video, watching a video and have your reaction going, oh my gosh, this, guys, is why you must do an inspection. And tell a story on this one already. You can grab this right now and do a video on top of a video and do an entire segment on this. And I can guarantee you, I was watching for your reactions and a lot of your jaw was dropping. If that happened to you, it's going to happen to a lot of other people. So those can be very impactful as well. Okay. This is 3 videos back to back. I think it actually might be 1. We're going to watch this video. SAE agent, brand new off the street, doing these videos. I'm going to put you in a breakout session. I'm going to put you in breakout sessions of 4, so there's going to be a large group. I want you to talk about what he did good, what he could have done better, and whether you think you could do content that is better or worse than what he did. And the big question is, if you can, why haven't you, or have you? We're going to take these questions that are right here. These are the questions. Was it interesting? Did it have a call to action? Was it effective? And what would you do better? I'm going to put you in groups right after this video. Again, Diego Ojeda, SAE agent here in Austin.
I think this condo with this view rents for here in downtown Austin.
I think I have more than one video.
I'm Diego Ojeda, and this is what $2.2 million gets you here in downtown Austin.
Walk it like I talk it. Yeah. Take my shoes and walk a mile, something that you can't do. Hey. Big talks of the town, big boy gang moves. Gang moves. I like to walk around with my chain loose.
Diego Ojeda, and if you love Trader Joe's, you'll love this residence. This is what $3,100 a month gets you here in downtown Austin, the stone's throw away from Trader Joe's.
And if you think I'm going to put you in groups with your colors, you're crazy. That's not happening. All right, I'm going to mix you all up. I'm going to put you in 4 groups for 6 minutes. I want you to answer those questions. Please select a group breakout session as quick as you can because you don't have a lot of time with this one. And I want you to answer those questions. All right, I'll see you back in 6. Who is captain?
Okay, I'm the captain and I'm ready. So what we like about the video is that he's very intentional with his target audiences. It can be implied that he's targeting high value individuals and that he had good use of the drone shots whenever appropriate. And he uses pictures mostly with supplemental text that doesn't take away from the pictures. Now, what he could have done better is we have questionable taste in music. And then what I have done or our group have done is that we would add more furnitures in the first video because it was mostly empty, which, you know, better staging. And then we had no idea what the entrance even looks like because it mostly just showed amenities. And then and we generally agreed that it would be we would like to know the layout of the home better. Now, the reason why we haven't made one, for now, we don't know how to edit. So.
Okay. Editing. We don't know how to edit. CapCut is going to be your friend. Those of you who don't know how to use CapCut, I recommend writing that down because CapCut is going to be your new best friend because that is an app where you can edit everything right on your phone. It is what most influencers are out there that are using. And of course, we have the one and amazing Deandra who can obviously turn on her video so we can see her. And she can also share it when it comes to this stuff because she is your social media manager. And imagine that she would be in here watching this going on. Deandra, did you hear that question?
I did. And yes, CapCut, I highly recommend. Instagram did get a new update too, so y'all can do a lot more editing in Instagram as well. But using CapCut is definitely helpful because you can download once you're done editing, you download it directly to your phone versus with Instagram, if you're done editing, it just becomes a reel, so you can't necessarily download it. So yes, CapCut, and definitely buy the subscription version. It's really not that much every month, and you can always write it off. Definitely worth it. And I do have some classes on it in the Learning Center already, but you are more than welcome to come and book a one-on-one with me.
And how much does that cost, Deandra?
I believe the last time that I saw.
No, I'm talking about your classes.
Oh, free.
Exactly. Okay. Awesome. Thank you. All right, let's keep moving ahead and don't go anywhere, Deandra, because we're going to keep circling back to you. All right, here is another video. This is probably one of 3 most controversial videos that we have. This video is a real video that was done. It is a video on a luxury property, and half of you are going to love it, half of you are going to hate it. This has a very specific audience. This video was created with some incredible intention. And if you're not the right audience, you're not going to like it, which is interesting. If you are the right audience, it's going to speak to you. You're talking about some serious thought was put into this. Let's watch this video and see what you think about it. I'll be interested to hear your comments because you're going to go and watch 2 videos back to back, this one and then the next one. And I'm going to put you in a breakout session again and then have you talk to the group.
That's a good one.
This is a real listing video.
What's a full life? It's finding your way, discovering your place, and making every square inch your own. It's putting down roots, but never losing sight of the sky. It's seasons of change. Falling down and getting up again. It's tucked away mornings, busy afternoons, and tough days that turn into the best kinds of nights. A full life is holding on, letting go, and keeping it, us, all together. Because the things that matter, for better or worse, are found in the everyday. At home.
Seven beds, 9 bathrooms, 12,988 square foot, 13 acres. Real listing, real backstory here. I'm gonna talk more about this after you guys talk about it in your group, but there's one more video. So don't lose sight of this one, and we're gonna watch the next one.
Hi, I'm Ashley Ruclo with Ruclo Real Estate, and I am so excited to announce the completion of St. Jude Estates. Check it out. We only have 5 units left, so make sure to give me a call and I would gladly open the door for you.
Okay, so luxury buyers, luxury sellers are going to definitely want you to market their properties. Do you have to do a video like that, or you can pay for it? You can certainly pay for it, but you need to be in it. We talked about, if you are not there for the photo shoot and you're not showing the property, then you're not paying attention to your brand at all. Same groups, same people, same amount of time. I'll see you back. Ouch. I'm looking at our list, Elmer. You're getting it all done.
Almost.
Where are you with because I think once you're done with the blog and the add me, which I believe is gonna probably be today or certainly early Monday, we need to return back to the community pages and finish that before we move our attention to eSign.
What is pending community page, you say?
I don't know, but we didn't finish them. We got pulled off of it, right? So the community pages you were still building, and you said the agent pages needed work and the community pages still needed work. Uploading City Bell's photos, all of those things.
The only thing that is pending no, we finished that. We finished it. Yeah, we finished it. Yeah, I think with community pages we are good.
Well, last I knew you were still building the agent and you were doing the things, but I had no idea that you finished it. Well, cool. It looks nice. Where show me the listings and the listing pins.
That's what it's missing. You wanted to add here the login button. You see the price when it's closed, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, that would be on the sold. But click on the sold tab.
Yeah, hold on. Here. And this is a little bit, I have to do it twice to see, but yes, in the sold tab.
Spend a smidget of time here just to smooth it out. And then I guess spend a couple of days, Monday, Tuesday maybe, on the agent pages to get everything away from SQL and sped up and done? Because I know you said there were some major improvements you needed to do there.
Yeah.
And then I think we should turn our attention to to forms and spend as much time as you possibly can spend to make it as good as you possibly can. Whether that's 2 months, a month, I don't know what that's going to look like, but it's going to be a huge project that we redo our entire form system and be done with that and then move on.
And you don't want me to use rewards for system design just to continue building on top of it. But we'll discuss that with you there.
I don't know. I don't know. I think that it should be in React Native.
Not React.
Or no, React.js. I mean,
yeah,
you.
it is React.
I know. I think he might have gotten you a head start. Do I like what's there? I don't think he hit the mark, but it times out too quick and there's all kinds of issues with it. What he did might be a good head start. And if you want to start there, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, because I have some code that hasn't been complete where I am adding the Microsoft authentication to the forms. With the Microsoft authentication, the timeout it's gonna be handled automatically by the Microsoft library.
So write some notes down. Write notes that we've got, because Monday's a long time from now. The Shutterstock button here, and then the Add Me button in eSign, and then the double click on the sold, anything that you need to do on the community page that you can find, then the buy page and whatever you need to do there, and then forms. But somewhere in between all of this, you need to find the time to get the endpoints to Wahid for the critical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When Miguel was testing a room, because what Miguel did was while we were on screen share, he did all kinds of transaction, testing the calculation and everything. So it was really good testing. So I was trying to do the endpoint as well, but I had some work to do there.
And then at some point, I still don't think we have the gateway invitation email to clients and CC the agent.
I will test it. I remember out of everything.
I don't have it crossed off on my list, so I'm going to put that in a place where when you tell me, I can then check it off. Cool. All right. I'm excited about forms because that's gonna bring our system light years forward. I'll be the form system. Okay. I'm gonna mute myself. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay, welcome back. I'm very, very interested in what you guys spoke about. Let's start with group 4 first this time. Who in my group 4 is our group captain this time around?
Me, Veronica Wells.
Okay, all right, Wells, thank you. So let's talk about that first video. What did they think?
The one with the dream, the blowing the candles out.
What is a perfect life? Yeah.
So they had said, we all got kind of lost on that one. It was a little long. It looked like a owed money, kind of a dream home should have been emphasized more. And we didn't really see any call of action because we got lost. It was just very long. What we could do better was probably shorten it up and describe it a little bit more on the home itself.
So, in other words, break it.
Yes.
All right. Good. Thank you. What about the second video?
So the second one, we were all saying less legs and more description of the house. Beautiful legs, but less legs, more description of the house. And there was a call of action. There was only 5 left. Both of them beautiful homes. Good videos. We would do better was describe the home more.
All right, excellent job. Thank you, Wells. I appreciate it. You did great. Group 4. What do you got? Who's my captain?
Is that ours?
I'm 3.
3.
We're 3.
Group 3.
Yep, group 3.
Okay, yes, that's me. Okay, so the first one just told a story, you know, about the history of the house, memories. It was empathetic, emotional, and you know, a lot of emotional content. The second video was actually showing the home. She was selling class, you know, she was being very specific, didn't show emotions. I thought it was a little sexy myself. And she was speaking to like the lifestyle of Austin, pretty much. So that's about it.
Okay, thank you. You did great. Group 2, what do you think?
Are we group 2?
I think we were group 2, Darlene.
We were group 2. Darlene was our leader.
Okay, Isa, go ahead.
No, I think we're getting the groups mixed. I think I'm group 4.
That's
I'm gonna go ahead and tell them. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you. On the first video, we loved that it does, you know, kind of get you emotional and tied up to the house. We didn't like much that is only targeted towards families. We feel like it should be more inclusive because home could be a different dream for everybody. And so in that sense, we feel like you're kind of getting other buyers to possibly not even consider the house because of how it's being sold. We also thought it was a little bit too long. In the second video, we all liked that it was giving luxury. Particularly, I personally like how the lady was dressed, and I think it still looked classy. I didn't see anything wrong with her outfit at all. I liked that she didn't talk too much. I liked that she just put herself in the video. I feel like it's very presentable, and ideally, in my perspective, that's what I imagine a good real estate video looks like. And that is about it for our group.
Okay, so what we are learning is that there's not going to be a video that's going to appeal to all people. We have a brand and we're going to stay on brand, and that's going to upset some people. Some people are going to love it. I've always said this, and it's true today as it was when I started saying it many years ago. 33% of people are going to love it, 33% of people are going to hate it, and 33% of people are going to shrug and not care either way. So be you. All I can say, just don't do what the people in the beginning did, which is violate fair housing or do any of that stuff that's just going to be an epic fail. We don't want to do that. So sometimes people come up and maybe there's a little bit risque in the clothing choices, but that's one thing. What we saw this morning is a complete other thing. So thank you. We got one more group captain to go. Who is it?
That'll be me.
All right, Lewis, let's go. What do you got?
Hey, so on the first home, it was almost kind of like you said, it felt like it was centered towards one demographic and towards one topic, that is just a home. When really, no, it could be a rental property for all we know. But as a green, I did like the idea of it being a home. So that's pretty good. On the second one, we liked the fact that she did show more of the home, more of the area, but it almost felt like it was a photo shoot with just different backgrounds for the house. But she did a wonderful job though in showing a bunch more details of the property. So that's what I got.
What I'm about to tell you guys, all of you need to hear and you need to absorb this in, and the sooner you do, the better for yourself and your business. Right now, all of you are watching this video from a buyer perspective, and you need to immediately cut that out. Immediately. You're not a buyer, you're a real estate agent. So you need to be judging this about you as a real estate agent and how you can do this as a real estate agent and start looking at the angles and looking at everything else. Because if you're trying to judge this as a buyer agent, you're going to get it wrong. Or as a buyer, you're going to get it wrong. This first video was, the first video. I told you I was going to explain after you got done with these. Is somewhere between patriarchal with a minor in misogynistic. I'm going to say that because you've got the stay-at-home wife with the 2 kids who is doing gardening, looking through the telescope. Kids are running around playing, cuddling up with them. You've got the cigar room. You've got the cognac room. You've got outside the hockey little area, and then friends are coming over and you're eating s'mores in the backyard. Who's the audience here? It's the CEO that's got $10 million in the bank. You're watching it. It's what is a full life? They ask that question because they're working and they're continuing working all the time. That's all they're doing is working. And the life that they want to provide for their family is this one. Their wife is at home by themselves. Did you see the husband in this video even once? Not a single time. He was not in there because he was watching. He was the watcher of the video. He is the subject of the video. Your $10 million buyer, and all of you are watching it. You're like, okay, this isn't that great because you're not him. Because it was made for him, and you all watched it as if you were you as a buyer for that home, and you're not. So when you look at who that video, always ask yourself, who's my audience? How can I? So is that a misogynistic patriarchal video? Yes, it was. But was it one of the most successful videos of all time that brought in that clientele? And if you can build a video that's going to bring in $10 million luxury buyers, would you find value in that? Well, that video was one for the history books for that specific thing. All right, so we're going to leave that particular video in the rearview mirror. We're going to now talk about the second one. CapCut. Music. Angles. She showed you how you can live in that home. Sitting on the couch with the fireplace, all the different, everything from the pantry to everything else. And they took you through the video and they rewinded the whole video all the way back to the car driving into the community so you can see the community and the large lots and all of it. Very, very well done. But even a very well done video with someone who is in what they believe is dressed to impress is still going to be something that is decisive. People are going to love it. People are going to not love it. People are not going to care. But I want us to transition our minds from us as a spectator buyer to us as a real estate professional and looking at this as this is my listing. That's my $1 million listing. How am I going to market it? Oh, I see. That's how they did that. That's how they got that angle. That's how they did the fireplace. Oh, that's cool. Yes, I need to be in the video. Okay, how am I going to be in the video? What am I going to say? All right, here they're walking through a room. They've got the video walking as they're walking forward. It makes you look like the video is moving forward. I need to do that. That's how we need to start looking at these videos, is ideas of what you're going to do in the next video to make sure that you're in it. And never ever have a video of a house when you're not in it. MEGA-16. I had an agent who had never done a video before. And she did a video and she said, I want you to see my video. I want you to see my video. And I said, are you in it? And she's like, no, I'm going to do that the next time. I don't want to see your video. She was brokenhearted. And I said, I don't want to see a video that you're not in. I want you to be in the video, then I'll watch it. Very uncomfortable being in the video, but that conversation took place. When you are listing a property and you're not in it, you've completely missed the mark of being able to have your brand wrapped around that and use that as lead generation forever and ever and ever. All right, Isa, what do you got?
I've done videos in the past and I have dressed professionally and I have hidden everything. And they still, for women, well, at some point, they're going to sexualize you. at some point. I mean, and I think that's the biggest fear for me. I'm still going to do it. I'm still going to push myself out there. But it is difficult. I feel like that's my fear most of the time because they can leave comments and usually it's men, and sometimes that it doesn't feel like they look at you professionally, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. So if that's the case, then we need to figure out how to overcome that. And so there are definitely ways that you can do that as well, because you can play to that and have it happen more, or you can play against that and try to have it happen less. But you, again, you're going to have to be you and be what it is your brand is. And I'm going to leave it there. So I totally get it. People struggle with all kinds of things. We have people who struggle that they feel like they're too old. They feel like they're irrelevant. They feel like they're too big. They feel like they're too small. They feel like they're the wrong color. They feel like they're too pretty or not pretty enough. Everyone has a thing that they're worried about. But guess what? You are you, and you are uniquely you, and someone is going to identify you. So play to your strengths, 100% play to your strengths and build an audience. But you got to be personable. Your personality's got to get through, and you've got to make your personality, regardless of all the assets we may or may not have, we have to make our personality our #1 asset in the videos, 100%. All right, here's another video. This is an interesting one. I always get a lot of interesting comments. We're going to watch 2 more videos, and then we're going to go back into our breakout session. Let's watch this next one. Okay, so that was video 1. Interesting video. Obviously, there was something missing in that one. We're going to see videos, all different kind of videos, all different ones. I promise they're going to be every kind of video that you can imagine so that you see a little bit of everything. And we're going to really break down what really works and what's not working. Now, that one was obviously missing something. This one is another video. I think a lot of you are going to be relatable to this one. I think this is probably closer to what you as a real estate agent probably could pull off right now. But we're going to see some personality in here too. So let's watch this next one, and then I'm going to put you in groups, and then what was missing in the first one, group captains, write that down. And then what do you think about this one? All right, here we go.
It might be snowy and cold outside, but the Toronto real estate market is crazy hot right now. My name is Amy Youngren with North Group Real Estate, and I'm here to tell you about our awesome new listing at Alter Condos. Listen, you've got to take a look. Inside Unit 1701 is a super functional layout. 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, and even a separate media space. Trendy features and finishes, and a beautiful unobstructed view of the city from an expansive balcony. And best of all, amenities that'll make you never want to leave the building. Don't believe me? Take a look. So we've got all the starry eyes for 89 McGill. Its unique street presence makes you do a double take every time you see it. And with a location right in the heart of it all, everything is literally just outside your doorstep. Ready to buy or invest in Alter condos? Call or text me at 416-624-8854. You've got it.
All right. I'm going to do the recreate button so you have a new set of groups. Make sure you pick a group captain. Hopefully it's someone who's not gone today because we want to make sure everyone has an opportunity. You're going to get 1 minute less this time. All right. So let's jump in. Group 1, Jonathan, Tasha, Indu, that group. Who is the captain out of that group?
I'm in group 2. Group 2, we were group 1. Yeah, that's me.
Angela, you
I was in with Indu and not Jonathan and
Yes.
Jonathan. But yeah, but I thought that was group 2. That was group
nope,
1.
definitely group 1. All right, so go ahead. So what did your group think about these 2 videos?
Well, we were looking at the first one. It said that there was no like agent in the video. There's nobody like talking or telling you what you're looking at. I mean, the music was really fun, but there's no narration. There's no information really until the end, and it had like a name. So it just kind of left you wondering about it because it wasn't there wasn't anybody like saying, and take a look at this, take a look at that, what you're looking at, and narrating it. And then but the second one, we thought like she did a really good job. She explained like what you're, and she showed like that she was willing to work in the weather, and show what the weather was like there. And she, that she's hardworking. She worked in the elements, and she left a lot of contact information, how to get a hold of her. But the negative on the second one was, she didn't get to the showing the property really quickly. And then secondly, there wasn't enough like her in the video looking at the property, which we didn't understand because it showed her walking up to the property, but didn't show her showing the property, her in the video. So that's what we saw.
Okay, thank you, group 1. Group 2.
Oh, that was me. So you asked us on the first video to see what was missing. And we all agreed emphatically that there was no agent. We didn't see the agent anywhere. But we also realized that we didn't see a price, no contact info, no description, no call to action. And the video had included videos of shared space, but it wasn't explained if that was not part of that unit, it was a shared space. And for video 2, we all liked that one. And the agent personalized the video with, showing her personality. She provided property information and description. She had a call to action. And she also shared the information about the neighborhood and the area outside of the unit, which was good. So that's what we have for group 2.
Okay, thank you. Good job, group 1. Good job, group 2. You guys are doing great so far. Group 3, Andy, Aki, Andrew. Who is the group 3 captain?
I was. The first one, like everyone said, and like it's obvious to notice that the realtor was AWOL there. We didn't know, but again, what was being sold. We're not sure what was being sold, but the price, what everybody else said, there was no information, and there was nothing to move us. No call to action. Okay, the second one. The second one, I liked it better. It was good, but it was distracting. Her waving her hands, going kind of swiftly, moving erratically. Very good points were that she did show us more than the listing. She showed us the area. She showed us, what was it? Was it Toronto or it was someplace in Canada, right? Good information, left her number, which was great too. So we love that. The presentation overall was good. It was just kind of a little erratic and not so clear, kind of swiftly moving. Was it?
Excellent. Thank you, Andy. Group 4.
That's me, Tina. So starting for the first video on a high note, we did like the shots. They was really good, like the drone shots, the footage, the quality. But yeah, there's just no call to action. There's no location description. There's no face to the home, no agent, the price point, no description. Whereas in the second video, I really like that she said where she was, the location. She's a fellow Northerner, and I like that you could see she was outside. She's not afraid of the cold. And it was just relatable. And then, oh, she showed the surrounding areas, which we liked. I think I saw a Starbucks on there, a couple stores. It was just a little bit more descriptive and more of a call to action.
Okay. I think that's interesting. Thank you. You did a good job. All right. So yeah, I mean, you guys hit it on the mark. The first one was a secret agent video. Obviously, someone spent a lot of time, energy, maybe even money creating that video. And let's just think about for a moment, where is someone going to see that video? Probably on one of your socials, but maybe they didn't seek out that property. Maybe it showed up in someone's feed and they spent a moment to look at it and they had some interest in it. Yes, it's going to be encapsulated by someone's profile, which you can click and you can type, but you don't know from watching the video, which you're going to be not watching the wrapper, you're probably going to be just interested in this cool property because there's a lot of scenery going on and there's not a single person in the entire video. I don't know how you could film a video like that, how they did that, but the parking garage had no people, the roof had no people, the apartments, the all of the common areas, not a single person in it. And so if you wanted to have it absent of people like an apocalypse, well, there you go. But it had no call to action. It had no people, it had no information, it had no city, it had no price, nothing. So you don't even know what country it's in, let alone anything else. So obviously, if you're a salesperson and you're trying to sell a property, you don't want to be the big secret. The last thing you want to do is make yourself a big secret. That's not what you're trying to do. So of course, I'm trying to prove a point by showing you that video. If you're missing from the video, you are a secret. And the time and energy and money expense to get it there is going to work for you for a long time. This video will continue paying off for you. Maybe someone else sees this video and says, wow, okay, I'm a home seller and this person did an incredible video and I would like them to do this for me on my home sale. So I'm going to call them and ask them if they'll come and meet with me to market my listing because wow, what an incredible job they did. Certainly not going to be the case on that video because we don't even know who to contact. So it's hard to make it relevant, and relevancy is very big in video. The second video was very, very well done. Everything from showing you her walking into the property, walking in through the common areas, which, by the way, was a complaint that you guys had in the prior video. You guys showed me the video, but you didn't show me going to the video. So I don't know what the inside of the building looked like. So she made a point to walk in the video, walk down the hallway, put her hand on the camera, which was kind of a cool movement, and said, we're all starry-eyed for 2253, whatever address it was, which I think was a really cool introduction as she walked in. You're dealing with a very small condo in a very urban space. You'll often have smaller condos like that. So she wasn't in it, but she did a really good job walking you to it. She did talk to you from the balcony, and then she walked out of the building, looked you straight in the eyes. And I don't know if you caught that. We're going to show that again at the very end, but she did something pretty cool at the very end.
Ready to buy or invest in Alter Condos? Call or text me at 416-624-8854.
She took us a moment there to look right into the camera and look right at you after she did that phone number, and which means that she connected with you, and that was not an accident, that was intentional. So there were some things that she did in that video that was very, very intentional, that you as a business person that's building videos for your brand needs to connect with your people, and looking them in the eyes is a very good way to do that. So you need to talk to them, not just talk to the world and just have your eyes going all over the place, but talking to them, which means you got to look into the camera also and make a connection with them. So one of the things that you might have missed when watching that video was the couple of places where she did eye contact, which really made it feel personal. You were really talking to me. And she said, do you want to live? And she was really talking to the person. And so it was very, very personal. Those types of videos are very effective. Good job. All right. So what are we doing? We are having a day talking about, what is our personality type? What is our colors? And then getting all of that. And then we're going to take this message. Now we're going to market our videos and become this influencer and hopefully start communicating with a larger audience than just the spheres that you're picking up the phone and calling with today, which, by the way, there's a lot of money there, but we also want to pick up people. We have to market our listings, and you're going to find 2 buyers from every listing by doing this sort of marketing and advertising. So it's very, very important that we learn how and be open to these kinds of things. Once a month, Andrew does a event where Deandra and him go out on site. We go out on location, and Deandra brings some of our cool toys that the whatever it's called. I can't think. Pivo. Yep, she brings the Pivo. She brings a couple of other toys out there to show you guys how to use them and how impactful they are and how cool they are. And maybe we're going to an on-site builder. Maybe we're going to who knows where, but every month we go somewhere. And I hope that you guys will come along for the ride and be present for those, because you've got a social media pro that's right there going to show you how to use CapCut in the real world out there on location, which is really, really cool. All right, we are not done yet. We've got about 30 more minutes of the day. We have just enough time to get through the last couple of these vids and watch them out. So here is another video. This one is going to be of another Toronto real estate agent, Canadian realtor. These are 2 different videos that this guy did, and it's completely opposite. So I'm showing you these 2 on purpose as well. Not that I want to give away what you're going to talk about in your group sessions, but part of video, and what's cool about it, in the real estate agent, the guy that does and helps real estate agents film videos, and the 5 things, one of the things that he said is that people are getting to know you, and you are giving people a glimpse of your personality and what you're about. And in this video, you have someone who has kind of 2 different versions of himself playing out in these videos. And I think that might be a mistake, because you might confuse people on who you are. And so you got to try to figure out how to be who you are, so that when they meet you in the real world, you are this same person. Because if you've got 10 or 15 videos, people can kind of get an idea for who you are, and now they feel like they already know you. And if you're always a little different, then that can be very confusing. So let's watch that play out.
Everyone needs their sanctuary.
No, I want to do that one now, though. This one. No, I'm doing them backwards. I want to do these 2 back to back. Where is that? This one.
Hi, I'm Riley LePage, and I'm standing in what could very well be your next condo. It has a washroom, a balcony. It has not one, but 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a freshly renovated living room, just for you. But don't forget the amenities, like a pool.
Did you know that doing the breaststroke can burn up to 0.36 calories per stroke? That's almost as many calories as if you were hitting balls in this terrific tennis court. And if that's not enough, you could lift things up and put them down in this fabulous fitness facility. And after getting your pump on, maybe you can go grab some lemons.
At the grocery store, that's like 2 minutes away. After all, when life gives you lemons. Make your way to the train station, which is literally right across the street. You never know who you might run into. And when you're only 5 minutes away from the university, there's no need to nap on a dirty bench. I'm Riley LePage, and you want to buy this condo? Call me.
Okay, Riley LePage. All right, so here is version 1 of him. Let's watch the next version of him.
From a young age, I knew that I wanted to be an entrepreneur, and Calgary's got this amazing entrepreneurial spirit that goes right along with my marketing degree and with real estate. So basically, I make a living helping people and interacting with them, and to me, that's better than any office job. I'm Riley LePage, and I'm a realtor with RE/MAX Real Estate Central. First of all, I'm super easy to get a hold of. That's become such a big issue these days, just somebody that picks up their phone. I try and mix the best of the old with the best of the new, and I think having a marketing degree from U of C and that hard work mentality really gives an edge for myself and for my clients, whether they're buying or selling, especially with today's technology and just the rate of change in the marketplace. I love the challenge, and in this industry, you're only as successful as you want to be. So when you're hiring a realtor, that's an investment, and it's who can provide the best value for your investment. I love working with people, and I know that I can do that every time.
Riley LePage. All right, so here he is. He's got a bunch of different videos out, as you can probably imagine, because believe it or not, Randy's not shy. He's not shy at all. I'm going to put you in groups. I want you to talk about whether you think this works. The first one of the young lady, what you mentioned with the legs, a couple of you had something to say about that. It's interesting to see how divisive this is, because there are people who adore him. People think he's a tool. People don't like him at all, and everything under the sun for poor Riley. So people have a lot to say about him. Let's get you in your groups. Curious to see what you say. Who loves him? Who doesn't? And we're a real estate agent now. We're judging other real estate agents in what it is quality and what it is that they're putting out there in video. And you're going to need to do a video that's behind the scenes. You're going to need to do a listing video. So what can you learn and take away from this that maybe you will put into your video, and maybe something that you won't? All right, welcome back, everyone. Going to be interesting to see just how beat up poor Andy gets. All right, group 1, what did you think?
That would be me, and we did not beat him up, actually. We said that he was funny. He was rememberable. He came on different than the other ones where he made it entertaining. He was informative on his information. He told us about his background, so you can relate to him, giving us his that he had a marketing degree. He also said things that realtors will say, like they can take on a challenge. That he's easy to get a hold of. He showed his phone, he showed his computer, and he was easy to understand.
Oh, Okay, you muted yourself, I think. Did you hit the space bar? Because that'll.
I don't know what I hit. Did you hear any of that?
Yes, we heard everything but the last couple
Okay.
words. So.
That he was well spoken and easy to understand, and I don't know what else you missed. Hold on, honey.
Okay, good job. Thank you, Ariel. Wonderful. All right, group 2. How'd we do? What did we think?
Yep, it was me, Brandon. Group 2, we kind of were impartial about the first video, whether it was almost very, like, it was almost too funny, like he was trying to be too funny or too cute, so it came off as almost not very professional, versus the second video, he came off very professional. We were impartial because it does show personality, and you kind of, it's different, and like the first group was saying, it is very memorable, so we were very impartial on the first one, but definitely all agreed on the second one. He's bringing in his previous background, basically building a case for why you should kind of select him.
Okay, so are we going to do a video like that for ourselves? I hope the answer is yes, Brandon. Okay, group 3. What do you got? Who's my captain?
Yes, the answer is yes.
Good job, Brandon. I love it.
No, I'm the captain for group 3. Just for the first video, we said it was good because it was fun and he showed personality, but it can come off as not very genuine because, you know, like they said, some people aren't going to get your comedy. There was some sound issues when he was in the pool. But other than that, we thought it was pretty good for like the market, as long as it gets to the audience, the younger audience that he was trying to reach. Just that one was more about trying to sell the house. And then the second video was more of like what I guess you're trying to get us to do, the short little bio video. But we thought this one was it was more professional and real. It showed his actual self. He wasn't trying to act and be a comedian, but it was very forgettable. So we didn't really remember a lot about it. It wasn't very significant. So, but they were both good. Just they were hard to compare because they weren't trying. They did the job for what they were trying to do, but they weren't very comparable since.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate the comments and the insight. Group 4, our last group. What did you come up with?
Yeah, I was elected our captain, not on purpose. But the first video we got, he was a little bit of like, he had a little cockiness to him. He was also just a little stiff. He was a comedic. He had the comedic value and a little more enjoyable for the younger crowd, you know, lighthearted, comfortable. But we also thought he wasn't completely being himself in that video. And in the second video, he was a little more himself. He was very he was very approachable, relatable, thoughtful. You could see the outgoingness in him. He was kind of versatile, being able to show that he had his marketing side plus his real estate side, and that he was a little more genuine in that video.
Okay, thank you. The next video that we're going to watch is, this one has a lot. This is a little bit longer video. This is for a San Antonio broker who is filming a video kind of more about him being a real estate agent, but is also a broker. And it got some very controversial stuff in this video, but this is one of those videos that you know exactly what you're going to get with this guy. I mean, there's absolutely no question. So if someone were to ask, do you think that this video was authentic in him being himself? There is absolutely no question. But the question is that going to slice and dice the population of people who will be interested in working with him? And I would say, yes, it is. And I think it's probably done on purpose because I don't think this guy wants to work with everyone. Because he's very unapologetically himself. And there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. All right, so let's watch this video.
The screen's messed up.
Yeah, I'm trying to fix it. Thank you. I'm sorry. Ah! All right, maybe that'll work. Let's go for it.
San Antonio, Texas. It's one of the largest cities in the country, and it's a very special place because it feels like a small town. In San Antonio, we love our Spurs, we love our city, and we love our
Video
culture.
again.
My name is Jason Campbell, broker of Option 1 Real Estate right here in San Antonio, and I'm a Platinum Top 50 realtor. And really good looking.
Really?
What do you mean, really? Let's talk about buying a home.
I'm a helpful guy to have with you when you're looking at homes. I used to be a home investor, so while you're checking out the aesthetics, I'm looking for cracks.
If you're looking to buy a home, here's why you want to work with this guy.
I like to make the process a lot of fun. I'll probably show up on a Harley wearing a Hawaiian shirt, and I'm a bit of a smartass. It's the special sauce.
You're so tall. Do you play basketball?
Do you wrestle midgets?
My favorite part of working with buyers is no doubt the negotiation of the home. It's like the thrill of the hunt. I just want to see how far I can get the price down, and if I can get the seller to cover all the closing costs, make repairs, anything I can do to get you a better deal.
Here's what sets me apart from the river walk of realtors out there.
I don't know why it's such a novel concept, but I actually pick up the phone. It doesn't weigh 800 pounds. Maybe I'm just a little old school, but being easy to get a hold of and calling people right back seems to be a lost art.
To me, it's all about work ethic. A lot of times you got to be Johnny on the spot.
Especially in a market as hot as San Antonio, homes are selling really fast.
I have extensive experience in all aspects of real estate.
I handle everything from new construction to investment properties.
Let's flip the coin and talk about home sellers. Here's the problem.
Most agents do what I call the 3 Ps. They'll plant a sign in the yard, put it in MLS, and then pray that someone like me will come along and sell it.
Well, anybody can list a home and call me crazy. Didn't you hire me to sell it?
Real estate broker Jason Campbell has been in the business for almost 20 years. He says change is being seen in all aspects of the industry.
Not even 10 years ago, we were still sending out good old-fashioned postcards and mailers and printing out flyers and doing open houses. Technology has changed all of that.
We do feature videos of all of our homes.
And not just those cheesy videos of still photos, but actual cinematic style videos. We even take those to the extreme. We like to use drones and 360-degree cameras to make sure your home stands out in the crowd. Then we plaster them all over the internet, social media, YouTube, you name it.
We are so good at it that even national level builders invite us to market their homes. When it comes to selling your home, our mission is clear. Sell it quickly and sell it for the most amount of money possible. I have a wife and 14 children. You know what 14 children is, right? It's motivation with a universal adapter. If you're looking to buy, sell, or invest in real estate, log on to our website, give me a call, or send me a text message.
Oh, so 14 children. Very expensive. Somebody just needs to shoot me already. You know that's a figure of speech, right? That I'm just kidding. Babe?
Okay, Jason, option 1. All right, we're going to go directly into our breakout sessions. And we're going to do this one. Let's see, we got 10 more minutes and we have 3 more videos. We're going to do this one on its own. You're going to get a little bit less time though, because we don't have a whole lot of time and we have 3 more videos to get through. Okay, we are back. Group 4, who's the captain? This would be Christine, Brandon, Tina, Tasha, Andrew, Gabriel, and Donita. Who is my captain out of group 4?
I can speak to the group. Yes, so the feedback varied. It was really polarizing, the way the guy presented. Some of us were fans, most of us were not. But one thing that was brought up is however someone presents in video, that's the expectation that we're going to get when we meet them face to face. So it's helpful for consistency and to serve as a filter. We spoke to his lack of PC terms and awareness, because when is the midget has been out for a really long time. So that was like, what is happening there? And then the person coming in with a gun, he's just, he's a lot of himself, but we are sure that attracts people who are in alignment with him and serves as a filter for people who are not.
Yeah. Very eloquently put, and 100% correct. You know exactly what you're getting with that guy. There's no question. Okay, good job, group 4. Group 3, Andy, Kelly, Corby, Elisa, Angela, Ariel. Who's a captain out of 3?
Kelly.
Hi, Kelly.
Hi. We were also kind of split. I was actually surprised. But we did agree he has a very unique personality. It created interesting branding for him. And it was creative, but it made a lot of us uncomfortable, especially that last little bit with the shotgun. We felt like that was really unnecessary. He had some funny bits, but we also thought that maybe at some point it doesn't come across as very professional because, if he's going to show up on a Harley in a Hawaiian suit, how's he going to present himself at the closing table or during negotiations? So it was just it was polarizing for our group as well. It was an interesting discussion. I felt like he was doing it to brand himself and to set himself apart. He definitely did that, but he's gonna be very polarizing, I think.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Thank you, Kelly. Group 2, who's my captain? Indu, Jeff, Aki, Jonathan, Iris.
I am the captain for our group.
Hello, Iris.
Hi. We have an interesting point of view of this video. We discuss all the variables that he is presenting. He shows a lot of his very strong points, and we appreciate that. Our personal opinion can be in one way, but when we talk about this business, for what we saw in the video, he's been very successful. His plan, it's working. And one thing that we were discussing is that he is showing all the things that he is going to provide, especially when it comes to the table. And he talks about negotiation. He talks about how the transaction is so important for him. And this marketing is working. Obviously, we were not in agreement with a few things, how he showed himself and how he presented himself in several areas of the video, especially at the end. But a lot of other companies are really utilizing his skills and it's working for him. So it shows who he is, and he seems to be honest with the way that he's presenting his personality, and we really like that.
Okay, thank you, Iris. Excellent. Group
Thank
1.
you.
It will be me, and as someone with a comedy background, this one highly inspired me, and it's very out there. It's a little extra. Now our group thinks that while people balances out, they're serious people, and he's definitely memorable. His video vets out people that don't like him, so only people that likes him shows up. He's honest with getting the most for buyer and seller. The As goofy as he is, his video also showcased his strong points, such as the video showcase for the seller videos, as well as his how he says that he's going to check for damages and other important parts of the house while the client tours the property, and then and he's also using his appearance with the reporter to build credentials. And the gun at the end is a little bit too much, but then I mean we're in Texas, so yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Y'all did an excellent job. And you'll notice that each one of these videos covers the blues, the reds, the yellows, and the greens. So I made sure that I included different personality types of people who are drivers versus are yellows. And actually doing these videos, and the red personalities are going to come up in one of the next videos. We've got 2 more videos to watch, and then we are done. I know it's getting late in the day on Friday. You know, I added this video because I wanted a video of someone who has all of the elements, all of the qualities in what you're looking for in a good real estate agent. He seems to be a good communicator. He's a good marketer. He seemed to, have all of the experience and decades of experience, but then you really just throw in his personal flair and see how divisive that can be. And is that what you want as an agent? Is that something that you want to pull into your business? And it's completely a business choice. There's no right or wrong answer here. But everyone who sees that video is certainly either going to like him or not like him, and choose him or not choose him from that video. So it's definitely memorable. There's no question about that. And certainly not a bad guy. I mean, you look at him and you think, it's not a bad guy. Do you want him representing you and your brand? That's a different question altogether. All right, so good. We're seeing a lot of different kind of videos and a lot of different styles, and pushing the envelope on what's politically correct, pushing the envelope on being serious or joking. An agent that just, down and dirty, this is my condo, let me show it to you here, starry-eyed for this property. We're seeing all the different styles here. Now we're going to see two behind the scenes videos. One that's going to show very serious, professional, maybe a little stuffy too. And then the other one is the exact opposite of a stuffy video. Something is very, very emotional, almost to the point where he's crying. So we're going to see two very polar opposite videos, and then we're going to do one more breakout session, come back, and then we will be done for the day. So let's watch this one.
Everyone needs their sanctuary. Everyone needs a place that they can call home, that they can feel comfortable and be themselves. I love envisioning that particular client in that home, with their friends, with their family, how they're gonna live there. My name is Stephanie McCarthy, and I'm a broker with Atlanta Fine Homes, Sotheby's International Realty. I grew up in a strong Midwestern family. I saw, my parents giving their careers 110% and also their family 110%. And that's kind of the way I live my life. So my attitude is up early, attack the day, make sure I don't miss a thing. Typical day for me is filled with a lot of movement. I go to the gym, I go to the office, showing homes, I'm staging a house, and it just goes on and on and on, and I love it. It's just who I am. I started my real estate career in 2006, marrying my love of homes and design and architecture with my marketing background and my attention to detail. I've always loved real estate, I've always loved design, I've always loved different styles and architecture, and really I think that started back when my parents built and designed our home. It was amazing to me that, the piles of dirt and brick and wood and concrete then became this really backdrop of, 25 years of my life. So to me, it's about so much more than just buying and selling real estate. It's really about building relationships and relationships that last. And so something that I have always done for my clients, after an initial meeting, I present them with an amazing floral arrangement. It's just part of the service that I provide, all in keeping with the theme of making them feel special. Family is so important to me, and I know how important it is to my clients, so finding a home that fits their lifestyle and will inspire them is my driving force every day. Failure is not an option for me, never has been and never will be.
All right, so a video obviously where they're towing the line, absolutely as PC as it could possibly get on that one. And then the final video, which I actually know this guy. I knew him when I lived in Long Beach a long time ago. He's actually still a broker today. He's still a good real estate agent today. He is still doing business in Southern California. Watch this video. This was done a long time ago. So we're dealing with a whole different layer of technology, but I think it's still important to watch because now we're going to a behind the scenes interview style that's really high EQ, high emotional side.
Who are you?
Who am I? I'm a nice guy. That's why I said when I eventually leave my body, I don't want someone to say, oh, he was the #1 real estate agent. I would be the nicest compliment to say, what a nice guy Chris Cortazzo was.
Chris Cortazzo is Coldwell Banker's top real estate agent in the world with more than $1.5 billion in sales. And he's only been selling homes in Malibu, his hometown, and other affluent areas in Southern California since 1994. He also starred in the first season of Bravo's $1 Million Listing in 2007.
Everyone wants to know the secret to my success, and it's just a lot of hard work, and it's integrity.
But there has to be something more than that, because a lot of people work really, really hard. A lot of people are dedicated. A lot of people are working 24/7.
Right.
What is it about you that you really think is the secret to your success?
He scolds her right here, by the way, just as a segment. She said, what is the secret to your success? And he said integrity and working hard. And she said, no, it's got to be something more than that. And then he doubled down on what he said.
Is it that most of the other real estate agents aren't from Malibu?
Integrity is critical. If you have integrity and you have the reputation, everything else will follow through. And no deal and no commission is as important as my reputation.
How did you get into real estate?
I got into real estate because I worked with this famous photographer by the name of Herb Ritz. And he photographed every celebrity or notorious person in the world. And I was working on every shoot, and everyone knew I was born and raised in Malibu. And they said, well, Chris, where should I buy a home? You know Malibu so well. And I'd say, well, what's your criteria? And before I even got into real estate, I would guide them into these different areas, and all of a sudden the light bulb went off, and I said, I should go into real estate.
Do you remember that very first sale of yours? Can you take us back to that day and what that was like for you, and why it inspired you to continue down this path?
I do remember my first sale. I was actually with Herb and one of his clients, Richard Gere.
Were you a real estate agent at that point?
I was.
Okay, just making sure. You were a full-fledged.
I was. And there was a discussion whether this house was still there or there was a rumor that it burnt down. And I said, I just kayaked by it 3 days ago. The house is standing and it's for sale for $5 million. So I showed up with the client, showed him the house. The business manager came along, liked the house. It was my first sale. It was the easiest transaction in the entire world. I didn't realize that real estate was going to be so challenging from that moment on.
What was your most memorable sale, aside from your first one? Was there some sale where you thought, really, did this just happen?
Well, there's one story that I could share with you that my clients had a pawn shop, and they had this dog named Margot, who was an attack dog. And I didn't realize I opened the house up and walked through the whole house, turning on the lights, opening doors, and I called my assistant, and she said, oh my gosh, the client's on the phone. You got to get out of the house. You're not in the house. And I said, I'm in the house, and I was at the bar. And I was panicking. I was crawling up on the counter.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And they connected me to the client, and they said, get out of the house. And I just remember crawling up on this counter going, it's my birthday. And I had a choice of whether to try to make it out the front gate or run to the garage where she was fortunately sleeping. And you know in those movies when you're running down
dog.
And you're going in slow motion trying to get, and she woke up and she was running across a 3-car garage as I was running down the hallway. I just closed the door as she hit the door.
You're kidding.
No, but if I tried to make it out the front gate, I could have been mauled. So that was a memorable story, real estate.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, but obviously you got out okay, and I
I
guess
have a little bit of a limp.
So back to you personally, what was the real turning point in your career?
I think in 2000, I would say, I had 7 escrows in January. And in that 1 week, all 7 fell out. And most people would stand back and say, oh, this is not my year. I should take this year off, or maybe real estate's not for me. The way I was brought up, everything happens for a reason. And I turned every one of those failures into an advantage. And it turned out to be my best year. It was the first year I was the #1 agent in Malibu. And I was probably at that time 3rd in the company. And it's just amazing the power of thought and how I turned a negative into a positive. And that was my turning point in my career. Well, there's another example, and I don't want to cry on camera, but I lost my dad in 2009. And it was the most trying year. I mean, it just seemed like the world was falling apart. It was a devastating event for me. And I was completely winded, and my mom was hurt in the process. And so it was just, my whole universe collapsed. And my business manager came in and said a week later and said, "Chris, you have to get back to work.
Jump right back in.
You have to get back to work. You know, Rome is going to crumble. I have all these people that I employ, and everyone depends on me, and you have to get back to work." And I picked up the pieces, and I just forced myself to go into it. And, you know, when your universe collapses in a moment like that, and you can pick yourself back up and complete what you're good at and put your energy into different areas, it really helped me. And I think when you have an experience like that and you can pick yourself up, you're that much stronger. And that's what my dad would have wanted anyway. But that was an example.
And now he's here cheering you on.
He's really
as number
happy.
1.
Yeah. He never saw me as #1, but he was proud of me on every sale or whatever I did.
All right, so now we've kind of run the gamut of all the different kind of videos. Obviously, video is important. It's something that you're going to need to implement in your business. We got to get comfortable with it. We got to figure out what approach we're going to take. Are we gonna? We've looked at a bunch of different approaches here. Towing the line, being super professional, completely just being yourself despite everything. Adding comedy, being super emotional, as you just saw in this one. Just so many different variations here, but one of them with no people in it at all to boot. So what are you going to do? What are you going to employ? What are you going to implement in your business? And this is going to be a good opportunity for you over the weekend to be thinking about this part of your business plan as well. You got open houses to do this weekend, people to call this weekend. It's going to be a busy weekend. There's a lot going on. I know we have the group open house up in Sun City this weekend, so I'm really excited to see the success come from that. The Sun City market right now is the baby boomer market. That baby boomer market is the #1 buyer and seller in this market. So we have had a ton of activity up there. In fact, we've had open houses over the last 3 or 4 weeks that have had more than 30 people showing up to the open house. So expect there to be quite a response to this open house for those of you who are going to be doing that open house. For those of you who are doing other things, I know it's Father's Day weekend, so wish all the fathers happy Father's Day. Layer on top of that, picking up the phone and just reconnecting or connecting with as many people as you can, and do a starter video. Go out and whether you've done a city council meeting, whether you've gone to a planning zoning meeting, whatever it is, do a couple of videos. Do a little bit of research online to see if you can find a lapel mic and a video camera that, or maybe the Pivo or the GoPro, whatever it's going to be. Find a video camera or a person that's going to help you get some good video out there. With that said, we're not going to do a group session because it is already 5:15. So we're going to cut it off here. Your next slide is obviously breakout group discussion and exam module. So that was it for the day. You guys did really good today. I know we had a long day, a lot of videos, a lot of content. As I sit back and look at all your colors, thank you for doing that and opening yourself up to, pushing the boundaries a little bit to get to know yourself a little bit that way and being open to doing it. So thank you for those of you who did it. And I hope that you guys are going to take this home and do it with family and continue with that, because remember, being a salesperson means that we're selling and we're going to know our customers. Stu Slagman, that question that's going to be in your exam, and I just send out your homework just now so you have it. That question in there about him, the 4 colors that you should know. Again, we have that book in our library. I know there's a lot of questions. That's good. I'm going to be here for the next 5 or 10 minutes. So you are officially class dismissed. Don't feel like you need to stick around, but feel free to. I'm going to be answering questions as we go. First up is Isa and then Gabriel. Thank you, everyone. Amazing day.
So I've been doing my phone calls, and coincidentally, one of my friends reached out to me from Houston. Her parents want to sell their house in Rio Hondo, and my husband is from there. We're actually going to be over there this weekend because it is Father's Day weekend.
Yes, Michael Potter and Andrew told me about this yesterday.
Yeah, so it's going to be a referral, right? I didn't see any agents in Realty, Texas. She did ask me to send her some info, so I did send her that. I did let her know it's more than likely going to be referred to somebody else out there. But they said it was okay if I stopped by, just give them some tips, like on what they can and, maybe fix up or not fix up in their home. Is that okay?
100%.
Okay. Then I guess whenever the time comes, because she asked me about commissions over text message, and she's such a great friend. It was difficult not to, talk that with her. I also sent her the IABS video. I was gonna ask you if there's a commission video that I can send her.
So, Isa, my recommendation is that you engage Jennifer Sutherland, who is one of our San Antonio agents. We spoke about this yesterday. She's also a mentor. You can refer this to her and be your mentor at the same time. So get credit, keep it in-house. And she is very, very much on the side of San Antonio, where
Not
she.
over there. It's further south.
Well, we looked at the map, and we it's our opinion that she can handle it. That's up to you to decide if that's what you do or not. Okay. And she can
Let me
also.
write down her name. What was her name again?
Jennifer Sutherland.
Jennifer Sutherland. Okay. Thank you.
You bet, Isa. Gabriel.
Sorry, Jake, this has nothing to do with work related. More so if for those of you guys that are free and want to have some food, I just wanted to send the invite. Come try some food out here at Old Settlers Park and vote for us if you have the time and you're in Round Rock.
Ooh, I love it. Just might take you up on that. It sounds like you're having a good time.
Come on out. We're here all night.
I hope you got that on video.
I got some drone footage. Yes, sir. You'll see it. You'll see it.
All right. I love it. All right. Thank you, Gabriel, for out there representing our company. It's amazing. Got the booth, got the hat, got the whole thing going on. Very cool. All right. We've got a few more people. Does anyone have any comments, questions for me? What do you got? Or even questions for Lisa, because she's here as well. Lisa, you got anything?
I mean, I'll put a commercial in. We have these amazing t-shirts here that say I love Realty Texas. So if anybody wants their I love Realty Texas t-shirts, I know a few of you already came in and bought yours. They're only $10 and they come in blue, yellow, white, beige, and pink. So let me know. I'm going to send an email out with a picture of them being modeled by our staff. So other than that, yeah, I'll be here all weekend if you guys have any questions. I see Alicia, you have your hand up.
Yes, ma'am. How do we get access to the store if we're not in the area?
Oh, you can just let me know. So we are eventually going to have everything that's in there photographed and up on something where you can have access to it. But if there's anything that you're interested in, you can just let me and Miguel know and we can get that sent to you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I see Angela, Indu, Donita, Christine, Ariel, Tasha. Anybody else got anything else before we sign off?
Just want to let you know, Jack, thank you so much. I'm loving Mega. It's my second time, but I'm just loving it. Thank you so much for allowing me to take this again.
Thank you, Indu. I appreciate it very much.
And I was just hanging out to see if anybody asked a question that I hadn't thought of.
Same here.
One question, Jack. If I have a relative that's going to list a house on the listing agreement, I don't have to disclose it, right?
Sorry, guys. Someone called me on Teams and it took over my speaker. Angela, what do you got?
Okay, so I
Hold on, Angela. I am unable to hear because of Teams. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so Grace and I are getting our cowboy hats. We're getting these bands, like 1.5 inches, or between that'll go around the cowboy hat that'll say Really Texas, the real deal on it. And I just want to know, is there a certain, like, is it okay that if we do 1.5 inches, is there any, we're getting it done at Stitched and Bling. Is there anything specific that I need to keep so that it looks the same?
That is a good question. We have on your .me in the bottom right corner, our design guide.
She has it. She has the Stitched and Bling.
That's it. That's all you need. She'll be able to
Okay.
follow that. You got all the right Pantone colors and all of that. So very cool. I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Okay, cool. Thank you. That's all I had.
All right. Thank you. Have a great weekend, everyone. I'll see you on Monday.